In the gentle twilight hours, when consciousness begins to drift toward the realm of dreams, let us embark together on a quiet journey through the hidden mysteries and forgotten secrets of the Pokemon world. These are the whispered truths that lie beneath the surface of what most trainers know, the delicate threads of lore that connect distant regions and ancient times in ways that few have ever discovered. Deep within the coding of the very first Pokemon games, Red and Blue, there exists a phantom creature that was never meant to be encountered. This mysterious being, known only as MissingNo, represents more than just a programming anomaly. It stands as a bridge between the intended world and the realm of infinite possibility, a digital ghost that haunts the eastern shores of Cinnabar Island. When early programmers at Game Freak were crafting these foundational games, they could never have imagined that their placeholder data would become one of the most enduring legends in gaming history, a creature that exists in the spaces between what is real and what is possible. The Pokemon world's geography holds secrets that stretch back millions of years in fictional time. The Sinnoh region, with its snow-capped peaks and ancient lakes, was once a single vast landmass before the legendary Pokemon Regigigas pulled the continents into their current positions using ropes made of pure energy. This titan of creation, sleeping now in the depths of Snow Point Temple, dreams of the world it shaped with its own massive hands. The three lakes that dot Sinnoh's landscape, each house a guardian of human emotion and thought, beings so ancient that they remember the first stirrings of consciousness in humanity itself. In the quiet research laboratories of Professor Oak, far from the bustling routes where trainers battle and trade, there exists a collection of research notes that detail his early friendship with Agatha of the Elite Four. These two brilliant minds, now separated by philosophy and time, once worked side by side to understand the deeper mysteries of Pokemon evolution. Their research revealed that certain Pokemon can sense the emotional state of their trainers through microscopic changes in electromagnetic fields, creating bonds that transcend the simple mechanics of battle and victory. The ancient ruins scattered throughout every Pokemon region tell a story of civilizations that understood the connection between human consciousness and Pokemon energy in ways that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. In the ruins of Alph, the unknown that drift through dimensional walls are not merely alphabet-shaped creatures, but living letters in a language that predates human writing itself. Each form represents a fundamental concept that existed before words were needed to express meaning, and together they spell out prophecies and histories that span across multiple realities. Beneath the bustling Goldenrod City lies a network of tunnels that were carved not by human hands, but by colonies of Dugtrio working in perfect harmony over centuries. These passages connect to similar networks under every major city in the Johto region, creating an underground highway system that wild Pokemon have used for generations to migrate safely away from human observation. The gentle vibrations that these tunnels carry serve as a communication system, allowing Pokemon communities to share information about weather patterns, food sources, and potential dangers across vast distances. The relationship between legendary Pokemon and the natural world operates on principles that exist beyond the understanding of most trainers. Ho-Oh, The rainbow phoenix that soars above the clouds does not simply control fire and resurrection, but serves as a living barometer of the world's spiritual health. When environmental balance shifts too far toward chaos or stagnation, Ho-Oh's flames change color in subtle ways that only the most observant researchers have ever documented. These color variations follow patterns that correspond to ancient astronomical events, suggesting a connection between legendary Pokémon and celestial movements that spans across dimensional boundaries. In the deepest archives of the Canalave Library, there exists a collection of folklore that speaks of Pokemon who once lived as humans, transformed by exposure to mysterious energies during the world's earliest ages. These stories, dismissed by modern academics as mere mythology, describe creatures whose behavior and intelligence suggest retained memories of human experience. The Alakazam line, with their extraordinary psychic abilities and human like problem solving skills, may represent the descendants of these transformed beings, carrying within their genetic memory the echoes of human consciousness from eras long forgotten. The Pokemon League system that governs official battles and championships operates according to rules that were established not by human organizations, but through ancient pacts made between legendary Pokemon and the first human settlements. These agreements, recorded in stone tablets buried beneath every Pokemon League headquarters, outline principles of fair combat and mutual respect that ensure battles remain a celebration of partnership rather than domination. The energy generated by these sanctioned battles feeds back into the natural world through ley lines that crisscross each region, maintaining the delicate balance that allows wild Pokemon and human communities to coexist. Deep within the genetic code of every Pokemon lies dormant information that scientists have only recently begun to detect. This hidden data appears to contain memories, not just of individual experiences, but of collective knowledge passed down through evolutionary lines spanning millions of years. When Pokemon evolve, they are not simply changing form, but accessing deeper layers of this ancestral memory, which explains why evolved Pokemon often display knowledge and abilities that they could not have learned through individual experience alone. The mysterious phenomenon known as shiny Pokemon represents more than just rare coloration. These uniquely colored creatures appear to exist in a state of dimensional flux, their altered appearance reflecting their ability to perceive and interact with parallel realities where different evolutionary paths were taken. Trainers who form bonds with shiny Pokemon often report unusually vivid dreams filled with landscapes that do not exist in their own world, suggesting that these special creatures serve as windows into alternate versions of the Pokemon universe. In the remote regions where few trainers venture, there exist Pokemon communities that have developed complex social structures and technologies using only their natural abilities. Alakazam colonies have been observed creating intricate geometric patterns in forest clearings, these formations serving as both communication networks and computational devices that process information about regional ecosystem health. These psychic networks operate continuously, monitoring environmental changes and coordinating responses that help maintain ecological balance across vast territories. The relationship between Pokemon types and elemental forces extends far beyond simple combat advantages and weaknesses. Each type represents a fundamental aspect of reality itself, and Pokemon serve as living embodiments of these universal principles. Fire type Pokemon do not merely generate heat and flame, but channel the essence of transformation and renewal that drives all change in the natural world. Water types embody the principles of flow and adaptation, while electric types serve as conduits for the vital energy that connects all living things in an invisible web of electromagnetic interaction. As we drift deeper into this peaceful exploration of hidden knowledge, the gentle currents of Pokemon lore continue to reveal their secrets, each fact flowing seamlessly into the next, like water finding its natural course through ancient riverbeds carved by time and mystery. The ancient art of Pokemon communication extends beyond the simple cries and calls that most trainers recognize. Each species possesses a sophisticated language system that operates on multiple frequencies, some extending into ranges that human ears cannot detect. Researchers studying wild Pokemon communities have discovered that these creatures maintain constant dialogue through subsonic vibrations that travel through the Earth itself, creating a planetary nervous system of shared consciousness. When a Pokemon cries out in distress or joy, that emotional resonance ripples through underground networks, reaching distant members of their species who respond with subtle behavioral changes that demonstrate their awareness of events occurring hundreds of miles away. The phenomenon of Pokemon eggs reveals one of nature's most elegant mysteries. These miraculous vessels do not simply contain developing life, but serve as temporal bridges that allow genetic information to flow backward through time. The patterns that appear on egg surfaces are not random decorations, but complex mathematical formulas that encode the probability matrices governing which traits will manifest in the hatching Pokemon. Temperature, humidity, and even the emotional state of nearby creatures during incubation influence these calculations, meaning that every hatched Pokemon represents a unique solution to an incredibly sophisticated equation of possibility. In the deepest ocean trenches, where sunlight has never penetrated, colonies of water and psychic type Pokemon have developed bioluminescent communication systems that create stunning displays of living light. These underwater cities pulse with rhythmic patterns that serve multiple functions simultaneously, providing navigation beacons, emotional expression, and data transmission, all within the same ethereal dance of illumination. The light patterns are so complex that marine biologists believe they represent a form of three-dimensional writing, with meaning encoded not just in color and intensity, but in the precise timing and spatial relationships between different light sources. The migration patterns of flying type Pokemon follow invisible highways in the sky that correspond to ancient magnetic field lines preserved in the planet's geological record. These aerial routes were established millions of years ago when the world's magnetic poles were in different positions, yet Pokemon continue to follow them with perfect precision, suggesting that they navigate using a form of genetic compass that remembers the planet's magnetic history. During certain celestial alignments, these sky roads become visible to human observers as faint auroral displays, creating temporary bridges of light that connect distant regions across continents. Deep within the cellular structure of every Pokemon lies a unique crystalline formation that scientists have named the essence core. This microscopic structure appears to be composed of organized energy rather than conventional matter, and it pulses in rhythm with the Pokemon's heartbeat, breathing, and brainwave patterns. The essence core serves as both a battery and a transmitter, storing the life force energy that powers a Pokemon's abilities while simultaneously broadcasting its emotional state to other creatures within a certain radius. This explains why experienced trainers can sense their Pokemon's condition even when separated by considerable distances. The mysterious connection between Pokemon and weather patterns extends beyond the obvious abilities of certain species to influence atmospheric conditions. Meteorologists have discovered that weather systems themselves seem to respond to the collective emotional state of regional Pokemon populations. Areas with happy, healthy Pokemon communities experience more favorable weather patterns, while regions where Pokemon are stressed or endangered often suffer from persistent storms, droughts, or other meteorological disturbances. This symbiotic relationship suggests that Pokemon serve as planetary mood regulators, their well being directly influencing the atmospheric systems that sustain all life. The evolution process creates temporary rifts in the fabric of space-time, allowing evolved Pokemon to draw knowledge and abilities from parallel versions of themselves across multiple dimensions. During the brief moment of evolutionary transformation, a Pokemon exists simultaneously in numerous realities, experiencing countless possible futures before settling into the single timeline that becomes their new form. This explains why evolution sometimes results in dramatic personality changes and the sudden appearance of abilities that seem to have no logical connection to the Pokemon's previous capabilities. In certain ancient forests, where human footsteps have never fallen, grass-type Pokemon have developed symbiotic relationships with the trees themselves, creating living cities where the boundary between plant and Pokemon becomes beautifully blurred. These arboreal metropolises pulse with shared consciousness, their inhabitants communicating through chemical signals released into the air as aromatic messages that carry complex emotional and informational content. The trees in these forests grow in impossible spirals and geometric patterns, their growth directed by the mathematical precision of Pokemon intelligence, working in harmony with natural botanical processes. The nocturnal activities of ghost-type Pokemon reveal fascinating insights into the nature of consciousness itself. These ethereal beings do not simply phase between dimensions, but exist as bridges connecting the world of the living with realms of pure thought and memory. During the deepest hours of night, ghost types gather in ancient burial grounds and forgotten ruins, where they perform elaborate rituals that appear to be methods of data preservation, storing the memories and experiences of departed Pokemon in crystalline formations that grow within sacred stones and monuments. The territorial boundaries established by wild Pokemon follow precise mathematical principles that optimize resource distribution while minimizing conflict between different species. These invisible borders shift and flow like liquid boundaries, adjusting automatically as population numbers change or environmental conditions fluctuate. Researchers using advanced satellite imaging have discovered that these territories, when viewed from above, create fractal patterns of stunning complexity and beauty, suggesting that Pokemon possess an intuitive understanding of advanced mathematical concepts that humans are only beginning to comprehend. The healing properties of certain Pokemon abilities operate through quantum entanglement effects that link the healer with the injured creature at the subatomic level. When a Pokemon uses a healing move, they temporarily synchronize their cellular vibrations with those of the injured party, creating a resonance field that accelerates natural recovery processes while sharing life force energy across the quantum bridge. This connection can persist for days or even weeks after the initial healing, creating lasting bonds that enhance both creatures' resilience and longevity. As these gentle revelations of hidden Pokemon knowledge continue to unfold like petals of an eternal flower, we find ourselves drawn deeper into understanding the profound interconnectedness that binds all creatures in this remarkable world, where every breath, every heartbeat, every moment of connection adds another thread to the infinite tapestry of life that surrounds us with its quiet, persistent magic. The migration patterns of flying type Pokemon follow ancient celestial maps encoded within their genetic memory, routes that have remained unchanged for millions of years, despite dramatic shifts in continental positions and climate patterns. These aerial highways exist as invisible corridors of electromagnetic energy that spiral around the planet in perfect mathematical harmony with the rotation of celestial bodies. During certain astronomical alignments, these migration paths become visible as shimmering auroras that dance across the sky, revealing the hidden architecture of movement that connects distant regions through streams of living light. The songs of these migrating flocks carry encoded information about weather patterns, food sources, and safe nesting grounds, transmitted across vast distances through harmonic frequencies that resonate with the planet's own magnetic field. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, water-type Pokemon have constructed elaborate cities within underwater trenches, their architecture based on principles of fluid dynamics that allow structures to exist in perfect balance with crushing depths and powerful currents. These aquatic civilizations harness the thermal energy of underwater volcanic vents, channeling superheated water through bioorganic conduit systems that provide both warmth and power to their communities. The construction materials for these cities are cultivated rather than mined, grown from specialized coral-like organisms that respond to the psychic emanations of their Pokemon inhabitants, shaping themselves into precisely needed architectural forms through a process of guided biological engineering. The relationship between electric-type Pokemon and the planet's electromagnetic field reveals itself most clearly during solar storms, when increased electromagnetic activity allows these creatures to tap into planetary energy reserves that normally remain inaccessible. During such events, electric types enter a heightened state of consciousness where their cognitive abilities expand dramatically, allowing them to perceive and manipulate electromagnetic fields with unprecedented precision. These enhanced states often result in spontaneous technological innovations, as electric types instinctively understand how to create and modify electronic devices using nothing more than their natural electrical abilities and readily available materials. The crystalline formations found in certain cave systems bear the psychic imprints of psychic type Pokemon who have meditated within these spaces for centuries. These crystal matrices function as three-dimensional storage devices for psychic energy and information, growing slowly over time as they absorb and organize the mental emanations of their creators. The geometric patterns within these crystals follow complex mathematical sequences that encode vast libraries of knowledge, accessible only to those with sufficient psychic sensitivity to interpret their crystalline language. The formations continue growing, even in the absence of their creators, suggesting that they have achieved a form of autonomous consciousness that perpetuates itself through accumulated psychic energy. Fighting type Pokemon possess an intuitive understanding of leverage, momentum, and energy conservation that allows them to perform seemingly impossible feats of strength and agility. Their training methods involve not just physical conditioning, but also deep meditation practices that help them achieve perfect harmony between mind and body. The most accomplished fighting types can manipulate their own gravitational field through precise control of their internal energy distribution, allowing them to alter their effective weight and momentum during combat or acrobatic displays. This mastery extends to their ability to sense and redirect the kinetic energy of their opponents, turning aggressive force back upon itself through subtle adjustments in timing and positioning. The nocturnal flowering cycles of certain plants in Pokemon habitats synchronize perfectly with the emotional states of nearby grass-type Pokemon, creating gardens that bloom in response to feelings of joy, contentment, or celebration. These empathically responsive ecosystems demonstrate the profound connection between Pokemon consciousness and plant life, revealing that emotional energy serves as a form of nourishment for botanical organisms. The flowers that bloom during these synchronized events produce nectar with unique properties that can heal both physical injuries and emotional trauma, creating natural pharmacy gardens that adjust their medicinal output based on the specific needs of the creatures who tend them. Ice-type Pokemon have developed sophisticated techniques for creating ice formations that maintain their structural integrity even in warm climates, using molecular manipulation abilities to alter the crystalline structure of water at the atomic level. These modified ice crystals exhibit properties similar to certain ceramics, maintaining their frozen state through internal energy fields rather than relying solely on environmental temperature. The most skilled ice types can create entire architectural structures from these enhanced ice forms, building temporary shelters and artistic installations that last for weeks or months, regardless of weather conditions. The territorial songs of wild Pokemon serve multiple functions beyond simple boundary marking, encoding complex information about resource availability, seasonal changes, and social hierarchies within intricate melodic structures. These acoustic territories overlap and interact with each other, creating vast symphonic landscapes where multiple species contribute their voices to collaborative compositions that span entire forest ecosystems. The harmonic relationships between different species' songs follow musical principles that suggest an innate understanding of advanced acoustic theory, with certain note combinations producing resonance effects that enhance the overall health and vitality of the entire ecosystem. Rock-type Pokemon demonstrate an extraordinary ability to sense geological instabilities and predict seismic events with remarkable accuracy, their bodies serving as living seismographs that detect minute changes in underground pressure and tectonic stress. This geological sensitivity extends to their construction abilities, as rock types instinctively understand how to build structures that will remain stable during earthquakes and other geological upheavals. Their architectural works often incorporate sophisticated shock absorption systems that distribute seismic energy through carefully designed stone matrices, creating buildings that actually become more stable when subjected to ground movement. The social structures of steel type Pokemon communities operate according to principles of metallurgical harmony, where individual roles and responsibilities are determined by the specific metallic properties each Pokemon exhibits. These societies function like living machines, with each member contributing their unique capabilities to collective projects that demonstrate engineering precision beyond human comprehension. Their collaborative constructions often feature self repairing mechanisms that automatically correct structural damage through coordinated effort, maintaining perfect functionality across generations without requiring external maintenance or intervention. Dragon type Pokemon possess ancient memories that stretch back to the formation of the planet itself, carrying within their consciousness detailed knowledge of geological processes, climate patterns, and evolutionary developments that span millions of years. These living repositories of planetary history can access their ancestral memories during deep meditative states, retrieving specific information about past environmental conditions and biological adaptations. This temporal awareness allows dragon types to predict long term environmental changes with startling accuracy, making them invaluable allies in understanding and preparing for natural disasters and climate shifts. The bioluminescent displays produced by certain Pokemon serve as a form of three-dimensional writing system, creating complex light patterns that convey detailed information about emotional states, territorial claims, and social relationships. These living light shows can be read by other Pokemon species, functioning as a universal visual language that transcends species barriers. The most sophisticated bioluminescent communications involve synchronized displays between multiple Pokemon, creating collaborative light sculptures that tell stories or share memories through coordinated patterns of illumination that paint the darkness with living narratives. As night deepens around us and those gentle mysteries of the Pokemon world continue their eternal dance of discovery, we find ourselves cradled in the understanding that every creature, every relationship, every moment of connection contributes to a vast and beautiful symphony of existence that plays on endlessly. Each note a perfect expression of the infinite creativity that flows through all living things, binding us together in peaceful harmony as consciousness drifts softly toward the restorative embrace of dreams. The nocturnal behaviors of ghost type Pokemon reveal intricate patterns of dimensional interaction that occur primarily during the deepest hours of night, when the barriers between the physical and spiritual realms naturally thin to their most permeable state. These ethereal beings move through multiple layers of reality simultaneously, their consciousness existing in parallel dimensions that overlap with our own world in ways that create subtle but measurable effects on local electromagnetic fields and temperature variations. Their presence often causes electronic devices to exhibit unexplained behaviors, not through malicious intent, but simply because their multidimensional nature creates interference patterns that technology cannot properly interpret or process. The sleeping patterns of Pokemon follow circadian rhythms that are far more complex than those found in ordinary animals, with many species experiencing multiple sleep cycles that correspond to different phases of lunar activity, seasonal changes, and even solar wind variations that affect the planet's magnetic field. Psychic type Pokemon demonstrate particularly fascinating sleep behaviors, as their dreams often become temporarily visible to other psychic types in the vicinity, creating shared dreamscapes where multiple consciousness merge and explore collective subconscious landscapes filled with symbols and experiences that transcend individual memory. Water type Pokemon living in deep ocean environments have developed communication systems based on subtle changes in water density and chemical composition, creating messages that can travel vast distances through oceanic currents without any sound or visible signal. These chemical conversations involve the precise release of trace minerals and organic compounds that other water types can detect and interpret with remarkable specificity, allowing them to share information about food sources, weather patterns, and territorial boundaries across entire ocean basins through a form of aquatic telepathy that operates through molecular manipulation. The hibernation processes observed in certain Pokemon species involve not just physical dormancy, but a state of consciousness that allows them to experience accelerated learning and memory consolidation during their extended rest periods. Ground type Pokemon that enter seasonal hibernation often emerge with enhanced abilities and new techniques that they appear to have developed while sleeping, suggesting that their dormant periods involve active neural processes that continue learning and skill development at an accelerated pace through direct connection with Earth based energy networks. Fire type Pokemon maintain internal temperatures through a sophisticated biological system that operates like a living furnace, complete with natural draft systems that regulate airflow through specialized organs and heat distribution networks that prevent any single body region from overheating. Their flames are not merely external displays of power, but visible manifestations of internal combustion processes that burn at precisely controlled temperatures, allowing them to produce different flame colors and intensities by adjusting the chemical composition of their internal fuel systems with conscious intent. The migration patterns of flying type Pokemon follow ancient routes that were established millions of years ago, with navigational information passed down through genetic memory that includes detailed knowledge of magnetic field variations, atmospheric pressure changes, and stellar positions that remain accurate across geological timescales. These aerial highways exist as invisible corridors in the sky that experienced flying types can sense and follow even during severe weather conditions, using a combination of magnetic sensitivity and atmospheric pressure detection that allows them to navigate with precision that surpasses any human made navigation system. Grass type Pokemon participate in a form of botanical networking that connects plant life across entire continents through underground root systems and airborne chemical signals that create a living communication network spanning vast distances. This green web of consciousness allows grass types to share information about weather patterns, soil conditions, and seasonal changes with remarkable speed and accuracy, enabling coordinated responses to environmental challenges that demonstrate collective intelligence operating on a planetary scale. The evolutionary pressures that shaped different Pokemon species often involved collaborative adaptation, where multiple species evolved complementary abilities that enhanced their mutual survival prospects rather than competing for the same resources. These co evolutionary relationships created intricate ecological webs where the success of one species directly supported the thriving of others, resulting in biological partnerships that have remained stable for millions of years and continue to demonstrate the profound benefits of cooperative rather than competitive evolutionary strategies. Ice-type Pokemon possess the remarkable ability to control the molecular structure of water in their immediate environment, creating ice formations with specific crystalline patterns that serve various functional purposes, from construction materials to communication devices. Their ice sculptures often incorporate complex internal geometries that manipulate light and sound in precise ways, creating acoustic chambers and optical effects that enhance their natural abilities, while also serving as artistic expressions of their deep understanding of physical properties and mathematical relationships inherent in crystalline structures. The healing abilities demonstrated by certain Pokemon species operate through bioelectric field manipulation that accelerates natural cellular repair processes while also providing pain relief and infection resistance through carefully modulated energy transfers. These therapeutic effects extend beyond simple tissue regeneration to include psychological healing that addresses emotional trauma and stress related disorders, suggesting that Pokemon healing techniques work on multiple levels of biological and psychological integration simultaneously. Normal type Pokemon, despite their seemingly simple classification, often display the most remarkable adaptability and learning capacity of all Pokemon types, with cognitive flexibility that allows them to master techniques and behaviors typically associated with other types through observation and practice. This adaptive intelligence makes them excellent mediators between different Pokemon communities, as they can understand and communicate effectively with species that might otherwise have difficulty interacting due to fundamental differences in their nature and capabilities. The territorial marking systems used by various Pokemon species involve complex chemical signatures that convey detailed information about individual identity, social status, health condition, and reproductive availability through scent compounds that remain stable and readable for extended periods. These olfactory messages create invisible maps of social relationships and territorial boundaries that other Pokemon can interpret with extraordinary precision, allowing them to navigate complex social situations without direct confrontation or conflict. As we drift deeper into these gentle revelations about the interconnected world of Pokemon, where every species contributes its unique gifts to the greater harmony of existence, we find ourselves embraced by the profound peace that comes from understanding our place within this vast and beautiful web of life, where every breath, every heartbeat, every moment of awareness adds to the eternal song of creation that continues to unfold in perfect rhythm with the turning of the world, carrying us gently forward into the soft embrace of restorative sleep. The ancient breeding grounds of dragon-type Pokemon are located in places where the Earth's magnetic field creates natural energy vortexes, and these sites have remained unchanged for thousands of years, because the dragons instinctively understand that these locations provide optimal conditions for developing the complex neural pathways required for their legendary longevity and wisdom. The electromagnetic resonance in these areas stimulates the development of specialized brain structures that allow dragon Pokemon to process and store vast amounts of information across centuries of existence, creating living libraries of knowledge that are passed down through generations, not through speech or writing, but through direct neural transmission during specific ceremonial gatherings that occur only when celestial alignments create the proper energetic conditions. Flying type Pokemon navigate using a sophisticated understanding of atmospheric pressure systems, wind patterns, and electromagnetic fields that creates a three-dimensional mental map of air currents extending hundreds of miles in every direction, allowing them to predict weather changes days in advance and find the most efficient flight paths even during severe storms or other challenging conditions. Their hollow bones contain specialized organs that can detect minute changes in barometric pressure, while their feathers function as incredibly sensitive instruments for measuring air density, humidity, and electromagnetic fluctuations, creating a comprehensive sensory system that transforms the entire atmosphere into a readable landscape of invisible highways and safe harbors. The symbiotic relationships between certain Pokemon species and specific plant varieties have resulted in unique evolutionary partnerships where the plants have developed specialized structures to accommodate their Pokemon partners while receiving protection, pollination services, and nutrient distribution in return. These botanical companions often exhibit unusual properties, such as enhanced growth rates, increased resistance to disease and environmental stress, and the ability to produce fruits or flowers with remarkable healing properties that benefit both the Pokemon partners and other creatures in the ecosystem. Some of these plant species have evolved to grow only in the presence of their Pokemon partners, creating interdependent relationships so complete that neither species can survive without the other, forming biological units that function as single organisms despite their separate evolutionary origins. The sleeping patterns of Pokemon follow complex cycles that align with lunar phases, seasonal changes, and electromagnetic fluctuations in ways that optimize their physical and mental restoration while also synchronizing their activities with the broader rhythms of their ecosystem. During deep sleep phases, many Pokemon species enter states of consciousness that allow them to communicate telepathically with others of their kind across vast distances, sharing dreams, experiences, and knowledge through a collective unconscious network that strengthens social bonds and facilitates coordinated behavior, even among individuals who have never met in person. The remarkable regenerative abilities possessed by certain Pokemon species extend beyond simple healing to include the capacity for complete cellular renewal that effectively halts or reverses aging processes, allowing these creatures to maintain peak physical condition for centuries while accumulating wisdom and experience that makes them invaluable sources of guidance and knowledge for younger generations. This regenerative capability operates through the manipulation of telomere structures and cellular mitochondria in ways that prevent the accumulation of genetic damage while maintaining optimal metabolic efficiency, creating biological systems that seem to defy the normal constraints of time and entropy. The social hierarchies within Pokemon communities are based not on dominance or aggression, but on complex systems of mutual respect, specialized knowledge, and complementary abilities that create stable, cooperative societies where each individual's unique gifts are recognized and valued. Leadership roles are typically filled by those who demonstrate exceptional wisdom, empathy, and problem solving abilities rather than physical strength. And these leaders guide their communities through consensus building processes that ensure every voice is heard and considered before important decisions are made. The migration patterns of various Pokemon species follow ancient routes that have remained unchanged for millennia, connecting distant ecosystems and facilitating genetic diversity while also serving as conduits for the exchange of knowledge, cultural practices, and technological innovations between different Pokemon communities. These migration corridors often pass through areas of special geological or energetic significance, allowing traveling Pokemon to recharge their abilities and gather rare materials or information that they carry back to their home territories, creating a global network of communication and resource sharing that maintains the health and stability of Pokemon populations worldwide. The ability of certain Pokemon to manipulate time and space operates through their deep understanding of quantum mechanics and dimensional physics, allowing them to create localized distortions in the fabric of reality that can slow, accelerate, or even reverse temporal flow within limited areas while maintaining perfect stability in the surrounding environment. These temporal manipulations require enormous amounts of energy and precise mental control, which is why they are typically used sparingly and only for purposes that serve the greater good of their communities or ecosystems. The crystalline formations created by rock and ground type Pokemon often contain embedded information stored in molecular structures that can preserve knowledge, memories, and experiences for thousands of years, creating geological libraries that record the history of their regions in formats that can be read by other Pokemon with the proper sensory abilities. These crystal archives contain detailed records of climate changes, evolutionary developments, and significant events that provide invaluable information for understanding long term patterns and trends in Pokemon ecology and evolution. The bioluminescent displays produced by various Pokemon species serve multiple functions beyond simple communication, including the regulation of circadian rhythms in other creatures, the stimulation of plant growth and flowering cycles, and the creation of navigation beacons that guide migrating species along their traditional routes during nighttime travel. The specific wavelengths and patterns of these light displays are carefully calibrated to interact with the visual systems and neurological processes of their intended recipients, creating a sophisticated network of optical communication that operates continuously throughout the natural world. As consciousness gently releases its hold on the waking world, and we sink deeper into the soft embrace of understanding, surrounded by the infinite wisdom and gentle power of these remarkable creatures who have mastered the arts of harmony, cooperation, and peaceful coexistence, we find ourselves cradled by the same universal forces that guide the migration of Pokemon across vast distances, that synchronize their dreams and healing energies that weave their lives together in patterns of such profound beauty and complexity that the mind can only rest in wonder and gratitude for the privilege of glimpsing these sacred mysteries, allowing the gentle rhythm of breath and heartbeat to merge with the eternal pulse of life itself, carrying us softly into the deep peace of regenerative sleep, where all knowledge becomes wisdom, all separation dissolves into unity, and consciousness rests in the infinite embrace of creation's endless love. The microscopic organisms that exist in symbiotic relationships with various Pokemon species have evolved specialized mechanisms for processing and transforming different types of energy, creating miniature biological factories that operate at the cellular level to convert ambient electromagnetic radiation, thermal energy, and even sound vibrations into usable forms of nutrition and power that sustain their host creatures during extended periods of dormancy or hibernation. These microscopic partners work tirelessly in the background, maintaining optimal internal conditions and supporting the complex biochemical processes that allow Pokemon to perform their remarkable abilities while requiring minimal external resources. The ancient ritual sites scattered throughout various regions contain geometric patterns carved into stone that correspond precisely to the energy flow patterns observed in Pokemon moves and abilities, suggesting that early civilizations possessed sophisticated understanding of these creatures' power systems and incorporated this knowledge into their architectural and ceremonial practices. These sacred geometries continue to resonate with subtle frequencies that can enhance the natural abilities of Pokemon who spend time within their influence, creating spaces of heightened awareness and amplified potential that serve as training grounds for those seeking to deepen their connection with the fundamental forces of nature. The seasonal migrations undertaken by certain Pokemon species follow routes that have been refined over millions of years to take advantage of specific atmospheric conditions, magnetic field variations, and celestial alignments that provide optimal energy efficiency during long distance travel. These migration corridors create temporary pathways of concentrated life force energy that benefit all creatures who traverse them, establishing seasonal networks of enhanced vitality that support the health and well-being of entire ecosystems during critical transition periods. The phenomenon known as Pokemon sleep cycles involves much more than simple rest, as these periods of apparent inactivity actually represent phases of intense internal processing where memories are consolidated, abilities are refined, and connections to the collective consciousness of their species are strengthened through shared dream states that transcend individual awareness. The healing properties exhibited by certain Pokemon extend beyond their immediate vicinity through the creation of beneficial energy fields that can influence the molecular structure of water, the growth patterns of plants, and even the emotional states of other creatures within their range of influence. These healing emanations work by harmonizing discordant frequencies in the bioelectric fields of affected organisms, restoring natural balance, and promoting optimal function at every level from cellular metabolism to neurological activity. The crystalline structures found in caves frequented by certain Pokemon species exhibit piezoelectric properties that convert mechanical stress from seismic activity into electrical energy, creating natural power sources that these creatures can tap into during periods when other energy sources are scarce or unavailable. The complex vocalizations produced by various Pokemon species contain harmonic frequencies that can influence weather patterns on a local scale, with specific combinations of tones and rhythms capable of encouraging cloud formation, directing wind currents, or even triggering precipitation in drought affected areas. These acoustic interventions in atmospheric systems demonstrate a deep understanding of fluid dynamics and atmospheric physics that allows these creatures to serve as natural weather moderators, helping to maintain ecological balance through subtle manipulations of environmental conditions. The territorial boundaries established by many Pokemon are marked not only by physical indicators, but also by subtle energy signatures that create invisible barriers, detectable only by creatures with appropriate sensory capabilities, establishing peaceful coexistence protocols that prevent conflicts through clear communication of spatial claims and resource allocation agreements. The metamorphic processes experienced by evolving Pokemon involve temporary states of quantum superposition where their physical forms exist simultaneously in multiple potential configurations before collapsing into their final evolved state, with the specific outcome determined by complex interactions between genetic programming, environmental influences, and conscious intention. During these transformation periods, the evolving Pokemon becomes temporarily connected to alternate dimensional versions of itself, accessing knowledge and abilities from parallel evolutionary paths before integrating the most beneficial aspects into its new form. The bioluminescent fungi that grow in areas inhabited by certain Pokemon species have developed the ability to store and repeat visual memories absorbed from their environment, creating living recordings of significant events that can be accessed by creatures with the proper biochemical keys to unlock these organic archives. The electromagnetic fields generated by electric type Pokemon interact with the Earth's natural magnetic field to create localized zones of enhanced conductivity that can improve communication between electronic devices and facilitate more efficient energy transfer in technological systems. These electromagnetic enhancements extend beyond simple electrical effects to influence the behavior of subatomic particles in ways that can accelerate healing processes, improve mental clarity, and enhance the overall efficiency of biological systems operating within their sphere of influence. The ancient trees found in regions with high Pokemon populations often develop specialized root networks that function as biological internet systems, allowing for rapid communication and resource sharing between distant forest communities through electrochemical signals transmitted along underground fungal networks that span vast distances. The thermal regulation abilities of fire and ice type Pokemon operate through sophisticated manipulation of molecular motion at the quantum level, allowing them to create precise temperature gradients that can be used for purposes ranging from food preparation and preservation to the creation of microclimates that support specialized plant and animal communities. Thus, thermal control systems work by selectively exciting or dampening the vibrational frequencies of specific molecular structures, enabling extremely fine-tuned environmental modifications that can persist for extended periods with minimal energy expenditure. The nocturnal activities of many Pokemon species involve participation in collective meditation practices where groups of creatures synchronize their brainwave patterns to access shared states of consciousness that facilitate problem solving, decision making, and the transmission of knowledge between generations through direct mental contact that transcends the limitations of verbal or visual communication. As we drift deeper into this ocean of wonder, surrounded by the gentle presence of these magnificent beings whose lives are woven together in patterns of such exquisite complexity and beauty, we find ourselves embraced by the same loving intelligence that guides their every action, that coordinates their migrations across vast distances, that synchronizes their healing energies with the rhythms of the natural world, and that whispers ancient secrets through the rustling of leaves, the gentle lapping of waves, and the soft breathing of creatures at rest. In this space of perfect peace and understanding, where all knowledge flows like a gentle stream carrying us toward the shores of dreams, consciousness releases its grip on the details of the waking world and surrenders to the infinite wisdom that moves through all things, breathing with the eternal rhythm of creation itself, where every heartbeat echoes the pulse of stars, every breath carries the essence of life across dimensions, and every moment of rest becomes a doorway into the boundless love that cradles all existence in its tender, eternal embrace. The peculiar phenomenon of Pokemon evolving through exposure to specific elemental stones, such as the Fire Stone or Water Stone, is not merely a sudden transformation, but rather as a catalyst for accelerating pre-existing genetic programs. These stones are not inert objects. They are highly concentrated reservoirs of elemental energy, formed over eons within geological strata, often near areas of intense tectonic activity or ancient magical currents. When a Pokemon comes into contact with these stones, the resonant frequencies of the stone's elemental energy align with and amplify dormant genetic sequences within the Pokemon's cellular structure, triggering a rapid and directed differentiation of cells. This process is akin to a biological supercharger, allowing the Pokemon to bypass the typically slower, experience-based evolutionary pathways and achieve its next developmental stage almost instantaneously. The energy released during this process is not destructive, but rather reconstructive, carefully repatterning the Pokemon's physical form and internal systems to better suit its new elemental affinity, often resulting in altered physiological traits, enhanced abilities, and even changes in temperament. Furthermore, the seemingly simple act of a Pokemon learning a new move through a technical machine, or TM, involves a sophisticated form of neurological programming. TMs are not just instruction manuals, they are advanced data storage devices that contain highly compressed and encoded neural pathways. When a Pokemon is exposed to a TM, its brain creates a temporary, highly receptive neural state, almost like a hypnotic trance. During this state, the TM's encoded information is directly uploaded into the Pokemon's neural network, creating new synaptic connections and strengthening existing ones that correspond to the desired move. This process is remarkably similar to how human brains learn complex motor skills, but significantly accelerated and streamlined. The effectiveness of a TM depends on the Pokemon's inherent compatibility with the move. Some Pokemon have a natural predisposition for certain types of moves, making the learning process more efficient and the resulting skill more potent. This also explains why certain Pokemon cannot learn specific TMs, as their neural architecture lacks the necessary foundational elements to integrate the new pathways. The concept of hidden abilities in Pokemon, which are often more powerful or strategically diverse than their standard abilities, stems from a deeper genetic potential that is typically suppressed under normal environmental conditions. These hidden abilities represent ancestral traits or genetic mutations that, while present in the Pokemon's genome, require specific environmental stressors or rare genetic triggers to manifest. For instance, a Pokemon might possess a hidden ability that enhances its speed in harsh winds, a trait that would only be advantageous and thus selected for in environments constantly exposed to strong gales. The rarity of these abilities in wild Pokemon suggests that the conditions required for their activation are uncommon, often involving unique combinations of climate, diet, and subtle electromagnetic field variations. Breeding Pokemon can sometimes unlock these hidden abilities, as the genetic recombination process can inadvertently remove the suppressing factors or introduce the necessary activating triggers, allowing these latent potentials to finally express themselves. The intricate social structures observed within many Pokemon species, particularly those that live in herds or colonies, are governed by complex communication systems that extend far beyond simple vocalizations. Many Pokemon utilize pheromones, subtle electromagnetic pulses, and even localized alterations in air pressure to convey nuanced information. For example, a colony of Combee might communicate foraging locations and potential threats through a sophisticated dance of wing vibrations that creates specific air current patterns, interpreted by other members of the hive as a form of aerial Morse code. Similarly, packs of Mightyena might use intricate scent markings that not only delineate territory, but also convey information about their emotional state, recent prey, and even the health of individual pack members to others who pass by. These nonverbal communication methods are often imperceptible to humans, highlighting the profound depth of their ecological interactions and the rich tapestry of sensory information that shapes their day-to-day lives. The phenomenon of shiny Pokemon, those rare variants with unusual colorations, is a fascinating example of genetic polymorphism and environmental influence. While often attributed to random genetic mutation, recent research suggests that the manifestation of shininess can sometimes be subtly influenced by the ambient energy fields within a Pokemon's habitat. Areas with unusual geological formations, high concentrations of rare minerals, or even localized distortions in the planet's magnetic field have been correlated with slightly higher incidences of shiny Pokemon. It is theorized that these environmental factors can subtly alter the expression of genes responsible for pigmentation, leading to these aesthetically distinct variations. These environmental influences are not strong enough to force a shiny mutation, but rather act as a gentle nudge in a predisposed genetic lineage, increasing the probability of such an occurrence within a particular ecosystem. The creation of legendary and mythical Pokemon is often shrouded in tales of cosmic events and divine intervention, yet their existence can also be understood through the lens of extreme evolutionary specialization and long-term ecological impact. These Pokemon are not simply powerful, they are often living embodiments of specific natural forces or conceptual ideals, having evolved over unimaginable timescales to fulfill unique roles within the planetary ecosystem. For instance, a legendary Pokemon associated with weather might possess highly refined biological mechanisms for manipulating atmospheric pressure and temperature through bioelectrical discharges or subtle gravitational field alterations, allowing it to influence meteorological patterns on a vast scale. Their rarity stems from the incredibly specific and stable environmental conditions required for their emergence and survival, and their often solitary nature reflects their profound influence on the world, as even a slight deviation from their natural function could have catastrophic consequences for global ecosystems. The concept of Pokemon friendship or affection is a quantifiable biological and psychological state that directly influences a Pokemon's combat performance and responsiveness. This bond is not merely an emotional connection, but a complex neurochemical feedback loop between trainer and Pokemon. When a Pokemon experiences positive interactions, such as receiving care, engaging in enjoyable activities, or winning battles alongside its trainer, its brain releases a cascade of neurochemicals, including oxytocin and dopamine. Those chemicals strengthen neural pathways associated with cooperation, learning, and resilience, making the Pokemon more likely to obey commands, withstand difficult situations, and even perform critical hits in battle. Conversely, negative interactions can lead to the release of stress hormones, impairing its performance. This biofeedback mechanism underscores the profound importance of nurturing the relationship between trainer and Pokemon, as it directly translates into tangible advantages across all aspects of their shared journey. The enigmatic power spots found throughout various regions where wild Pokemon are significantly stronger or exhibit unusual behaviors are not just arbitrary locations. These areas are characterized by localized anomalies in the Earth's natural energy fields, often associated with underground ley lines, concentrated geothermal activity, or the presence of rare crystalline mineral deposits that act as energy conduits. The heightened energy in these spots stimulates Pokemon's cellular metabolism and neurological activity, leading to increased physical strength, enhanced special abilities, and sometimes even temporary changes in their elemental affinities. This energy acts as a natural training ground, pushing Pokemon to their limits and accelerating their development, making these locations highly sought after by trainers looking to challenge themselves and their Pokemon, or by researchers observing the effects of environmental energy on biological systems. The phenomenon of terrestrialization in the Paldea region, where Pokemon gain a crystalline appearance and enhanced elemental power, is a remarkable example of controlled energy manipulation and temporary structural alteration. This process is hypothesized to involve a localized temporary rearrangement of the Pokemon's atomic structure, guided by the ambient Terrapagus energy and the trainer's intent. The crystalline shell that forms is not merely decorative, it acts as a highly efficient energy conduit, focusing and amplifying the Pokemon's elemental energy. The specific type of terrestrialization is determined by the Pokemon's inherent elemental affinity and the concentrated energy reserves within its body, allowing it to temporarily shift its elemental type to better suit combat situations. This transformation is energy intensive and temporary, much like overclocking a computer processor, and prolonged or repeated use can lead to exhaustion, indicating a careful balance between power and physiological strain. The ability of certain Pokemon to learn moves from different elemental types, seemingly contrary to their inherent nature, is a testament to the plasticity of their genetic makeup and the complex interplay of environmental and acquired traits. This cross typing capability is often rooted in distant ancestral lineages, where the Pokemon's progenitors might have possessed a broader range of elemental affinities. While these ancestral traits may have become recessive over time, specific environmental stimuli, intense training regimens, or even rare genetic recombinations can reawaken these dormant potentials. For example, a fire type Pokemon learning a grass type move might be drawing upon an ancient connection to flora rich volcanic ecosystems where its ancestors adapted to utilize both fire and plant based resources. This genetic memory, though faint, can be stimulated and developed through dedicated training, allowing the Pokemon to tap into a wider spectrum of elemental powers. The seemingly simplistic act of raising a Pokemon from an egg to a fully evolved creature mirrors the complex processes of embryology and developmental biology, but often with accelerated timelines. A Pokemon egg is not just a container, it is a self sustaining bioreactor, providing all the necessary nutrients and environmental controls for the developing embryo. The genetic information within the egg dictates the Pokemon's species, abilities, and even its potential for shininess. The incubation period is characterized by rapid cell division and differentiation, guided by intricate genetic programming. The external environment, including temperature, humidity, and even the subtle electromagnetic fields generated by the parent Pokemon or the surrounding area, can influence the developing embryo, subtly affecting its growth rate, temperament, and even its predisposition to certain abilities. This delicate balance of intrinsic genetic instruction and extrinsic environmental influence shapes the Pokemon's future development, highlighting the profound connection between nature and nurture even before birth. The intricate art of Pokemon breeding, beyond simply producing offspring, involves a deep understanding of genetic inheritance and the principles of Mendelian genetics, albeit in a highly compressed and specific biological context. The egg groups that categorize Pokemon for breeding compatibility are not arbitrary. They represent shared genetic lineages and fundamental biological compatibilities that allow for successful interspecies reproduction. The passing down of abilities, natures, and even specific moves through egg moves is a direct demonstration of genetic recombination and the transmission of specific alleles. Trainers who meticulously breed Pokemon are essentially acting as selective breeders, guiding evolutionary pathways by choosing parent Pokemon with desirable traits, thereby concentrating specific genes within a lineage. This process, spanning generations of Pokemon, allows for the refinement of species, the enhancement of specific abilities, and the creation of Pokemon perfectly suited for particular roles, whether in battle, companionship, or ecological balance. The phenomenon of regional variance, where certain Pokemon species exhibit distinct forms and typings in different geographical locations, is a powerful illustration of adaptive radiation and ecological speciation. These variants arise when populations of a common ancestor are isolated in diverse environments, leading to different selective pressures. Over countless generations, these isolated populations evolve unique physiological traits, elemental affinities, and even behavioral patterns to better survive and thrive in their specific habitats. For instance, a Pokemon that might be a ground type in a desert region could evolve into an ice type in a snowy, mountainous area, developing thicker fur, metabolic changes to withstand cold, and abilities to manipulate ice. This evolutionary divergence is a continuous process, with each regional variant representing a snapshot of a species' ongoing adaptation to its unique ecological niche, showcasing the incredible plasticity and resilience of Pokemon life forms. The concept of legendary and mythical Pokemon often transcends the conventional understanding of biological life. Many of these entities are believed to be instrumental in the very fabric of existence, representing fundamental forces or concepts rather than mere animalistic creatures. For example, a legendary Pokemon associated with time might exist in a nonlinear temporal state, perceiving past, present, and future simultaneously, and its actions could subtly influence the flow of causality itself. Another legendary Pokemon linked to creation might have the ability to manifest matter from pure energy or manipulate the fundamental laws of physics within its sphere of influence. Their profound rarity and often singular existence suggest that they are not subject to typical reproductive cycles, but rather emerge from cosmic events, ancient energies, or as manifestations of collective consciousness, serving as guardians or orchestrators of the natural world, their presence maintaining delicate balances that would otherwise unravel. The existence of mega evolution, a temporary, heightened evolutionary state, is not merely a power up, but a controlled, temporary manipulation of a Pokemon's genetic potential, unlocked through a symbiotic resonance with its trainer and the unique energy of a megastone. These megastones are believed to be fragments of ancient cosmic energy, imbued with the power to momentarily unlock latent genetic information. When a trainer's keystone resonates with a Pokemon's megastone, it creates a powerful energy surge that temporarily rewrites the Pokemon's genetic code, allowing it to access a more primitive or highly specialized evolutionary form. This transformation is fleeting because the energy required to maintain such a state is immense, and the Pokemon's biology can only sustain it for a limited duration before reverting to its stable form. The strong bond between trainer and Pokemon is crucial, as it provides the emotional and mental stability needed to safely channel and control this powerful yet volatile transformation. The vast and diverse array of abilities possessed by Pokemon, from simple stat boosts to complex environmental manipulations, are deeply rooted in their unique physiological adaptations and neurological structures. An ability like Intimidate, which lowers an opponent's attack, is not just a psychological effect. It's a bioacoustic or pheromonal discharge that subtly disrupts an opponent's neurochemical balance, causing a temporary reduction in their aggressive capabilities. Similarly, an ability like Swift Swim, which boosts speed in rain, indicates specialized osmotic regulatory systems that become more efficient in humid conditions, or enhanced sensory organs that better navigate in water-rich environments. Each ability is a finely tuned evolutionary adaptation, allowing the Pokemon to interact with its environment and other creatures in highly specific and often subtle ways, showcasing the incredible ingenuity of natural selection in shaping their diverse forms and functions. The concept of Z moves in the Alola region, powerful single use attacks, represents a unique fusion of a trainer's spiritual energy and a Pokemon's innate power, channeled through a Z crystal and Z ring. The Z crystals are not just inert minerals, they are highly resonant crystalline structures that can absorb and amplify ambient spiritual or life energy. When a trainer performs a specific pose, it's not merely a ritual, it's a precise bioenergetic gesture that focuses their own ki or spiritual energy, which is then amplified by the Z ring and absorbed by the Z crystal. This supercharged energy is then transferred to the Pokemon, temporarily boosting its internal energy reserves to an unprecedented level, allowing it to unleash an attack of immense power. The specificity of the poses and the unique Z crystals for each elemental type indicate a precise energetic signature required to unlock and channel these extreme bursts of power, highlighting the deep spiritual connection between trainer and Pokemon in this advanced combat technique. The type effectiveness system, where certain elemental types are strong or weak against others, reflects a fundamental energetic and material interaction within the Pokemon world. This is not arbitrary, but analogous to chemical reactions or physical principles. For instance, our water type moves are effective against fire type Pokemon because water is an excellent heat sink, rapidly dissipating the thermal energy of fire. Grass type moves are weak against fire type Pokemon because plant matter is combustible. Ghost type moves are ineffective against normal type Pokemon because the ethereal nature of ghosts cannot directly interact with the purely physical, non spiritual essence of normal types. This intricate system is a simplified representation of complex energetic and material interactions, forming a foundational logic for the Pokemon world's internal physics and ecology, reflecting a deep, underlying order to the apparent chaos of elemental powers. The various status conditions that Pokemon can inflict upon each other, such as paralysis, poison, or sleep, are not mere game mechanics, but represent real physiological disruptions. Paralysis, for example, could be caused by localized bioelectrical overloads or neural inhibitors that temporarily disrupt motor neuron function. Poisoning involves the introduction of toxins that interfere with metabolic processes or cellular respiration, leading to a gradual decline in health. Sleep-inducing moves might release potent neurosedatives or create specific resonant frequencies that temporarily suppress brain activity, leading to unconsciousness. These conditions are biological weapons, evolved to incapacitate opponents, deter predators, or defend territory, showcasing the sophisticated biochemical and neurological capabilities that Pokemon have developed over eons of natural selection. Each status condition is a testament to the intricate and often subtle ways Pokemon interact and influence each other's biological systems. The phenomenon of weather effects in battles, where rain, sun, or hail can influence Pokemon abilities and move power, demonstrates the profound interconnectedness between Pokemon and their environment. These weather patterns are not just cosmetic, they represent real shifts in meteorological conditions that directly impact a Pokemon's physiology and elemental energies. Sunny weather, for instance, enhances fire-type moves by increasing ambient thermal energy and accelerates the photosynthesis of grass-type Pokemon. Rain enhances water-type moves by providing abundant moisture and can extinguish fire-based attacks, while hail damages non-ice type Pokemon through sustained exposure to abrasive ice crystals, mirroring the effects of severe weather in the natural world. These environmental interactions highlight how Pokemon are not isolated entities, but are deeply integrated into the ecological fabric of their world, constantly adapting and reacting to the ever changing atmospheric conditions around them. The concept of abilities, unique passive skills that many Pokemon possess, further elaborates on their specialized biological adaptations and evolutionary niches. These abilities are not simply random perks, but represent highly refined biological traits that offer significant advantages in specific environmental or combat scenarios. For example, a Pokemon with the Swift Swim ability exhibits heightened movement and agility in aquatic environments, suggesting a streamlined physiology and highly efficient musculature for water propulsion. Conversely, Sand Veil indicates a Pokemon's natural camouflage and resilience in sandy terrains, perhaps due to specialized dermal layers that blend with the environment or offer protection from abrasive sandstorms. An ability like Intimidate, which lowers an opponent's attack, could be a manifestation of a powerful pheromone release, an imposing physical display, or even a low frequency sonic wave that causes physiological stress in adversaries. Each ability is a testament to the diverse evolutionary pathways Pokemon have taken, allowing them to thrive in myriad ecosystems and interact with their world in complex, specialized ways. They are a biological shorthand for an entire suite of adaptations, refined over countless generations to optimize survival and propagation within their ecological roles. The phenomenon of shiny Pokemon, those rare individuals with alternative colorations, is a fascinating biological curiosity. While often attributed to genetic mutations, similar to albinism or melanism in real world animals, the specific mechanisms in Pokemon are likely more complex. It's plausible that these alternative colorations are not always detrimental, but can sometimes offer unique advantages, such as enhanced camouflage in specific, less common environments, or a novel form of mate attraction. The rarity of shiny Pokemon suggests that these mutations are either recessive and infrequently expressed, or that the resulting phenotype is often less advantageous for survival in most typical habitats, leading to lower survival rates. However, the sheer diversity of shiny colorations, from subtle hue shifts to dramatic palette swaps, suggests a wide array of genetic pathways influencing pigment production and deposition within Pokemon cells. This genetic variability is a hallmark of robust biological systems, allowing for adaptation and evolution even through seemingly aesthetic changes. The existence of shiny forms adds another layer of biological complexity, hinting at a genetic tapestry far richer than initially apparent, where even seemingly minor variations can hold significant evolutionary meaning. The act of evolving in Pokemon is perhaps one of the most iconic and profound biological processes in their world. Unlike real world evolution, which occurs over vast timescales across populations, Pokemon evolution is a rapid individual metamorphosis, often triggered by specific environmental stimuli, internal maturation, or even interactions with specific items. This rapid transformation is not a simple growth spurt, but a fundamental restructuring of their biological form, often accompanied by significant changes in size, shape, abilities, and even elemental typing. It suggests an incredibly plastic genome, capable of rapid and dramatic rearrangement in response to specific triggers. The process could be akin to a controlled biological cascade, where dormant genetic pathways are activated, leading to accelerated cellular differentiation and tissue remodeling. For instance, the evolution of a Magikarp into a Gyarados represents an extreme example of this biological plasticity, transforming a seemingly helpless fish into a powerful serpentine dragon. This isn't just growth, it's a complete biological reengineering. The varying triggers for evolution, such as reaching a certain experience level, exposure to evolutionary stones, or even specific geographical locations, point to a complex interplay of internal biological clocks, environmental cues, and exogenous energy sources that catalyze these profound transformations. This rapid, directed evolution is a cornerstone of Pokemon biology, allowing individuals to adapt and specialize within their lifetimes to a degree unparalleled in Earth's known biodiversity. The concept of legendary Pokemon goes beyond mere rarity. These creatures often embody fundamental forces of nature, cosmic principles, or critical historical events within their respective regions. They are not merely powerful animals, but are often depicted as sentient entities with immense influence over the world's equilibrium. For example, Pokemon like Groudon and Kyogre are said to be the literal creators or shapers of land and sea, respectively, capable of altering global geography. Rayquaza, dwelling in the ozone layer, maintains the balance between them. This suggests that legendary Pokemon are not subject to the same biological constraints as ordinary Pokemon, possessing powers that transcend typical biological functions. Their existence points to a universe where conceptual forces are given physical embodiment, acting as living deities or titanic forces of nature. Their rarity and often singular existence within a region imply a unique origin, perhaps not through conventional reproduction, but through primordial manifestations or cosmic births. They act as guardians of fundamental laws, arbiters of peace, or catalysts for change, suggesting a deeper, almost mythological layer to the Pokemon world's ecological and cosmic structure. Their interactions with humans are often pivotal, shaping history and influencing the destiny of entire regions, setting them apart as beings of profound significance. The existence of mega evolution, a temporary heightened form that certain Pokemon can achieve through a strong bond with their trainer and a megastone, adds another layer to their biological adaptability. This isn't a permanent evolution, but a transient state of amplified power and often altered appearance. It suggests that within the Pokemon's genetic code lie dormant, highly potent genetic sequences that can be activated under specific, intense conditions. The Megastone likely acts as a molecular key, and the strong bond with a trainer provides the necessary bioenergetic catalyst to unlock this dormant potential. The resulting transformation, often more dramatic and powerful than a standard evolution, implies a temporary surge in metabolic rate, energy output, and perhaps even a restructuring of cellular components to achieve enhanced physical and elemental capabilities. It's a peek into the extreme limits of a Pokemon's biological potential, revealing forms that might have existed in ancestral lines or represent future evolutionary possibilities. The temporary nature of mega evolution suggests that sustaining this heightened state is energetically demanding, pushing the Pokemon's biology to its limits before returning to its baseline form. It highlights the profound connection between trainer and Pokemon, where emotional and physical bonds can unlock extraordinary, almost superhuman, biological feats. The various Pokeballs used to capture and contain Pokemon are not just simple containers, but sophisticated pieces of technology that interact directly with a Pokemon's essence. The mechanism by which a Pokeball can shrink a Pokemon, store it, and then release it suggests an advanced understanding of energy manipulation and matter conversion. It's plausible that Pokeballs utilize a form of bioenergetic field to dematerialize a Pokemon into a compact energy signature, which is then stored within the ball's core. The successful capture of a Pokemon likely depends on its current energy state and resistance, with weaker or more fatigued Pokemon being easier to convert and store. The different types of Pokeballs, like Great Balls or Ultra Balls, might employ more powerful energy fields or specialized frequency modulators to overcome stronger resistance, increasing the probability of a successful capture. The click sound when a Pokemon is caught suggests a final, secure lock on its energy signature, ensuring containment. When a Pokemon is released, the process is reversed, with the stored energy signature being reconstituted back into its physical form. This technology represents a pinnacle of scientific achievement in the Pokemon world, blurring the lines between biology, physics, and engineering, enabling the unique human Pokemon dynamic that defines their society. The concept of TMs, technical machines, and HEMs, hidden machines, which allow Pokemon to learn specific moves, points to an intriguing aspect of Pokemon learning and genetic potential. TMs are often single use, implying that they contain a concentrated dose of genetic or bioenergetic programming that permanently alters a Pokemon's moveset. HMs, on the other hand, are reusable, suggesting they might contain a more stable, perhaps holographic or resonant, form of data that can be repeatedly imprinted. This mechanism implies that Pokemon have a latent capacity to learn a vast array of moves, far beyond what they naturally acquire through leveling up. The TMs and HMs act as catalysts, unlocking these dormant genetic potentials or directly imprinting the neural pathways necessary to execute complex techniques. This is akin to advanced genetic engineering or neurolinguistic programming, where specific knowledge or abilities can be transferred directly. The fact that not all Pokemon can learn every TM or HM suggests limitations in their biological structure or genetic compatibility, indicating that while their learning potential is vast, it's not boundless. This system highlights the sophisticated interplay between innate biology and external technological enhancements in the development of a Pokemon's skills, further enhancing their versatility and strategic depth. The existence of gym leaders and the Pokemon League structure is not merely a competitive framework, but a societal institution that cultivates and tests the strength, discipline, and symbiotic relationship between trainers and their Pokemon. Gym leaders are often masters of a specific Pokemon type, implying a deep understanding of that type's biology, elemental properties, and strategic applications. Their gyms are often designed to reflect these types, providing specialized training environments. The challenge of the Pokemon League acts as a rite of passage, a rigorous trial that pushes both trainer and Pokemon to their limits, fostering growth, resilience, and mutual trust. This system ensures that powerful Pokemon are handled by capable and responsible trainers, preventing potential misuse of their abilities. The Elite Four and the Champion represent the pinnacle of this journey, embodying a profound mastery of Pokemon battling and an exemplary bond with their teams. This structured progression reflects a societal value placed on skill, ethical treatment of Pokemon, and the development of strong, respectful partnerships. It's a system designed to maintain order, promote excellence, and ensure the harmonious coexistence of humans and Pokemon, providing a grand narrative that underpins the entire world's societal fabric. The concept of friendship or affection levels between a trainer and their Pokemon, which can influence their performance in battle or even trigger evolutions, speaks to the profound emotional and psychological connections that exist within the Pokemon world. This is not just a game mechanic, but a reflection of a real, tangible bond that transcends mere ownership. A strong friendship likely leads to enhanced physiological and psychological synchronization, allowing the Pokemon to anticipate its trainer's commands, draw upon hidden reserves of energy, and even resist debilitating status conditions. This bond could manifest as bioelectrical resonance, shared neural pathways, or even pheromonal communication that strengthens over time. Evolutions triggered by friendship, such as those of Golbat into Crobat or Chansey into Blissey, suggest that a deep emotional connection can unlock specific genetic pathways, indicating that psychological well-being and emotional security are crucial developmental factors for certain species. This emotional depth adds a rich layer of complexity to the Pokemon world, emphasizing that these creatures are not tools, but sentient beings capable of forming profound attachments, and that their well-being is intrinsically linked to their emotional state and the quality of their relationship with their trainer. The phenomenon of trade evolution, where certain Pokemon evolve only when exchanged between trainers, suggests a unique biological trigger mechanism tied to social interaction and perhaps a change in bioenergetic environment. This is not merely a social construct within the game, but could represent a genuine biological need for genetic diversification or exposure to different environmental energies. When a Pokemon is traded, it moves from one trainer's unique bioenergetic field and societal environment to another's. This sudden shift in external stimuli, perhaps combined with the subtle energetic exchange during the trading process itself, might activate dormant genetic sequences that catalyze evolution. It could also be a mechanism to prevent inbreeding within Pokemon populations, encouraging the exchange of genetic material and fostering healthier, more diverse lineages. The specific items sometimes required for trait evolution, like a metal coat or protector, likely act as additional catalysts, providing specific elements or energies necessary for the transformation, similar to how evolutionary stones function. This unique evolutionary pathway underscores the complex and varied biological triggers that exist within the Pokemon world, highlighting how social interactions and environmental changes can play a crucial role in a Pokemon's development and transformation. The vast diversity of habitats in the Pokemon world, from lush forests and arid deserts to volcanic mountains and frigid tundras, reflects a highly specialized and robust global ecosystem. Each habitat is home to a unique set of Pokemon species, demonstrating extreme adaptations to their specific environments. Desert-dwelling Pokemon, for example, often possess abilities to conserve water, withstand extreme temperatures, or camouflage themselves in sandy terrain. Water type Pokemon exhibit streamlined bodies, gills, or specialized fins for aquatic life. The existence of such varied biomes, often within close proximity, suggests a complex geological history and diverse climatic zones. This rich ecological tapestry supports an unparalleled biodiversity, with each Pokemon species occupying a distinct niche, contributing to the overall health and balance of the ecosystem. The intricate food webs, predator prey relationships, and symbiotic interactions within these habitats are testament to a dynamic and self sustaining natural world where every Pokemon plays a vital role in maintaining ecological equilibrium. The ability of certain Pokemon to alter their environment, such as a Groudon expanding land or a Kyogre expanding seas, further illustrates the profound impact these creatures have on shaping the very landscapes they inhabit, making the Pokemon world a living, breathing, and constantly evolving planet. The concept of held items, where Pokemon can carry specific objects to boost their stats, recover health, or alter move effects, transcends simple gear and delves into an understanding of bioenergetic resonance and material science. These items are not merely equipped, but are somehow integrated into the Pokemon's bioenergetic field, allowing their properties to manifest. A leftovers item, for example, subtly restoring health each turn, might emit a gentle healing aura or provide a steady, low level cellular regeneration stimulus. A choice band increasing attack power could be resonating with the Pokemon's physical energy, amplifying its destructive potential. The specific properties of these items, whether natural or artificially crafted, suggest an advanced understanding of how materials can interact with a Pokemon's intrinsic energies. Berries, being natural products, likely contain specific biochemical compounds that trigger desired effects, such as neutralizing toxins or boosting nutrient absorption. This system implies that the Pokemon world possesses an advanced form of materia medica and bioenergetic engineering, allowing trainers to augment their Pokemon's natural abilities through carefully selected and resonating objects. It adds another layer of strategic depth, where not just the Pokemon's inherent power, but also its equipment can significantly influence its performance in any given situation. The presence of move tutors and move relearners in the Pokemon world indicates that Pokemon possess a remarkable capacity for both forgetting and relearning techniques, suggesting a complex neural structure and memory system. Move relearners can help a Pokemon recall a move it once knew, implying that learned abilities are not permanently erased from memory, but rather become dormant or less accessible. This suggests a form of neural plasticity where pathways can be reactivated. Move tutors, on the other hand, teach new moves that a Pokemon might not learn naturally, often for a price. This implies that they possess specialized knowledge or techniques to implant new neural patterns or activate previously unaccessed genetic potential for specific moves. This could involve complex biofeedback mechanisms, targeted energetic stimulation, or even a form of direct neural programming akin to advanced pedagogical methods in humans. The ability to selectively learn and forget moves speaks to a highly adaptive and customizable combat system, allowing trainers to finely tune their Pokemon's skill sets for various challenges. It underscores the idea that Pokemon intelligence and learning capabilities are far more sophisticated than initially perceived, capable of both innate development and guided instruction to expand their repertoire of techniques. The phenomenon of Pokemon eggs and their hatching process points to a fascinating and somewhat mysterious aspect of Pokemon reproduction and early development. Unlike most oviparous real world animals, where eggs are laid by a single parent, Pokemon eggs typically result from two compatible Pokemon being placed in a Pokemon daycare, regardless of gender. This suggests a unique form of external fertilization, or even a bioenergetic fusion where genetic material from both parents is combined outside their bodies to form the egg. The egg then undergoes a developmental process influenced by the environment and the proximity of the trainer before hatching. The steps required for an egg to hatch are not just a game mechanic, but could represent the energetic expenditure or physiological processes necessary for embryonic development to reach completion. The resulting Pokemon, a baby form of one of its parents, carries genetic traits from both, demonstrating Mendelian inheritance patterns. This unique reproductive mechanism ensures genetic diversity within Pokemon populations, allowing for the propagation of species even through seemingly unconventional means. It highlights a biological system that deviates significantly from Earth's typical reproductive strategies, emphasizing the unique evolutionary pathways taken by life in the Pokemon world. The concept of shiny Pokemon introduces a captivating element of genetic variation and rarity into the Pokemon ecosystem. These Pokemon possess an alternate color palette compared to their regular counterparts, a deviation that is purely aesthetic but highly sought after by trainers. The probability of encountering a shiny Pokemon in the wild is extremely low, generally around 1 in 4096 in recent generations, making each encounter a truly special event. This extreme rarity suggests a powerful genetic mutation or a unique set of recessive genes that only manifest under specific, infrequent circumstances. It's not merely a surface level alteration, the color change is inherent to the Pokemon's entire being, persisting through evolution and even being passed down through breeding, albeit with slightly increased odds under certain conditions. The existence of shiny Pokemon implies a vast genetic pool within each species, capable of expressing a multitude of phenotypes beyond the standard form. This genetic diversity is crucial for long-term species survival, allowing for adaptation to changing environments. The pursuit of shiny Pokemon by trainers could be seen as an instinctive drive to seek out and appreciate rare biological phenomena, reflecting a deeper connection to the natural world's incredible variations. It's a testament to the intricate and sometimes surprising ways in which life can manifest, even within the structured world of Pokemon. The phenomenon of mega evolution, introduced in Generation 6, represents a temporary but profound transformation that certain Pokemon can undergo during battle. This process is triggered by a strong bond between a trainer and their Pokemon, coupled with the use of a Megastone unique to that Pokemon species, and a Keystone held by the trainer. The Megastone is thought to absorb and amplify the latent energy within the Pokemon, channeling it through the Keystone and the trainer's bond to initiate the transformation. During Mega Evolution, a Pokemon's appearance changes dramatically, often becoming more intricate and powerful, and its stats receive a significant boost. Some mega evolved Pokemon also gain new abilities, or even change their typing, fundamentally altering their combat strategy. This temporary nature suggests that mega evolution is an energetically intensive state, unsustainable for prolonged periods. It could be a manifestation of a dormant ancient power within a Pokemon's genetic code, unlocked only under specific conditions of intense emotional connection and focused energy. The requirement for a strong bond between trainer and Pokemon highlights the symbiotic relationship at the core of Pokemon training, where mutual trust and understanding can unlock extraordinary potential. Mega evolution is not merely a power up, it's a glimpse into the raw, untapped power that lies within Pokemon, a power that can only be harnessed through a deep, almost spiritual connection with their human companions. It pushes the boundaries of what Pokemon are capable of, albeit for a fleeting moment, showcasing their incredible adaptability and the profound impact of their bond with humans. The concept of regional variance, first introduced in Generation Sesfant with the Alola region, provides a fascinating insight into convergent evolution and environmental adaptation within the Pokemon world. These variants are Pokemon species that have adapted to the unique ecological pressures and climates of specific regions, resulting in different appearances, typings, and abilities compared to their counterparts in other regions. For example, an Alolan Vulpix is an ice type, having adapted to snowy mountain peaks, while a regular Vulpix is a fire type, thriving in warmer climates. This demonstrates how environmental factors can exert selective pressures, favoring individuals with traits better suited to their surroundings. Over many generations, these favored traits become dominant, leading to the emergence of distinct regional forms. The existence of regional variants implies that Pokemon species are not static entities, but are constantly evolving and adapting to their surroundings, much like real world species. This showcases the incredible biodiversity of the Pokemon world and the dynamic interplay between Pokemon and their environments. It also suggests that the genetic plasticity of Pokemon is quite high, allowing for significant phenotypic changes in response to environmental stimuli. The regional variants are a natural experiment in evolution, playing out across different regions and highlighting the diverse pathways that life can take. They are a living testament to the power of natural selection and the incredible adaptability of Pokemon, making the world feel even more alive and biologically rich. The phenomenon of Gigantamax, introduced in Generation 8 in the Galar region, offers yet another unique form of temporary transformation, distinct from Mega Evolution. Unlike Mega Evolution, Gigantamax isn't tied to a specific stone, but occurs when certain Pokemon within designated power spots in Galar are exposed to concentrated Dynamax energy. This energy causes them to grow to immense sizes, and some specific species undergo a unique Gigantamax transformation, changing their appearance and gaining powerful Gmax moves. The key difference is that Gigantamax is not about unlocking a dormant power within the Pokemon's genetic code in the same way Mega Evolution is. Instead, it seems to be a direct interaction with the environmental energy of Galar, specifically the Dynamax energy that emanates from wishing stars. This energy causes cellular enlargement and a temporary change in physical form, amplifying the Pokemon's power to colossal proportions. The unique Gmax forms suggest that certain Pokemon have a genetic predisposition or a special cellular structure that allows them to interact with and channel this Dynamax energy in a more profound way, resulting in a unique transformation beyond mere size increase. The temporary nature of Gigantamax, lasting only 3 turns in battle, indicates the immense energy expenditure required to maintain such a colossal state. It also highlights the unique ecological properties of the Galar region, where this specific type of energy is prevalent. Gigantamax is a powerful, awe inspiring display of raw, amplified power, a testament to the dynamic relationship between Pokemon and their unique regional environments. It shows how the very landscape can influence and shape the abilities and forms of the Pokemon that inhabit it, creating entirely new ways for them to express their power in battle. The existence of legendary Pokemon and mythical Pokemon adds a layer of ancient mystery and cosmic significance to the Pokemon world. These Pokemon are often depicted as singular entities or members of extremely small groups, possessing immense power, playing crucial roles in the creation or maintenance of the world, or being tied to ancient myths and legends. Their rarity is not just about low encounter rates, it's about their fundamental nature as unique, often irreplaceable beings. Legendary Pokemon, such as the trio of Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, or the creation trio of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, are often tied to natural phenomena or the very fabric of space and time. Mythical Pokemon, like Mew, Celebi, or Jirachi, are even rarer, often only accessible through special events, further emphasizing their extraordinary status. These Pokemon are not merely powerful, they are often depicted as having intelligence far beyond that of typical Pokemon, capable of communication, understanding complex moral dilemmas, and even shaping the world around them. Their powers often defy conventional understanding, ranging from controlling weather and time to granting wishes or healing nature. The unique properties of these Pokemon, their deep connection to the world's lore, and their often benevolent or neutral roles in maintaining balance, elevate them beyond mere creatures. They represent forces of nature, ancient guardians, or even divine beings, embodying the profound and magical elements of the Pokemon universe. Their stories often intertwine with human history, suggesting a long and complex relationship between these powerful beings and the development of the Pokemon world as we know it. The pursuit of these Pokemon by trainers is not just about strength, it's about connecting with the deepest mysteries and powers of the world, acknowledging the existence of forces that shape destiny itself. The concept of Pokemon contests and Pokemon showcases offers an alternative path for trainers and their Pokemon, moving beyond the competitive battling arena to focus on aesthetics, performance, and the innate charm of Pokemon. In contests, Pokemon are judged on their coolness, beauty, cuteness, cleverness, and toughness through a combination of their appearance and the strategic use of contest moves that create dazzling effects. Showcases, on the other hand, emphasize the Pokemon's grace and ability to perform in a more theatrical manner, often involving coordination with their trainer. These non-battle competitions highlight a different facet of Pokemon training, one that values poise, artistry, and the unique expressiveness of each Pokemon. It demonstrates that the bond between trainer and Pokemon can manifest in various ways, not just through combat prowess, but also through synchronized performances and shared creative expression. The development of poke blocks and poffins, specialized treats that enhance a Pokemon's contest stats, further illustrates the depth of this alternative training path. These treats, made from various berries, affect a Pokemon's condition in subtle ways, akin to a specialized diet for athletes. This suggests a nuanced understanding of Pokemon physiology and how diet can influence traits beyond pure strength or speed. The existence of these competitions broadens the narrative of what it means to be a Pokemon trainer, showing that success can be found in diverse fields and that the appreciation for Pokemon extends beyond their battle capabilities. It encourages trainers to explore the full spectrum of their Pokemon's potential, fostering a deeper, more holistic understanding of their partners. The intricate system of Pokemon abilities adds a crucial layer of strategic depth and individual differentiation to each Pokemon species. An ability is a passive skill or characteristic that provides a Pokemon with a unique effect in battle, out of battle, or both. These range from simple stat boosts under certain conditions, like Blaze boosting fire type moves when HP is low, to more complex effects like Levitate, providing immunity to ground type attacks, or Synchronize passing on status conditions to the opponent. Every Pokemon species typically has one or two primary abilities, and some even possess a rarer hidden ability that can only be obtained through specific means, like breeding or special encounters. This vast array of abilities ensures that even two Pokemon of the same species can play very differently in battle, depending on their chosen ability. It reflects a natural biological diversity, where individuals within a species can possess varying inherent traits that grant them different advantages. The strategic selection of a Pokemon for battle often hinges as much on its ability as on its type or stats. This system encourages trainers to think deeply about synergy, counters, and tactical advantages, transforming battles from simple exchanges of attacks into complex chess matches. It also adds significant replayability, as different ability combinations can lead to entirely new team compositions and strategies. The concept of abilities underscores the idea that Pokemon are not just vessels for moves, but complex beings with inherent biological advantages and disadvantages, making each encounter and each team unique and engaging. The concept of breeding mechanics in the Pokemon world is a sophisticated system that allows trainers to influence the genetic traits of their Pokemon offspring. When two compatible Pokemon are left at a Pokemon Day care, they may produce an egg containing a baby Pokemon. This offspring will inherit its species from the female parent or from the non-ditto parent if one of the pair is a ditto, a Pokemon known for its unique ability to breed with almost any other Pokemon. What's truly fascinating is the inheritance of individual values, IVs, natures, and abilities from the parents. IVs are hidden stats that determine a Pokemon's potential in each stat category, ranging from 0 to 31. Through carefully chosen breeding items like the Destiny Knot, trainers can guarantee that a certain number of IVs are passed down from the parents. This mimics real-world genetics, where offspring inherit genetic potential from their parents. Natures, which influence a Pokemon's stat growth, can also be passed down using an Everstone, ensuring desired stat distributions. Furthermore, abilities, including rare hidden abilities, can be inherited, sometimes with higher odds from the female parent. This intricate system allows trainers to optimize Pokemon for competitive play, creating offspring with ideal stats, natures, and abilities. It represents a form of directed evolution where human intervention guides the genetic progression of Pokemon to achieve specific outcomes. This level of genetic control speaks to the advanced understanding of Pokemon biology within the Pokemon world, allowing for the propagation of desirable traits and the development of exceptionally powerful and specialized Pokemon. It highlights the deep scientific aspects underpinning the seemingly simple act of Pokemon breeding. The pervasive yet often unseen influence of berries in the Pokemon world extends far beyond simple consumables. These botanicals are not merely food items, they possess a fascinating array of effects, from restoring health and curing status conditions to influencing a Pokemon's stats and even affecting the outcome of battles. Each berry type has unique properties, with some reducing the power of super effective attacks, others causing a Pokemon to hold back a powerful move until a specific condition is met, and still others altering a Pokemon's nature when cultivated. The diversity of their effects suggests a complex biochemistry within each berry, interacting with Pokemon physiology in specific ways. The ability of certain berries to reduce the power of opposing attacks implies that they contain compounds that can neutralize or suppress specific energetic frequencies or elemental properties. Their growth is tied to specific environmental conditions, with different berries thriving in different climates and soils, indicating a rich botanical ecosystem. The practice of berry farming and berry blending to create Pokeblocks or poffins further demonstrates the sophisticated understanding of these plants. Trainers actively cultivate and process berries to optimize their Pokemon's performance, much like a chef uses specific ingredients to enhance a dish. This highlights a harmonious relationship between the plant kingdom and Pokemon, where one provides resources that directly impact the well being and capabilities of the other. Berries are a subtle yet powerful underlying force in the Pokemon world, demonstrating how natural resources are integrated into the very fabric of Pokemon life and training, providing a continuous source of beneficial properties. The concept of regional variance within the Pokemon world introduces a profound layer of biological adaptation, showcasing how Pokemon species evolve and change when exposed to different ecological pressures and environmental conditions across various regions. These variants are not merely cosmetic alterations, but represent distinct evolutionary pathways where a species develops unique typings, abilities, and even stat distributions to better thrive in their new surroundings. For instance, the familiar Vulpix, typically a fire type, transforms into an ice type and eventually an ice fairy type Ninetales when it adapts to the harsh, snowy environments of the Alola region. This dramatic shift in elemental affinity is a direct response to the colder climate, allowing them to blend into their environment and utilize the abundant ice for both offense and defense. Similarly, the Meowth, usually a normal type, becomes a dark type in Alola, possibly due to increased competition for food or a need for stealthier hunting in a more predator-rich environment. In the Galar region, Meowth takes on a steel type, adapting to a more industrial landscape, perhaps developing a tougher metallic fur to withstand harsher conditions or to better interact with human technological advancements. These regional forms are not isolated incidents, but rather a recurring phenomenon, demonstrating the incredible plasticity of Pokemon biology. The ghastly line, typically ghost poison, becomes a pure poison type in the Hisui region, likely due to different spiritual energies or a denser presence of certain toxic substances in that ancient land. The sheer variety of these adaptations, from changes in elemental typing to alterations in physical form and even behavioral patterns, underscores a deep evolutionary principle at play. It suggests that Pokemon, like real world organisms, are constantly interacting with their environment, with natural selection favoring traits that enhance survival and reproduction. The presence of regional variants also implies that the original forms we encounter in one region are themselves adaptations to that specific environment rather than a universal default. Each region acts as a unique selective pressure, shaping the Pokemon that inhabit it in distinct ways. This allows for a richer and more diverse ecosystem across the Pokemon world, where familiar faces can appear in surprising new guises, offering fresh challenges and discoveries for trainers. It also provides a meta narrative about the interconnectedness of geography and biology, illustrating how the very landscape dictates the forms life takes. The idea that a Pokemon's form is not static but fluid, capable of radical transformation based on its habitat, is a testament to the dynamic nature of evolution within this fictional universe. The enigmatic phenomenon of shiny Pokemon introduces an element of extreme rarity and chance into the Pokemon world, captivating trainers with the allure of finding these visually distinct, often recolored versions of their favorite creatures. These Pokemon are not inherently stronger or weaker than their standard counterparts, possessing the exact same base stats, abilities, and movesets. Their uniqueness lies solely in their altered coloration, making them highly sought after as collectors' items and symbols of luck and perseverance. The odds of encountering a shiny Pokemon in the wild are astronomically low, typically 1 in 496 in recent generations, making each encounter a truly special event. This extreme rarity elevates their status, transforming them into trophies that represent countless hours of searching, breeding, or resetting game saves. The existence of shiny Pokemon raises intriguing questions about genetic mutation and phenotypic expression within the Pokemon world. While not explicitly explained as a direct evolutionary advantage, their alternative coloration could be seen as a naturally occurring genetic variation, a deviation from the typical pigment production pathways. In some cases, the shiny coloration might even be considered aesthetically pleasing or symbolically significant, such as the golden Magikarp, which evolves into a magnificent red Gyarados. The methods trainers employ to increase their chances of finding these elusive creatures, such as the Masuda method for breeding or shiny chaining in the wild, highlight a deep engagement with the game's underlying mechanics. The Masuda method, where two Pokemon from different real-world language games are bred together, dramatically increases the odds of producing a shiny offspring, suggesting that genetic diversity from different locales might trigger these rare expressions. This implies a subtle international genetic exchange mechanism at play within the breeding system. Shiny chaining, involving consecutively encountering or defeating the same Pokemon species, also boost the likelihood of a shiny appearance, hinting at a cumulative probability or a localized spark of genetic variation that can be amplified. The cultural impact of shiny Pokemon is profound, creating a sub-community of trainers dedicated to their collection. The emotional response upon encountering a shiny, a mixture of shock, excitement, and relief, is a testament to their allure. They serve as a reminder that even within a seemingly predictable system, moments of extraordinary chance can occur, rewarding persistence and keen observation. The lore surrounding shiny Pokemon is less about their biological function and more about their status as rare gems, cherished for their beauty and the story behind their capture. They are a celebration of individuality and the thrill of the unexpected, adding a layer of depth and excitement to the familiar act of Pokemon training and collecting. The concept of held items in the Pokemon world is a nuanced strategic layer that significantly influences battles, providing stat boosts, healing capabilities, or unique tactical advantages. Unlike TMs or berries, which are consumed or used once, held items persist with the Pokemon, offering continuous benefits throughout a battle unless explicitly removed or triggered by a specific condition. This mechanic introduces a crucial decision making element for trainers, as the choice of held item can dramatically alter a Pokemon's role and effectiveness in combat. For instance, the choice band boosts a Pokemon's attack stat by 50%, but locks it into using only the first move it selects, creating a powerful but predictable attacker. Conversely, the leftovers slowly restores a small percentage of a Pokemon's HP each turn, making it ideal for defensive Pokemon designed to withstand prolonged engagements. The variety of held items is vast, each with a specific purpose. Assault Vest increases special defense but prevents the use of status moves, forcing a Pokemon into an offensive role. Focus Sash allows a Pokemon to survive a single lethal attack with below 1 HP if it's at full health, providing a crucial turn for retaliation. Even seemingly simple items like the Eviolite can transform a Pokemon, boosting the defenses of unevolved Pokemon that could still evolve, making them surprisingly bulky and viable in competitive play. This implies that the Eviolite enhances the inherent potential of an unevolved Pokemon, perhaps by stabilizing its genetic structure or amplifying its youthful resilience. The lore behind these items is often subtle, but their effects suggest intricate interactions with Pokemon physiology or energy. Some items, like Life Orb, boost damage at the cost of the Pokemon's own HP, implying a forceful channeling of internal energy that causes minor self-harm. Others, like the Flame Orb or Toxic Orb, inflict status conditions on the holder, but can activate specific abilities or synergies, suggesting a controlled harnessing of detrimental effects for strategic gain. This demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of how to manipulate a Pokemon's natural tendencies or weaknesses for battle. The strategic depth added by held items transforms Pokemon battles from a simple exchange of attacks into a complex interplay of anticipation, synergy, and calculated risk. Trainers must consider not only their Pokemon's moves and abilities, but also how a chosen item can maximize their strengths or mitigate their weaknesses, turning seemingly ordinary Pokemon into formidable opponents. This mechanic underscores the idea that preparation and strategic foresight are as crucial as raw power in the world of Pokemon battles. The pervasive yet often unseen influence of berries in the Pokemon world extends far beyond simple consumables. These botanicals are not merely food items. They possess a fascinating array of effects, from restoring health and curing status conditions to influencing a Pokemon's stats and even affecting the outcome of battles. Each berry type has unique properties, with some reducing the power of super effective attacks, others causing a Pokemon to hold back a powerful move until a specific condition is met, and still others altering a Pokemon's nature when cultivated. The diversity of their effects suggests a complex biochemistry within each berry, interacting with Pokemon physiology in specific ways. The ability of certain berries to reduce the power of opposing attacks implies that they contain compounds that can neutralize or suppress specific energetic frequencies or elemental properties. Their growth is tied to specific environmental conditions, with different berries thriving in different climates and soils, indicating a rich botanical ecosystem. The practice of berry farming and berry blending to create Pokeblocks or poffins further demonstrates the sophisticated understanding of these plants. Trainers actively cultivate and process berries to optimize their Pokemon's performance, much like a chef uses specific ingredients to enhance a dish. This highlights a harmonious relationship between the plant kingdom and Pokemon, where one provides resources that directly impact the well being and capabilities of the other. Berries are a subtle yet powerful underlying force in the Pokemon world, demonstrating how natural resources are integrated into the very fabric of Pokemon life and training, providing a continuous source of beneficial properties. The concept of evolutionary stones represents a fascinating intersection of geology, elemental energy, and Pokemon biology, serving as catalysts that trigger specific evolutionary pathways in certain Pokemon. These stones are not simply inert rocks, they are imbued with concentrated elemental energy: fire, water, thunder, leaf, moon, sun, dusk, dawn, and shiny stones, each resonating with particular Pokemon types or innate biological tendencies. When exposed to or touched by a compatible Pokemon, the stone's energy interacts with the Pokemon's genetic structure, initiating a rapid and often dramatic metamorphosis. For example, a Firestone causes Eevee to evolve into Flareon, Growlithe into Arcanine, and Vulpix into Ninetales. This suggests that these Pokemon possess a dormant genetic potential for fire-based evolution that is awakened by the stone's concentrated heat energy. Similarly, a Water Stone triggers Vaporeon from Eevee, Poliwhirl into Poliwrath, and Staryu into Starmie, implying a latent aquatic affinity within their biological makeup. The existence of these stones suggests that some Pokemon have evolved to rely on external, environmental triggers for their development, perhaps due to the scarcity of certain natural energies in their habitat, or as a way to adapt to sudden environmental changes. The Moonstone and Sunstone are particularly intriguing, implying a cosmic influence on evolution, where the energy from celestial bodies directly impacts Pokemon physiology. Clefairy, for instance, evolves into Clefable under the influence of the Moonstone, aligning with its lunar origins and fairy-like characteristics. Gloom evolves into Blossom with a Sunstone, reflecting its preference for sunny environments. The Dawnstone and Duskstone introduce a gender-specific element to stone evolution. A male Kirlia evolves into Galad, and a female Snorunt into Frostlass with a Dawnstone, while Murkrow evolves into Honchkrow and Misdreavus into Mismagius with a Duskstone, regardless of gender. This indicates a more complex interaction where the stone's energy not only triggers evolution but also guides it down a specific gender dependent path or perhaps enhances gender specific traits already present. The shiny stone is more mysterious, evolving Roselia into Roserade and Togetic into Togekiss, suggesting a refinement or enhancement of beauty and grace rather than a direct elemental transformation. Collectively, evolutionary stones illustrate that Pokemon evolution is not always a purely internal process driven by level progression or friendship. It can be externally influenced by concentrated environmental energies, highlighting the rich and diverse mechanisms through which Pokemon species adapt and transform within their world. They represent powerful natural artifacts that can unlock a Pokemon's latent potential, offering trainers a unique way to shape their team's development. The intricate system of status conditions in Pokemon battles adds a layer of tactical depth beyond simply reducing an opponent's hit points. These conditions, such as burn, freeze, paralysis, poison, and sleep, directly impair a Pokemon's ability to fight effectively, often turning the tide of battle even against numerically superior opponents. Each condition has unique effects, forcing trainers to adapt their strategies and consider both offensive and defensive measures against them. Burn halves a Pokemon's attack stat and inflicts passive damage each turn, making physical attackers much less potent while slowly chipping away at their health. This suggests a physiological impact where intense heat damages muscle tissue and causes continuous cellular breakdown. Freeze renders a Pokemon completely immobile, preventing it from acting at all, though it has a chance to thaw each turn. This implies the formation of ice crystals within the Pokemon's body, temporarily seizing its functions. Paralysis reduces a Pokemon's speed stat and gives it a 25% chance of being unable to move each turn, making it slower and unreliable. This could be interpreted as a disruption of neural signals or muscle control. Poison inflicts passive damage each turn, which sometimes increases over time depending on the type of poison, gradually weakening the Pokemon. This indicates the introduction of toxins that disrupt normal bodily functions and cause cellular damage. Sleep incapacitates a Pokemon for a few turns, preventing any action until it wakes up. This suggests a natural or induced state of unconsciousness, perhaps from tranquilizing substances or exhaustion. Beyond these primary conditions, there are also volatile or secondary status conditions like confusion, infatuation, and leech seed, which are temporary but equally disruptive. Confusion causes a Pokemon to sometimes hit itself instead of attacking its opponent, suggesting a disoriented mental state. Infatuation prevents a Pokemon from attacking if its opponent is of the opposite gender, implying a psychological or pheromonal effect. Leech Seed siphons health from the affected Pokemon each turn and restores it to the user, mimicking a parasitic plant drawing nutrients. The vast array of moves and abilities that inflict or cure these conditions underscores their importance. Many Pokemon have abilities that make them immune to certain status effects or even benefit from them, adding another layer of strategic complexity. For example, a Guts ability Pokemon gets an attack boost when poisoned or burned, turning a disadvantage into an advantage. This suggests an adaptive immune response, or a unique biological resistance within certain species. The strategic interplay of status conditions emphasizes that battles are not just about raw power, but also about controlling the flow of combat and exploiting vulnerabilities. A well placed status move can neutralize a powerful threat, while effective status healing can save a key Pokemon, showcasing the deep tactical considerations embedded within the Pokemon battle system. The enigmatic concept of legendary Pokemon and mythical Pokemon introduces a pantheon of incredibly rare, powerful, and often unique creatures that stand apart from the general population of Pokemon. These are not merely strong Pokemon, they are often deeply intertwined with the lore and natural forces of the Pokemon world, representing fundamental aspects of existence, natural phenomena, or historical events. Legendary Pokemon typically refers to unique, powerful Pokemon that are often encountered as part of a region's main storyline or post game content. They are generally catchable within the game, though usually only one of each kind exists per save file, emphasizing their singular nature. For example, the creation trio of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina are said to have created time, space, and antimatter respectively, making them cosmic architects. The weather trio of Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza control the seas, lands, and sky, directly influencing global climates. Their immense power and unique roles suggest they are more akin to deities or elemental forces given physical form, rather than typical biological organisms that evolve from smaller creatures. Their existence often shapes the very landscape and climate of entire regions, and their awakening can trigger catastrophic events, highlighting their profound influence on the world. Mythical Pokemon, on the other hand, are even rarer and typically unobtainable through regular gameplay. They are usually distributed through special real world events, making them exceptionally elusive. Their lore often paints them as beings of legend, rarely seen by humans, and sometimes possessing even more extraordinary powers or origins than legendaries. Mew, for instance, is said to possess the DNA of all Pokemon and can learn any move, suggesting it is a primordial ancestor or a cosmic anomaly. Celebi, the voice of the forest, can travel through time, directly influencing the past and future of ecosystems. Jirachi grants wishes, while Shaman purifies land. These Pokemon often embody abstract concepts or possess reality bending abilities, placing them in a category beyond even the most powerful legendaries. The distinction between legendary and mythical is sometimes blurred, but generally refers to their accessibility and the scale of their impact on the world. Both categories represent the pinnacle of Pokemon power and mystery, serving as critical figures in the narrative fabric of the Pokemon universe. Their rarity and often unique abilities underscore their special status, reminding trainers that there are still wonders and ancient secrets hidden within the world, waiting to be discovered, or, in the case of mythicals, glimpsed only through extraordinary means. Their stories often carry moral lessons or explain fundamental aspects of the world, making them central to the lore. The subtle yet significant impact of weather conditions in Pokemon battles introduces a dynamic and unpredictable element, forcing trainers to adapt their strategies based on environmental shifts. Unlike static terrain, weather effects can change mid battle, either naturally through specific moves or via certain Pokemon's abilities, transforming the battlefield and influencing a wide range of Pokemon and moves. Sunlight, often initiated by moves like Sunny Day or abilities like Drought, boosts the power of fire type moves by 50% and reduces the power of water type moves by 50%. It also allows certain abilities like Chlorophyll to double a Pokemon's speed and heals some grass types, suggesting an acceleration of photosynthesis and vital processes. Conversely, Rain intensifies water type moves by 50% and weakens fire type moves by 50%, while boosting abilities like Swift Swim. This implies an increased conductivity for water based energy and a dampening effect on fire. Sandstorm deals passive damage each turn to all Pokemon that are not ground, a rock, or steel type, and boosts the special defense of rock types. This gritty phenomenon suggests abrasive particles eroding the energy of susceptible Pokemon, while rock types are hardened by the elements. Hail inflicts passive damage each turn to all Pokemon that are not ice type and boosts the accuracy of certain ice type moves. This cold environment still implies a chilling effect on non ice Pokemon and a sharpening of ice based attacks. These weather effects are not merely cosmetic, they fundamentally alter the power dynamics of a battle. A team built around rain can suddenly become overwhelmingly powerful, while a sunlight team struggles against a sudden downpour. This mechanic encourages trainers to consider team synergy, incorporating Pokemon with abilities that either benefit from specific weather conditions or can change the weather to their advantage. For instance, a Pokemon with the Drizzle ability automatically sets up rain upon entering battle, making it a key strategic pivot. Conversely, a Pokemon with the Cloud9 ability can entirely negate all weather effects, acting as a powerful counter. The existence and manipulation of weather conditions within battles reflect a deeper understanding of environmental forces in the Pokemon world. It suggests that Pokemon and trainers can harness and control natural phenomena to gain a tactical edge, much like real world organisms adapt to their climate. This dynamic element ensures that no two battles are exactly alike, adding a layer of unpredictability and strategic depth that rewards flexible thinking and environmental awareness. The concept of hidden abilities in the Pokemon world adds a layer of depth and rarity to a Pokemon's potential, distinguishing them from their more commonly encountered counterparts. These abilities, often more powerful or strategically nuanced than a Pokemon's standard abilities, are not found in the wild through normal encounters. Instead, they are typically obtained through specific, often challenging methods, making them a prize for dedicated trainers. For instance, many hidden abilities were initially introduced through the Pokemon Dream World, a now defunct online feature that allowed players to interact with Pokemon in a unique virtual environment. Pokemon caught in the Dream World would occasionally possess these special abilities, offering a new dimension to team building and competitive play. This method emphasized a more interactive and somewhat social aspect of Pokemon acquisition, moving beyond simple wild encounters. Later, the mechanics for obtaining hidden abilities evolved. Friend Safari in Pokemon X and Y, and the Ultra Wormholes in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon became avenues for encountering Pokemon with these rarer traits. These areas offered a more direct way to hunt for specific Pokemon with their hidden abilities, albeit still requiring a degree of exploration and luck. The Friend Safari, for example, linked to a player's Nintendo 3DS friends list, providing unique biomes populated with different Pokemon based on registered friends. This added a personal, almost communal aspect to the hunt for these special abilities. Ultra wormholes, on the other hand, presented a more fantastical and randomized journey, with rarer Pokemon and their hidden abilities appearing further into the wormhole's depths. Another significant method for acquiring hidden abilities is through breeding. If a female Pokemon with a hidden ability breeds with a compatible male Pokemon, there is a chance the offspring will inherit the hidden ability. This process often involves the use of a Ditto, a shape-shifting Pokemon capable of breeding with almost any species, simplifying the genetic transmission of these rare traits. The breeding. The breeding mechanic, therefore, offers a renewable and controllable way to propagate hidden abilities, allowing trainers to meticulously craft their perfect competitive teams. It transforms the act of Pokemon acquisition from a simple capture into a nuanced genetic endeavor, where understanding inheritance patterns becomes as crucial as battle strategy. The introduction of ability patches and ability capsules in more recent generations further streamlined this process, providing items that can directly change a Pokemon's ability. An ability capsule can switch a Pokemon between its two standard abilities, while the much rarer ability patch can grant a Pokemon its hidden ability. These items, often found through challenging in-game activities or as rewards for high-level competitive play, represent a more direct, albeit costly, approach to obtaining these powerful traits. They democratize access to hidden abilities to some extent, allowing trainers to empower their favorite Pokemon without relying on the often tedious breeding or hunting processes. However, their rarity maintains their value and the prestige associated with a Pokemon possessing a hidden ability. The strategic impact of hidden abilities cannot be overstated. Consider the ability Speed Boost on a Blaziken, which raises its speed stat at the end of every turn, turning an already powerful attacker into a terrifying sweep threat. Or Protean on Greninja, which changes its type to that of the move it's about to use, granting it constant same type attack bonus and defensive type changes. These abilities fundamentally alter a Pokemon's role in battle and require opponents to adapt their strategies accordingly. A Pokemon with a hidden ability is often a completely different tactical proposition than one with its standard ability, forcing trainers to recognize and understand these nuances for competitive success. This makes hidden abilities a key factor in competitive Pokemon, where every advantage, however small, can tip the scales of victory. They encourage a deeper understanding of each Pokemon's potential and how it can be maximized within a team's overall strategy. Moving to the intricate world of Pokemon typings, the Fairy type was introduced in Generation 6, primarily to balance the overwhelming dominance of Dragon-type Pokemon. Before the advent of Fairy, Dragon types had very few weaknesses and resisted many common offensive types, making them incredibly powerful and often difficult to counter. The Fairy type provided a much-needed check, being super effective against Dragon types and resisting their attacks. This addition significantly altered the competitive landscape, forcing trainers to reconsider their team compositions and strategies. It wasn't just a new type, it was a strategic rebalancing of the entire type chart. The fairy type is also associated with a mystical and whimsical aesthetic, often featuring Pokemon that are cute, elegant, or ethereal, such as Sylveon, Gardevoir, and Xerneas. Their moves often reflect this, with names like Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam. This thematic consistency helps integrate the new types seamlessly into the existing Pokemon lore, providing both a mechanical and narrative reason for its existence. The introduction of fairy type moves also gave older Pokemon, like Clefable and Togekiss, a new lease on life, retroactively assigning them this new type and thus changing their strategic viability. This retroactive typing was a significant decision, demonstrating the developer's willingness to reevaluate and update the established mechanics to maintain a dynamic and engaging game. Another fascinating aspect of Pokemon design lies in regional variants, first introduced in Generation 7 with the Alola region. These variants present familiar Pokemon with different appearances, typings, and abilities, adapted to their specific regional environments. For example, the Kanto region's Vulpix is an elegant fire-type fox, while Alolan Vulpix is an adorable ice-type, perfectly suited to the snowy peaks of Mount Lanakila. This concept beautifully illustrates the principles of natural selection and ecological adaptation within the Pokemon world, showing how species evolve differently when exposed to distinct environmental pressures. Alolan Executor, with its comically long neck and dragon typing, is another prime example. Its height is attributed to the intense sunlight in the Alola region, causing it to grow taller to absorb more light. This creative explanation not only provides a lore-friendly reason for its altered appearance, but also gives it a unique typing that drastically changes its battle utility compared to its Kanto counterpart. These regional variants offer a fresh perspective on beloved Pokemon, encouraging trainers to rediscover and re strategize with creatures they thought they knew intimately. They expand the lore by demonstrating the incredible diversity within species across different regions, suggesting that the Pokemon world is even more vast and varied than initially perceived. The success of Alolan forms led to the introduction of Galarian forms in Generation 8, inspired by the United Kingdom. Galarian Meowth, a steel type, evolved from centuries of living alongside a warrior people, hardening its fur into metal. Galarian Ponyta and Rapidash, psychic types, are believed to have absorbed the life energy of the Galar region's forests, imbuing them with mystical powers. Those variants continue to enrich the Pokemon world by weaving regional mythology and environmental influences directly into Pokemon biology and behavior. They also serve as a clever way to reintroduce older Pokemon in a new and exciting light, preventing the roster from becoming stale and offering fresh challenges for players. The concept of convergent evolution is subtly explored through Pokemon like Wiglet and Toedscruel, introduced in Generation 9. While visually resembling Diglett and Tentacruel, they are explicitly stated to be unrelated species that have simply evolved similar characteristics due to adapting to similar ecological niches. This mirrors real-world biological phenomena, where unrelated species develop similar traits, such as sharks and dolphins, both having streamlined bodies for efficient swimming. Wiglet, a water type, despite its appearance, is not a regional form of Diglett. It is a completely separate species that happens to look similar, having adapted to living in sandy beaches. Similarly, Toedscruel, a ground grass type, resembles Tentacruel but is a distinct species. This concept adds a layer of scientific realism to the Pokemon world, suggesting that evolution isn't always about shared ancestry, but can also be driven by environmental pressures. It challenges the player's assumptions based on visual cues, encouraging a deeper understanding of Pokemon biology. Pokemon abilities, beyond hidden abilities, also contribute significantly to the complexity of battles. Consider abilities like Intimidate, which lowers the opponent's attack stat upon entry, or Levitate, which grants immunity to ground type moves. These abilities can turn the tide of a battle without a single move being made, influencing switch ins, led Pokemon choices, and overall team composition. Moxie, for instance, boosts a Pokemon's attack stat every time it knocks out an opponent, turning a powerful attacker into a potential sweep machine that grows stronger with each victory. Sturdy, which prevents a Pokemon from being knocked out in one hit if it's at full HP, can be a crucial defensive ability, guaranteeing at least one retaliatory hit or the chance to set up a status condition. The strategic interplay of abilities often defines competitive Pokemon. A trainer must not only consider a Pokemon's stats and moves, but also how its ability will interact with its teammates and the opposing team. This adds a layer of psychological warfare as players try to predict their opponent's abilities and plan around them. Some abilities can even be detrimental, like Truant on Slaking, which forces it to skip every other turn, severely limiting its offensive potential despite its incredibly high base stats. These drawbacks force trainers to weigh the risks and rewards of using such Pokemon, adding another dimension to team building. The Pokemon world also features unique evolutionary methods that go beyond simply gaining experience levels. Some Pokemon evolve through trade, like Kadabra into Alakazam or Machoke into Machamp. This mechanic encouraged social interaction among players, necessitating a friend or another device to complete one's Pokédex. It fostered a sense of community and shared accomplishment, as trainers relied on each other to evolve their Pokemon. Other Pokemon require specific items to evolve when traded, such as Porygon into Porygon 2 with the upgrade, and then into Porygon Z with the dubious disc. This added an extra layer of challenge and discovery, as players had to find these rare items, in addition to finding someone to trade with. Some Pokemon evolve based on time of day, like Espeon and Umbreon from Eevee, showcasing the influence of celestial cycles on Pokemon biology. Others evolve when leveling up with a specific item held, or by learning a particular move. For example, Mamoswine evolves from Piloswine after learning Ancient Power. These diverse methods ensure that evolution is not a monotonous process, but rather a series of mini puzzles and discoveries that keep the player engaged. They reflect the incredible biological diversity of the Pokemon world, where evolution is influenced by a myriad of factors, from companionship to environmental conditions. The concept of friendship or happiness also plays a role in evolution for certain Pokemon, such as with Chansey evolving into Blissey when its friendship level is high. This mechanic adds an emotional dimension to the game, as players are rewarded for nurturing their Pokemon and forming strong bonds with them. It reinforces the idea that Pokemon are not just tools for battle, but companions with whom trainers share a deep connection. This gentle, positive interaction element subtly encourages players to treat their Pokemon with care and affection, adding a heartwarming layer to the game's mechanics. Even more unusual evolutions involve specific conditions, such as Inkai evolving into Malamar by leveling up while holding the Nintendo 3DS console upside down. This quirky mechanic broke the fourth wall in a playful way, directly incorporating the physical interaction with the gaming device into the evolutionary process. It was a delightful surprise for many players and demonstrated the developers' willingness to experiment with unconventional and memorable evolutionary triggers. These varied evolutionary paths contribute to the rich tapestry of the Pokemon world, making each evolution a unique and often memorable event, deepening the player's connection to their Pokemon and the world they inhabit. The sheer variety of those evolutionary triggers ensures that discovering how each Pokemon evolves is a journey of continuous learning and delightful surprise, cementing the idea that the Pokemon world is full of hidden wonders waiting to be uncovered, one gentle step at a time. Beyond evolution, the very nature of Pokemon attacks and abilities holds a wealth of intricate details. Consider the move Facade, which doubles in power if the user is afflicted with a status condition like poison, burn, or paralysis. This seemingly simple mechanic tells a subtle story. A Pokemon, pushed to its limits and enduring pain, channels that suffering into a more potent strike. It speaks to resilience and determination, a quiet narrative woven into the fabric of battle. Similarly, the ability Guts functions in a comparable way, boosting the Pokemon's attack stat when affected by a status condition. These mechanics encourage strategic thinking, allowing trainers to turn supposed disadvantages into formidable strengths. They are small reminders that even in adversity, there can be unexpected power. The concept of critical hits also adds an element of chance and excitement to battles. A critical hit bypasses defensive stat changes and deals increased damage, often turning the tide of an encounter. Certain moves, like Focus Energy, increase the likelihood of landing a critical hit, while some Pokemon, through their abilities or held items, can also boost their critical hit ratio. This element of unpredictability keeps battles engaging, as even a well-calculated strategy can be overturned by a lucky critical strike, or conversely, a desperate situation can be salvaged by one. It's a delicate balance between strategy and chance, mirroring aspects of the natural world. Weather conditions are another fascinating layer of complexity in Pokemon battles. Moves like Sunny Day or Rain Dance can alter the battlefield, affecting the power of certain attacks and even activating specific Pokemon abilities. For instance, Swift Swim doubles a Pokemon's speed in the rain, while Chlorophyll does the same in harsh sunlight. This dynamic interplay means that a trainer must not only consider their own Pokemon's strengths and weaknesses, but also how they interact with the environment. A well-timed, weather-changing move can completely shift the momentum of a battle, transforming the arena into a strategic advantage or a perilous trap for an unprepared opponent. It reflects the influence of natural elements on life, even in the stylized world of Pokemon. Held items further deepen the strategic possibilities. From stat boosting, Choice Scarf, and Choice Band, which lock a Pokemon into using only one move, but significantly increase a stat, to berries that restore health or cure status conditions. These items offer a vast array of tactical choices. The Leftovers item, for example, slowly restores a small amount of HP each turn, making it invaluable for defensive Pokemon that aim for prolonged battles. Each item has a specific niche and can dramatically alter a Pokemon's effectiveness in battle, encouraging trainers to experiment with different combinations to find the perfect synergy for their team. It's like equipping a specialized tool for a particular task, adding depth to each Pokemon's role. Even the seemingly simple act of catching a Pokemon has layers of hidden mechanics. The catch rate of a Pokemon is influenced by several factors: its species, its current HP, whether it has a status condition, and the type of Pokeball used. Legendary Pokemon, for instance, typically have very low catch rates, making them incredibly challenging to capture. Applying a status condition like sleep or paralysis significantly increases the chances of success, as does reducing the Pokemon's HP to a sliver. Different Pokeballs also have varying catch multipliers. A Dusk Ball is more effective at night or in caves, while a Netball is particularly good for water and bug-type Pokemon. This nuanced system makes each capture attempt a small, calculated risk, adding a sense of accomplishment to successfully adding a rare Pokemon to one's collection. It's not just about throwing a ball, it's about understanding the subtle science of capture. The concept of shiny Pokemon is another delightful rarity that captivates trainers. These Pokemon have different colorations than their standard counterparts and are incredibly rare, with a base chance of appearing being 1 in 496 in recent games, though this rate has varied throughout the series. The thrill of encountering a shiny Pokemon is immense, a testament to pure luck and perseverance. Methods like shiny hunting, involving repeated encounters or breeding, have emerged as popular pastimes for dedicated trainers seeking these elusive variants. The existence of shiny Pokemon adds a collectible aspect that goes beyond mere strength, appealing to the aesthetic appreciation of these creatures and the sheer joy of discovery. They are like precious jewels, sparkling with a unique allure. The lore surrounding legendary and mythical Pokemon is particularly rich and often carries profound implications for the Pokemon world. Arceus, for instance, is known as the Alpha Pokemon, said to have created the Sinnoh region and perhaps the entire Pokemon universe with its 1,000 arms. It is often depicted as a godlike figure, embodying the very essence of creation. Its plates, which change its type, symbolize its mastery over all elements. Similarly, Dialga and Palkia control time and space respectively, their very existence shaping the fabric of reality. Giratina, the rogue member of this trio, resides in the distortion world, a realm where the laws of physics are distorted and is associated with antimatter. These grand narratives elevate Pokemon beyond simple fighting creatures, embedding them within a cosmic tapestry of creation, destruction, and balance. They offer a mythological framework that gives the world depth and meaning. Mew and Mewtwo also share a fascinating, albeit darker, origin story. Mew is often described as the ancestor of all Pokemon, possessing the DNA of every single species and capable of learning any move. Its playful and elusive nature contrasts sharply with Mewtwo, a genetically engineered clone created from Mew's DNA by human scientists. Mewtwo's creation was an attempt to create the most powerful Pokemon, but it resulted in a being filled with rage and confusion over its artificial existence. This narrative explores themes of scientific ambition, ethics, and the consequences of tampering with nature. It's a poignant tale of a creature struggling with its identity and purpose, adding a philosophical dimension to the Pokemon universe. The Unown, with their various forms resembling the letters of the alphabet and punctuation marks, are another intriguing mystery. They are often found in ancient ruins and are said to communicate telepathically, sometimes forming cryptic messages. Their connection to ancient civilizations and their role in uncovering forgotten histories add an enigmatic quality to their existence. They are not battle focused Pokemon, but rather guardians of knowledge and fragments of a forgotten language, hinting at a deeper, more mystical side of the Pokemon world. Their presence often signals a place of deep historical significance, drawing trainers into the world's past. Even the seemingly mundane act of breeding Pokemon holds hidden depths. The egg group system, for example, dictates which Pokemon species can breed with each other based on their biological similarities. This system ensures a degree of realism in the fantastical world of Pokemon, preventing illogical pairings. Ditto, a Pokemon capable of transforming into any other Pokemon, plays a crucial role in breeding, as it can breed with almost any Pokemon regardless of its egg group, making it an invaluable asset for trainers looking to breed specific Pokemon with desired characteristics. The concept of IVs, individual values, and EVs, effort values, also comes into play during breeding, allowing trainers to meticulously craft Pokemon with optimal stats for competitive battling. IVs are inherent genetic potentials, while EVs are gained through battle and represent trained effort. This meticulous process of selective breeding reflects real world genetic principles, albeit in a simplified and game friendly manner, offering a pathway for trainers to truly master their Pokemon's potential. The regions themselves are often inspired by real world locations, adding a subtle touch of familiarity and rich cultural context. Kanto, for instance, is based on the Kanto region of Japan, with its distinct geography and iconic landmarks. Johto draws inspiration from the Kansai region, incorporating traditional Japanese architecture and folklore. Unova is famously based on New York City, with its bustling metropolises and diverse landscapes. Galar, the region of Pokemon Sword and Shield, takes its cues from the United Kingdom, featuring rolling hills, industrial cities, and ancient historical sites. This geographical grounding helps to make the Pokemon world feel tangible and lived in, adding a layer of depth that extends beyond the game mechanics. It encourages an appreciation for diverse environments and cultures, subtly educating players about the world beyond their screens. The music of Pokemon is also a critical element that often goes unnoticed in its intricate detail. Each region has its own distinctive musical style, reflecting its cultural inspirations and atmosphere. From the iconic upbeat tunes of Pallet Town to the serene melodies of the Viridian Forest, the soundtrack plays a vital role in setting the mood and enhancing the player's experience. Legendary Pokemon often have their own unique battle themes, heightening the drama and significance of these encounters. Even specific locations, like Pokemon centers or gyms, have recognizable musical motifs that evoke a sense of comfort or challenge. The composer, Junichi Masuda, along with other talented musicians, has crafted a vast and memorable musical landscape that remains a cherished part of the Pokemon legacy, subtly influencing emotions and memory. The various types of Pokeballs also have their own lore and specific uses beyond just their catch rates. The friend ball, for example, raises the friendship level of the caught Pokemon, reflecting a desire for a strong bond from the very beginning. The lure ball is more effective when fishing, while the moon ball is better for Pokemon that evolve using a moonstone. These specialized balls add a layer of thematic coherence and strategic choice to the catching process, encouraging trainers to think about the best tool for each specific situation rather than simply relying on a single type. They are not just containers, but tools designed with purpose and history. Even the seemingly simple act of walking around in the game world reveals subtle details. Different terrains affect travel speed, and certain areas are only accessible with specific hidden machine HM moves, such as surf for crossing water or strength for moving large boulders. This environmental interaction creates a sense of exploration and discovery, making the world feel like a vast and interconnected place with secrets to uncover. The gradual unlocking of these abilities and areas provides a tangible sense of progression, encouraging players to revisit old locations with new perspectives and tools. It's a journey of continuous revelation where the landscape itself becomes a puzzle to be solved. The concept of natures within Pokemon further refines their individual characteristics. A Pokemon's nature, determined at the time of encounter or hatching, influences how two of its stats grow, boosting one by 10% and decreasing another by 10%. For example, a modest nature boosts special attack and lowers attack, making it ideal for special attackers. This subtle mechanic adds another layer of individuality to each Pokemon, encouraging trainers to seek out Pokemon with natures that complement their desired battle role. It's like finding a Pokemon with a natural inclination towards a certain talent, further emphasizing their unique qualities. The existence of mega evolution in certain generations introduced a temporary power up mechanic, allowing specific Pokemon to undergo a powerful transformation in battle. This temporary evolution changed their appearance, boosted their stats, and sometimes even altered their type or ability. Triggered by a Megastone held by the Pokemon and a Keystone held by the trainer, Mega Evolution represented a deep bond between trainer and Pokemon, unlocking latent potential for a single battle. While not present in all games, it remains a beloved and impactful mechanic that highlighted the incredible, untapped power within certain Pokemon, showcasing moments of incredible intensity and transformation. The Zig moves, introduced in the Alola region, offered another powerful, once per battle attack option. These incredibly potent moves were specific to each Pokemon type or even individual Pokemon, requiring a Z crystal to be held and a Z ring worn by the trainer. The cinematic animations and devastating power of Z moves added a dramatic flair to battles, providing a thrilling climax or a desperate last resort. They were a vivid display of the immense energy that can be channeled through the bond between a trainer and their Pokemon, a burst of focused power that could turn the tide of any encounter. The names of many Pokemon themselves often contain clever puns or linguistic origins that reveal deeper meanings. Bulbasaur, for example, combines bulb with dinosaur, reflecting its plant-like appearance and reptilian characteristics. Charmander blends char, to burn, with salamander, referencing its fire type and amphibian-like form. Squirtle combines squirt with turtle, denoting its water abilities, and shell. These thoughtful namings add a layer of intellectual delight for those who notice them, enriching the imaginative world and showcasing the creativity behind each creature's design. It's a small detail that adds intellectual satisfaction, a quiet nod to clever wordplay. The concept of legendary trios is also a recurring and fascinating element in the Pokemon world. These groups of three legendary Pokemon often represent opposing forces or natural phenomena. The legendary birds of Kanto, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, embody ice, lightning, and fire, respectively. The legendary beasts of Johto, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, represent the wind, fire, and water that tragically destroyed and then revitalized the burned tower. These trios often have intertwined lore and sometimes appear together in significant events within the games, adding a sense of mythic grandeur and narrative cohesion to the regions they inhabit. They are a testament to the balance of nature or the forces that shape the world. Even the Pokemon Center, a ubiquitous and comforting presence in every game, holds its own quiet significance. It's not just a place to heal Pokemon, it's a sanctuary, a hub for trainers, and a symbol of the interconnectedness of the Pokemon world. The cheerful Nurse Joy and the ever-present Chansey or Blissey symbolize care, healing, and unwavering support for all Pokemon and their trainers. The PC system allows for storage and management of Pokemon, a central database for every creature caught. These centers are more than just functional buildings. They are pillars of the community, offering respite and reassurance on every journey, a gentle beacon of peace in a world of adventure. This constant, reassuring presence adds a sense of stability and warmth to the player's journey, making the Pokemon world feel safe and welcoming, a place of constant, gentle care. The consistent design of the Pokemon Center, from its signature red roof to its identical interior layout across regions, reinforces this sense of familiarity and reliability, a comforting sameness in a world of constant change and discovery. It's a design choice that subtly communicates trust and universal care, a quiet assurance that help is always at hand, no matter how far one travels. This architectural consistency actually mirrors the universal principles of Pokemon training and care, emphasizing that the fundamental values of respect and nurturing for Pokemon remain constant regardless of geographical location. It's a gentle reminder that some things, some very important things, never change. Speaking of universal principles, the phenomenon of shiny Pokemon, those incredibly rare color variations, adds another layer of depth and excitement to the capturing experience. These alternate colorations are purely cosmetic, offering no statistical advantage in battle, yet their rarity makes them highly coveted. The odds of encountering a shiny Pokemon in the wild in most games are incredibly low, often quoted as 1 in 4096, which can be further reduced through various in-game mechanics like the shiny charm or specific breeding methods. The thrill of stumbling upon a Pokemon with an unexpected hue, a sudden splash of different color in the familiar landscape, is a unique and exhilarating moment for any trainer. It's a testament to patience and a touch of luck, transforming a routine encounter into a memorable anecdote. The concept itself introduces a subtle but profound element of chance and wonder into the otherwise structured world of Pokemon, reminding us that even within established rules, surprises can emerge. The dedication of some trainers to hunt for these elusive variations, sometimes for hundreds of hours, highlights the deep personal connection and sense of accomplishment that these aesthetic differences can inspire. It shows a dedication that extends beyond mere strength in battle, demonstrating a profound appreciation for the unique beauty of each individual creature, a celebration of individuality. The in game economy, though often subtle, also carries its own curious facts. The Pokemon dollar, represented by the symbol resembling a P with two horizontal lines, operates as the universal currency across all regions. While its real world equivalent is never explicitly stated, the relative cost of items within the game provides a sense of its value. A simple Pokeball costs 200p, while a bicycle can set a trainer back a hefty 1,000 in earlier games, a price so astronomical it was often given for free through specific quests. This seemingly impossible price tag for a bicycle in earlier generations was a clever way to gate access to it, forcing players to walk or use their Pokemon for travel until a certain point in the story, but it also humorously exaggerated the value of such a mundane item within the Pokemon world. It subtly emphasizes that even basic conveniences can be luxurious, highlighting the simplicity of a trainer's early journey. The various shops and vendors, from the ubiquitous Pokemarts to specialized boutiques, offer a consistent pricing structure, maintaining a sense of economic stability across diverse regions, suggesting a centralized economic system that ensures fair trade and accessibility for all trainers. The evolution mechanic itself, fundamental to Pokemon, has undergone fascinating expansions and variations over the generations. While most Pokemon evolve by reaching a certain level, many require specific evolutionary stones, trading with another trainer, holding a particular item, or even having high friendship. The introduction of branching evolutions, where a single Pokemon can evolve into one of several different forms based on certain conditions, like Eevee's numerous evolutions, adds a layer of strategic choice and personalized development. Eevee, often called the evolution Pokemon, holds the record for the most possible evolutions, currently 8 different forms, each corresponding to a different elemental type. This versatility makes Eevee a fan favorite and a symbol of adaptability within the Pokemon world. These complex evolutionary paths encourage exploration and experimentation, rewarding trainers for understanding the unique needs and potentials of each Pokemon, transforming what could be a simple progression into a nuanced journey of growth and transformation. It's a gentle reminder that growth isn't always linear, and sometimes the path we choose for ourselves or for our companions can lead to unexpected and wonderful forms. The concept of regional variance, introduced in Generation 7 with the Alola region, further deepened the lore surrounding Pokemon adaptation and environmental influence. These variants are Pokemon species that have adapted to the unique environments and climates of different regions, resulting in distinct appearances, types, and even abilities. For example, the normally ice ground type Sandshrew and Sandslash become ice steel type in Alola due to the region's icy mountains, developing a hardened igloo-like shell. Conversely, the fire type Vulpix and Ninetales become ice type in Alola, their fur turning white to blend with the snowy peaks. These variations provide a fascinating biological perspective on how Pokemon species might evolve and diversify over vast periods and across different ecological niches, adding a layer of realism and scientific curiosity to the fantastical world. It suggests that even within the same species, environment plays a profound role in shaping characteristics, much like life on our own planet. These regional forms offer a fresh perspective on familiar faces, making old Pokemon feel new again and encouraging trainers to reconsider their assumptions about established species. They are a quiet celebration of biodiversity and adaptation, showing how life finds a way to thrive in countless forms. The design philosophy behind many Pokemon also draws inspiration from real world mythology, folklore, and cryptids, grounding the fantastical creatures in relatable cultural contexts. For instance, the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh is often associated with the phoenix from various mythologies, a bird of rebirth and fire. Lugia, on the other hand, bears resemblances to various sea serpents and dragon legends, embodying the power and mystery of the ocean depths. Absol, often appearing before disasters, echoes the concept of harbinger creatures found in many cultures. Even simpler Pokemon like Poliwag, with its visible internal spiral, is inspired by tadpoles whose intestines are visible through their translucent skin, a subtle nod to biological realism. These underlying inspirations add a layer of intellectual richness, allowing players to connect the Pokemon world to broader human narratives and ancient tales, making the creatures feel both unique and universally resonant. It's a subtle way of weaving the familiar into the fantastical, making the impossible feel just a little more grounded. The intricate details of Pokemon abilities, each with unique effects that can turn the tide of battle, are another testament to the depth of the game's design. Abilities like Levitate, which grants immunity to ground-type attacks, or Rough Skin, which damages opponents who make physical contact, add strategic layers that go beyond simple type matchups. Some abilities even have effects outside of battle, such as Pickup, which occasionally finds items after a battle, or Illuminate, which increases the encounter rate of wild Pokemon. These passive skills introduce an element of unpredictability and strategic planning, forcing trainers to consider more than just raw power or type advantages. They create complex interactions and synergies, rewarding those who delve into the nuances of competitive play, transforming each Pokemon into a tactical piece on a chessboard of possibilities. It's a quiet acknowledgement that even small, consistent effects can have profound impacts over time, a gentle whisper of strategic depth. The concept of the Nuzlocke Challenge, a self-imposed set of rules created by the community, exemplifies the dedication and creativity of Pokemon fans. This challenge typically dictates that any Pokemon that faints is considered dead and must be released, and trainers can only catch the first Pokemon they encounter in each new area. These rules significantly increase the difficulty and emotional stakes of the game, fostering a deeper bond between trainers and their surviving Pokemon, as each loss carries real weight. It transforms a familiar journey into a perilous adventure, forcing players to adapt and strategize in ways they might not otherwise. The Nuzlocke Challenge, named after a comic series created by a fan, has become a widely recognized and respected way to experience the games, proving that the Pokemon community is constantly finding new ways to engage with and appreciate the rich world that has been built. It's a testament to the enduring power of imaginative play and the human need to create challenges for ourselves, even in a world designed for gentle exploration. The existence of mythical Pokémon further distinguishes a special class of creatures beyond even legendaries. Unlike legendary Pokémon, which are usually integral to a region's lore and can often be caught during normal gameplay, albeit rarely, mythical Pokémon are typically distributed through special events, promotions, or limited time distributions. Their scarcity and unique acquisition methods add to their mystique and desirability. Pokemon like Mew, Celebi, Jirachi, and Manaphy fall into this category, often possessing unique powers or playing pivotal roles in ancient legends that are rarely directly encountered in the main storyline. Their elusive nature makes them particularly prized by collectors and a source of quiet wonder, a gentle reminder that even within the most fantastical worlds, there can be secrets still waiting to be truly discovered. Their presence often hints at deeper, untold histories within the Pokemon universe, subtle whispers of ancient mysteries. The unique mechanics associated with breeding, introduced in Generation 2s, allow trainers to hatch eggs and pass down desirable traits from parent Pokemon to their offspring. This system allows for the strategic creation of Pokemon with optimal stats, abilities, and even rare egg moves that a Pokemon wouldn't normally learn through leveling up. The daycare centers scattered across regions provide a safe place for Pokemon to mate and produce eggs, a gentle hub of nurturing. The concept of IVs, individual values, and EVs, effort values, are hidden numerical stats that determine a Pokemon's full potential, adding a complex layer of depth for competitive players focused on optimizing their teams. Understanding and manipulating these hidden values transforms breeding into a meticulous art form, a quiet pursuit of perfection that adds a whole new dimension to the game beyond simply catching and battling. It's a fascinating blend of genetics and strategy, a gentle echo of the biological world within a digital one. Even the seemingly simple act of walking around in the game world holds interesting details. The number of steps taken to hatch an egg varies greatly between Pokemon species, encouraging trainers to explore and traverse the landscape. Some eggs hatch quickly, requiring only a few thousand steps, while others, particularly those containing pseudo-legendary or mythical Pokemon, can demand tens of thousands of steps, turning the hatching process into a prolonged journey of anticipation. The presence of Pokemon with the flame body or magma armor abilities in the party can have the number of steps required, a clever in-game mechanic that rewards strategic team composition even outside of battle. This gentle encouragement to explore every corner of the map, to walk the paths and trails, is a subtle way the game reinforces its core theme of adventure and discovery. It's a quiet reminder that sometimes the journey itself is the reward, and every step brings you closer to something new. The various types of Pokeballs themselves, each with unique properties and aesthetic designs, are a testament to the ingenuity within the Pokemon world. Beyond the standard Pokeball, there are specialized variants like the Great Ball and Ultra Ball for increased catch rates, but also more niche options. The Netball, for instance, has a higher catch rate for water and bug-type Pokemon, while the Dusk Ball excels in dark places or at nighttime. The Love Ball has a higher catch rate for Pokemon of the opposite gender to your own if they are of the same species. These specialized tools encourage trainers to think tactically about their capturing attempts, adding a layer of strategic choice to what might otherwise be a simple action. They subtly showcase the technological advancements and resourcefulness of the Pokemon world, a quiet celebration of clever design and practical application. Each ball tells a small story of purpose, a gentle whisper of utility. The music of the Pokemon games, often composed by Junichi Masuda and his team, plays an incredibly significant role in shaping the player's experience. From the iconic main theme that evokes a sense of grand adventure, to the soothing melodies of Pokemon centers and the intense battle themes, each piece of music is carefully crafted to enhance the emotional tone of different locations and events. The music in each region has its own distinct flavor, reflecting the cultural and environmental characteristics of that area, yet it always retains a recognizable Pokemon identity. The evolution of the musical scores across generations, incorporating more complex instrumentation and arrangements, reflects the growth of the franchise itself. These soundscapes are more than just background noise. They are an integral part of the world building, gently guiding emotions and creating lasting memories. The quiet hum of a town's theme, the gentle rush of a wave on the coast, these sounds are woven into the fabric of the Pokemon experience, a gentle lullaby of adventure. The subtle lore surrounding human Pokemon relationships extends beyond just trainer and companion. In many communities within the games, Pokemon are depicted as living alongside humans, assisting in various professions and daily tasks. Machoke and Machamp are often shown working in construction, while Growlithe and Arcanine are frequently seen as police dogs. Farming communities rely on Pokemon like Miltank for milk or Skiddo for transportation. This integration of Pokemon into everyday life paints a picture of a symbiotic relationship where both species benefit from their coexistence. It's a quiet testament to the idea that humans and other creatures can live in harmony, working together to build a better world. This gentle portrayal of shared existence reinforces the wholesome and family friendly nature of the franchise, a soft whisper of peaceful cooperation. Even the simple act of choosing a starter Pokemon in each new region is imbued with its own subtle traditions and lore. The classic Fire Water Grass trio is a consistent element, representing a fundamental rock paper scissors dynamic that introduces new players to basic type matchups. Each starter trio is carefully designed to offer unique strategic possibilities and personality, fostering a deep connection from the very beginning of the journey. The initial choice often reflects a trainer's personality or preferred play style, becoming a foundational decision that shapes their early adventure. This gentle ritual of selection, the quiet contemplation of which companion will embark on this grand journey, is a poignant moment for every player, a soft beginning to a vast adventure. It's a gentle reminder that every grand adventure begins with a single, heartfelt choice. The concept of legendary trios is also a recurring and fascinating element in the Pokemon world. These groups of 3 legendary Pokemon often represent opposing forces or natural phenomena. The legendary birds of Kanto, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, embody ice, lightning, and fire, respectively. The legendary beasts of Johto, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, represent the wind, fire, and water that tragically destroyed and then revitalized the burned tower. These trios often have intertwined lore and sometimes appear together in significant events within the games, adding a sense of mythic grandeur and narrative cohesion to the regions they inhabit. They are a testament to the balance of nature or the forces that shape the world. Each trio tells a story, a quiet legend woven into the very fabric of the land, a gentle whisper of ancient power. The various status conditions, such as sleep, poison, paralysis, burn, and freeze, add a layer of strategic depth to battles beyond simply reducing HP. Each condition has distinct effects that can severely hinder a Pokemon's performance, forcing trainers to manage their team's health and status carefully. A Pokemon that is asleep cannot attack. A poisoned Pokemon takes damage every turn, and a paralyzed Pokemon may be unable to move. These conditions introduce elements of risk and reward, encouraging players to use status inflicting moves strategically or carry items that can cure them. It's a gentle reminder that battles are not just about raw power, but also about tactical control and careful preparation, a quiet dance of cause and effect. The existence of different forms for various Pokemon, beyond just regional variants, introduces even more diversity within species. Some Pokemon have different forms based on gender, like male and female Indeedee, while others change forms based on time of day, weather conditions, or held items. Cast form, for instance, changes its type and appearance based on the prevailing weather, while Cherrim blossoms into its sunny form during bright sunlight. These dynamic changes add a layer of realism and natural adaptation to the Pokemon world, mimicking the ways real-world animals might adapt to their surroundings. It's a subtle nod to the ever-changing nature of the world, a gentle whisper of adaptability and transformation. The various gym leaders and Elite Four members, who serve as benchmarks of trainers' progress, are often more than just powerful opponents. Each gym leader typically specializes in a specific Pokemon type, forcing trainers to diversify their teams and strategies. Their personalities, backstories, and unique gym puzzles contribute to the rich narrative of each region. Though Elite Four, as the ultimate challenge before becoming champion, represent the pinnacle of regional strength and strategic mastery. These characters provide memorable encounters and serve as important milestones in a trainer's journey, embodying the diverse challenges and rewards of the Pokemon world. They are a quiet testament to dedication and skill, a gentle whisper of aspiration and achievement. The concept of friendship or affection, stats for Pokemon, introduced more prominently in later generations, adds a deeper emotional layer to the trainer-Pokemon bond. Pokemon with high friendship are more likely to land critical hits, endure attacks with 1 HP, or even shrug off status conditions in battle. Outside of battle, high friendship can sometimes lead to special dialogue or events. This mechanic subtly encourages trainers to interact positively with their Pokemon through petting, playing, and feeding them, reinforcing the idea that a strong emotional connection can genuinely impact a Pokemon's performance and happiness. It's a gentle reminder that love and care are powerful forces capable of yielding unexpected strength, a soft whisper of the profound connection possible between different species. The various items found throughout the Pokemon world, from healing potions to battle-altering berries and evolutionary stones, are essential components of a trainer's journey. Each item has a specific purpose, contributing to strategy, exploration, and Pokémon care. The continuous introduction of new items across generations keeps the gameplay fresh and diverse, offering new tactical possibilities and quality of life improvements. The careful management of an item bag, deciding what to carry and what to store, becomes a subtle, strategic element in itself. These small but significant tools are a quiet testament to the resourcefulness required of a trainer, a gentle whisper of preparedness. The trade mechanic, a cornerstone of the Pokemon franchise since its inception, fosters social interaction and cooperative play. The necessity of trading to complete the Pokédex or acquire version exclusive Pokemon encourages players to connect with friends and other trainers. This simple act of exchanging Pokemon often leads to shared experiences, friendly competitions, and a sense of community. The global trade system, GTS, in later games even allows for worldwide exchanges, connecting trainers from different countries and cultures. It's a gentle reminder that the world is larger than just one's own journey, a soft whisper of connection and shared discovery. The concept of weather in battles, introduced in Generation 2's, adds another dynamic layer to strategic gameplay. Conditions like rain, sunlight, sandstorm, and hail not only affect the power of certain type attacks, but also trigger specific abilities and item effects. For example, during strong sunlight, fire type attacks become more powerful while water type attacks weaken. This environmental factor forces trainers to adapt their strategies based on prevailing conditions or even intentionally manipulate the weather to their advantage. It's a quiet acknowledgement of the ever-changing nature of the battleground, a gentle whisper of environmental influence. The various villainous teams that appear in each generation, from Team Rocket, Ash has just defeated Leon in the World Coronation Series final, claiming the title of World Champion with Pikachu's thunderous victory over Charizard. The crowd erupts, confetti falls, and in that moment of triumph, Team Rocket strikes. Not with another harebrained scheme or malfunctioning mech, but with a device Giovanni himself designed after studying every failed capture attempt. The anti-electrical dampening field activates, Pikachu collapses mid-celebration, and before Ash can react, the mouse Pokemon is secured in an unbreakable containment unit. Jesse and James and Meowth don't blast off this time. They succeed. But what happens next? The immediate aftermath plays out, unlike anything we have seen in canon. Giovanni receives the call he has waited decades for. Team Rocket has finally captured the Pikachu that humiliated his organization countless times, the same Pikachu that just defeated the strongest trainer in the world. The boss's reaction is not celebration, but cold calculation. He orders Pikachu brought to the Viridian Gym immediately, not for experiments or weaponization, but for something far more personal. Giovanni wants to break Ash Ketchum's spirit by turning his most beloved partner against him. Ash's world shatters in ways canon never explored. Without Pikachu by his side for the first time since he was 10 years old, the newly crowned world champion feels hollow. The title means nothing. Go tries to console him, but Ash barely speaks for days. This is not the temporary separation we saw when Pikachu was injured or when Ash left him at Professor Oak's lab. This is permanent theft, and it changes everything about who Ash is as a trainer and person. Team Rocket's dynamic shifts dramatically from their usual bumbling antics. With their greatest success finally achieved, Jesse and James are promoted within the organization. Giovanni assigns them to his personal security detail, no longer the comic relief trio, but trusted operatives who proved they could deliver results when it mattered. Meowth becomes Giovanni's translator for captured Pokemon, starting with Pikachu himself. The boss wants to understand exactly what makes this particular electric mouse so powerful, and more importantly, how to turn that power against its former trainer. Giovanni's interrogation of Pikachu reveals something canon never addressed directly. Through Meowth's translation, we learn that Pikachu's bond with Ash goes beyond simple friendship or training partnership. The mouse Pokemon describes a connection forged through shared dreams, synchronized heartbeats during battles, and an unspoken understanding that transcends species barriers. Giovanni realizes he is not just holding a powerful Pokemon, but the living embodiment of everything he considers weakness in trainers, the emotional bonds that he believes make them soft. The Rocket Boss's plan unfolds methodically. Rather than simply adding Pikachu to his team, Giovanni begins a psychological conditioning program designed to break the Pokemon's loyalty to Ash. He shows Pikachu footage of Ash's other Pokemon battles, pointing out through Meowth how the trainer repeatedly puts his team in danger for glory. He provides Pikachu with luxury beyond anything the mouse experienced traveling with Ash. Gourmet Pokemon food instead of basic pellets, climate-controlled environments instead of sleeping outdoors, medical care that prevents rather than just treats injuries. Meanwhile, Ash begins a desperate campaign to rescue his partner that takes him down darker paths than canon ever explored. Without Pikachu's moral compass and emotional support, Ash makes decisions that shock his friends. He infiltrates Team Rocket facilities alone, abandons his other Pokemon when they cannot keep up with his increasingly reckless plans, and pushes himself to physical and mental exhaustion. Professor Oak and Delia become genuinely worried about his well-being as reports reach them of Ash breaking into rocket warehouses across multiple regions. The separation affects Ash's other Pokemon in unexpected ways. Charizard, who always respected Pikachu as the team's heart, becomes more aggressive and difficult to control without the electric mouse's calming presence. Sceptile and Infernape, both Pokemon who bonded with Ash through overcoming abandonment issues, begin to question whether their trainer will eventually abandon them too if something better comes along. Only Greninja, connected to Ash through their unique bond phenomenon, maintains unwavering loyalty. But even their psychic link feels incomplete without Pikachu's electrical signature in the mix. Go finds himself in an impossible position as Ash's traveling companion. Every attempt to suggest new adventures or Pokemon encounters is met with obsessive focus on rocket intelligence gathering. Ash stops caring about his world champion duties, ignoring challenges from other trainers and skipping promotional events. The Pokemon World Championship Committee grows concerned about their champion's mental state and public behavior, but Ash refuses all offers of help or counseling. 3 weeks after the capture, Giovanni makes his first direct contact with Ash since becoming world champion. The call comes through official league channels, lending it an air of legitimacy that catches Ash off guard. Giovanni's message is simple but devastating. He has Pikachu, the Pokemon is being treated well, and Ash can have him back under one condition. The world champion must face Giovanni in a 6-on-6 battle with championship rules. If Ash wins, he gets Pikachu back. If Giovanni wins, Ash must surrender his world champion title and never challenge Team Rocket again. The term seems straightforward, but Giovanni's true strategy runs deeper. During their weeks together, he has been slowly poisoning Pikachu's mind against Ash, not through abuse, but through comfort and manipulation. Giovanni shows Pikachu data on injury rates among Ash's Pokémon compared to those of other top trainers. He provides evidence of how many times Ash put Pikachu specifically in life threatening situations for the sake of battles that ultimately meant nothing. Most devastatingly, he shows Pikachu footage of Ash celebrating victories while his Pokemon lay unconscious from exhaustion. Pikachu begins to doubt, something that never happened in canon despite numerous separations and misunderstandings. The mouse Pokemon starts to wonder if Giovanni might be right about Ash's selfishness. The comfortable life at Giovanni's facility, complete with other electric types who seem genuinely happy, contrasts sharply with memories of sleeping in the rain, going hungry during long journeys, and facing legendary Pokemon that could have killed them both. Meowth, following Giovanni's orders, reinforces these doubts by sharing his own story of abandonment and finding purpose with Team Rocket. Ash accepts Giovanni's challenge immediately, but his preparation reveals how much he has changed without Pikachu. Instead of his usual optimistic training approach, Ash becomes calculating and ruthless. He studies Giovanni's battle history obsessively, analyzes every known Team Rocket Pokemon, and develops strategies that prioritize winning over the well-being of his team. When Charizard suggests they train together like old times, Ash dismisses the idea, saying he cannot afford sentiment when Pikachu's freedom is at stake. The battle location is set for the abandoned Viridian Gym, Giovanni's original base of operations, before he took control of Team Rocket completely. The choice is deliberate psychological warfare, forcing Ash to face his enemy on ground where the Rocket Boss once operated under the guise of a legitimate gym leader. Giovanni has spent the intervening weeks not just conditioning Pikachu, but also preparing his own team with a level of focus he has not shown since his original confrontation with Red years earlier. As the battle date approaches, Pikachu's internal conflict reaches a breaking point. Giovanni's conditioning has been subtle but effective, planting seeds of doubt about Ash's motivations while providing evidence that life without constant battles might be preferable. The mouse Pokemon no longer tries to escape his containment, instead spending hours in conversation with Meowth about the nature of trainer-Pokemon relationships and whether loyalty should be unconditional. Ash arrives at the Viridian Gym with a team that reflects his current mental state. Instead of his usual diverse roster chosen for their bonds with him, he brings his 6 strongest Pokemon based purely on competitive analysis. Charizard leads the team, followed by Sceptile, Infernup, Crocodile, Goodra, and in a decision that shocks everyone who knows him, Greninja, despite their bond phenomenon, requiring emotional synchronization that Ash can no longer achieve in his current state. Giovanni enters the battlefield with Pikachu's Pokeball prominently displayed on his belt, a psychological tactic designed to distract Ash during crucial moments. The Rocket Boss's team represents decades of criminal empire building and Pokemon acquisition through means both legal and otherwise. His lead Pokemon is Nidoking, the same species he used as a gym leader, but now trained to championship level standards, with access to resources that dwarf anything a normal trainer could provide. The battle begins with Ash sending out Charizard against Giovanni's Nidoking, and immediately the difference in Ash's approach becomes apparent. Instead of the creative, bond based strategies that made him world champion, Ash relies on raw power and textbook competitive tactics. Charizard, confused by the change in his trainer's style, struggles to adapt to commands that feel mechanical and emotionally distant. Giovanni notices this immediately and begins exploiting the disconnect between trainer and Pokemon that never existed in their previous encounters. Nidoking overwhelms Charizard with a combination of Earth Power and Megahorn that forces Ash to recall his starter after only 3 exchanges, something that would have been unthinkable during his championship run. Giovanni's psychological warfare intensifies as he deliberately holds Pikachu's Pokeball throughout the battle, occasionally glancing at it during lulls in combat to remind Ash exactly what hangs in the balance. Ash sends out Sceptile next, hoping the grass type's speed advantage will shift momentum, but his commands lack the intuitive timing that once made their partnership legendary. Sceptile manages to land a critical leaf blade on Nidoking before falling to a devastating focus blast, trading 1-for-1 in what amounts to a Pyrrhic victory for Ash, given Giovanni's superior resources and backup plans. Giovanni switches to Persian, his personal favorite and longest serving partner, a Pokemon that has been with him since before Team Rocket's formation and knows every dirty trick in the criminal handbook. Ash responds with Infernape, banking on type advantage, but the fire type's natural aggression works against them when Giovanni baits Infernape into overcommitting to a flare blitz that Persian dodges with U-turn, bringing in Rhyperior immediately afterward. The ground type's solid rock ability negates the fire damage Ash was counting on, and Rhyperior's Megahorn connects for a one-hit knockout that leaves Arash visibly shaken. This is not how battles used to go when he trusted his Pokemon and they trusted him back. Crocodile enters the field with Ash down 3 Pokemon to 1, the deficit growing larger by the moment. Giovanni's Rhyperior proves why the Rocket Boss has remained undefeated in serious combat for decades, using Stone Edge to control battlefield positioning, while Earthquake forces Crocodile into predictable aerial maneuvers that telegraph every attack. Unlike canon battles, where Ash's creativity and Pokemon bonds created opportunities from impossible situations, this time raw statistics and superior preparation dominate completely. Crocodile falls to a perfectly timed Rock Wrecker, and Giovanni has not even needed to reveal his ace Pokemon yet. Goodra takes the field as Ash's second-to-last hope, the Dragon type's defensive capabilities, representing his best chance to weather Giovanni's assault and find an opening. But Giovanni switches to Garchomp, revealing that his team preparation went far beyond what any normal trainer could achieve through legitimate means. This Garchomp moves with the precision of a Pokemon trained through methods that blur the line between partnership and domination, its Dragon Rush connecting with mechanical efficiency that speaks to conditioning rather than natural battle instinct. Goodra's Rain Dance strategy fails when Garchomp's Sand Tomb negates the weather advantage. In a critical hit, Earthquake ends the battle, before Gudra can establish any defensive momentum. Ash reaches for Greninja's Pokeball with trembling hands, knowing that his final Pokemon represents not just his last chance to save Pikachu, but also the ultimate test of whether he can reclaim the emotional connection that once made him world champion. Giovanni recalls Garchomp and deliberately pauses, making a show of considering which Pokemon to use against Ash's ace, while Pikachu's Pokeball remains visible on his belt. The psychological pressure reaches its peak as Giovanni finally selects his true ace, a Mewtwo that has been with him since the Cerulean Cave incident years earlier, a legendary Pokemon whose power dwarfs anything Ash has ever faced in legitimate competition. Greninja emerges onto the battlefield and immediately senses Ash's emotional turmoil, the water type's natural empathy picking up on the fear and desperation that has replaced his trainer's usual confident determination. The bond phenomenon requires perfect synchronization between trainer and Pokemon, but Ash's current mental state makes that impossible. Instead of the blue energy transformation that once made them legendary, Greninja can only manage flickering attempts at the form before reverting to normal, leaving them vulnerable to Mewtwo's overwhelming psychic assault. Giovanni does not even need to command attacks. Mewtwo's psychic holds Greninja motionless, while its trainer explains exactly how this battle demonstrates the futility of emotional bonds in serious combat. The defeat is total and humiliating, unlike anything Ash has experienced since his earliest days as a trainer. Giovanni collects his victory with the same cold efficiency he brings to all Team Rocket operations, but instead of gloating, he offers Ash a choice that cuts deeper than any insult could. Pikachu can be returned immediately, but only if Ash acknowledges that his methods were flawed and agrees to train under Giovanni's guidance to become the kind of trainer who prioritizes results over sentiment. The alternative is permanent separation, with Pikachu becoming a full member of Team Rocket's elite forces and Ash returning to his journey empty-handed but free to continue his emotional approach with other Pokemon. Ash stares at Pikachu's Pokeball in Giovanni's hand and realizes that his desperation to save his partner has led him to become exactly the kind of trainer he once opposed. The mechanical battle style, the focus on power over partnership, the willingness to sacrifice other Pokemon relationships for one goal, all of it represents a fundamental betrayal of everything that made him world champion in the first place. In that moment of clarity, Ash makes a decision that surprises everyone present, including Giovanni himself. He refuses both options, stating that the Pikachu he knew would never want to be saved at the cost of abandoning the principles that brought them together originally. Giovanni's carefully constructed psychological trap backfires as Ash's declaration reaches Pikachu through the Pokeball's audio receptors. The mouse Pokemon, who has spent weeks listening to Meowth's arguments about conditional loyalty and trainer motivations, suddenly understands that Ash's willingness to lose everything rather than compromise his values represents the deepest form of trust possible. The realization breaks through Giovanni's conditioning completely, and Pikachu's electrical discharge overloads the Pokeball's containment system from within, something that should be impossible but occurs anyway due to the emotional energy that Giovanni never understood or accounted for. Pikachu emerges from the broken Pokeball and immediately positions himself between Ash and Giovanni, electricity crackling with intensity that exceeds anything seen during their championship battles. The reunion is wordless but complete, both trainer and Pokemon understanding that their bond survived, even when Ash temporarily lost faith in it. Giovanni's Mewtwo moves to recapture Pikachu, but the mouse Pokemon's Thunderbolt carries emotional resonance that disrupts even psychic type defenses, creating an opening for Ash and Pikachu to escape the abandoned gym together. The aftermath of their escape changes everything about how Ash approaches training and battles going forward. Unlike canon, where such traumatic events often get resolved quickly and forgotten, this time Ash spends months rebuilding not just his relationship with Pikachu, but his entire philosophy as a trainer. The mechanical approach he adopted during his desperation proved that strength without emotional connection is ultimately hollow, a lesson that reshapes how he handles every subsequent challenge. Pikachu's experience under Giovanni's conditioning also leaves lasting effects, making the mouse Pokemon more protective of Ash, while simultaneously more confident in their bond's ability to survive external pressures. When they finally return to competitive battling, their partnership has evolved beyond even their world championship form. The bond phenomenon that Greninja achieved through synchronization becomes something Pikachu can tap into as well, creating a new level of trainer Pokemon unity that the Pokemon world has never seen before. This development attracts attention from researchers like Professor Oak and Kukui, who document the phenomenon as evidence that emotional bonds can transcend even the established limits of Pokemon battle mechanics. Team Rocket's dynamic changes permanently as well, with Jesse and James recognizing that their casual attempts to capture Pikachu pale in comparison to what Giovanni accomplished through systematic psychological manipulation. Instead of continuing their futile pursuit, they shift focus to other schemes while maintaining a grudging respect for the bond that proved stronger than their organization's most sophisticated capture methods. Meowth, having witnessed Pikachu's breakthrough firsthand, develops a new understanding of what trainer Pokemon relationships can achieve when built on genuine trust rather than conditional loyalty. The experience also affects Ash's approach to helping other trainers and Pokemon in distress. Having learned that desperation can lead even well intentioned trainers toward harmful methods, he becomes more focused on addressing the root causes of Pokemon trainer conflicts rather than just their symptoms. This philosophical evolution influences every subsequent arc of his journey, making him a more effective champion, not just in battle, but in resolving the complex relationships that define the Pokemon world. And just like that, we see how Team Rocket finally catching Pikachu would have created the ultimate test of the bond between Ash and his partner, forcing both trainer and Pokemon to discover that their connection runs deeper than either Giovanni's manipulation or Ash's own temporary loss of faith could break, ultimately emerging stronger and more unified than ever before. The ripple effects extend far beyond Ash and Pikachu's personal growth, fundamentally altering the trajectory of every major relationship and rivalry in Ash's journey. Gary Oak, who in canon maintains his research focus after the Silver Conference, finds himself drawn back into competitive battling when he witnesses the new bond phenomenon during one of Professor Oak's documentation sessions. Unlike canon, where Gary's rivalry with Ash effectively ends after Johto. This time, Gary becomes determined to understand and potentially replicate what Ash and Pikachu have achieved. This renewed competitive drive leads Gary to challenge Ash to a series of battles throughout the advanced generation, each one pushing both trainers to new heights as Gary experiments with deeper emotional connections to his own team while Ash refines his enhanced partnership with Pikachu. Paul's entire character arc shifts dramatically when he encounters this evolved version of Ash during the Sinnoh League. In canon, Paul's philosophy centers on the belief that emotional attachment weakens Pokemon, but witnessing Pikachu's bond phenomenon in action forces him to confront evidence that directly contradicts his core training principles. Instead of the gradual realization that plays out in canon through his relationship with Chimchar, Paul experiences a more immediate crisis of methodology when his strongest Pokemon consistently fall to Pikachu's enhanced abilities. This leads to Paul releasing several Pokemon earlier than in canon, not out of disappointment, but from a genuine recognition that his training methods have been fundamentally flawed. The psychological impact of seeing Giovanni's systematic approach fail against genuine emotional bonds becomes the catalyst for Paul's transformation into a more empathetic trainer, accelerating his character development by an entire season. Dawn's coordination career takes on new dimensions when she begins incorporating elements of the bond phenomenon into her contest performances. Having witnessed Ash and Pikachu's enhanced synchronization firsthand, Dawn starts experimenting with deeper emotional connections during her appeals and battles, creating performances that blur the line between contests and traditional Pokemon battles. This innovation catches the attention of Wallace and other contest masters, who recognize that Dawn has discovered a new evolution in coordination artistry. Unlike canon, where Dawn's contests remain largely separate from Ash's gym battles, this time her performances begin influencing how coordinators across all regions approach their craft, with Dawn becoming a pioneer of what researchers eventually term synchronous coordination. The Sinnoh League itself unfolds completely differently, with Ash wielding Pikachu's enhanced abilities. Tobias, who in canon defeats Ash with his team of legendary Pokemon, finds himself facing an opponent whose bond-enhanced Pikachu can match even legendary tier power levels. The battle becomes a showcase of different philosophies, with Tobias relying on the raw power of captured legendaries, while Ash demonstrates the potential of trained partnerships. When Pikachu's bond phenomenon allows it to defeat Tobias's Darkrai through sheer synchronization rather than type advantage, the Pokemon world takes notice. Tobias, forced to reveal more of his legendary team than in canon, ultimately wins the league, but acknowledges that Ash has achieved something that legendary Pokemon alone cannot replicate. This recognition leads to Tobias seeking out Ash after the league to understand how emotional bonds can generate power that rivals legendary abilities. The Unova region presents unique challenges when Ash arrives with his enhanced partnership already established. Trip, who in canon begins as an overconfident rookie, instead finds himself completely outclassed from their first encounter when Pikachu's bond phenomenon allows it to defeat Trip's entire team without taking significant damage. This early humbling forces Trip to abandon his initial arrogance and instead becomes genuinely curious about Ash's training methods. Unlike Canon, where Trip remains antagonistic throughout most of Unova, this time he becomes an eager student, with Ash taking on a mentoring role that helps him develop his own teaching abilities in preparation for eventually becoming a Pokemon professor himself. Ceylon's evaluation of Ash takes on new significance when he witnesses the bond phenomenon during their gym battle. As a connoisseur of trainer Pokemon relationships, Ceylon immediately recognizes that what Ash and Pikachu have achieved represents a completely new category of partnership. Instead of the standard gym battle format, Ceylon requests extended observation sessions to document and understand the phenomenon, leading to Ash spending several extra weeks in Striaton City. These sessions become the foundation for Ceylon's research into advanced trainer Pokemon synchronization, eventually making him one of the world's leading experts on bond-based battle techniques. The Team Plasma crisis unfolds with dramatically higher stakes when N encounters Ash's enhanced partnership. N's ability to hear Pokemon voices allows him to perceive the genuine happiness and fulfillment that Pikachu experiences through the bond phenomenon, creating a philosophical crisis for someone whose entire worldview centers on the belief that Pokemon are suffering under human partnership. Instead of the gradual realization that plays out in canon, and immediately recognizes that Ash represents proof that his ideology is flawed, but this creates an even deeper internal conflict as he struggles to reconcile his lifelong beliefs with undeniable evidence. The resulting psychological turmoil makes N more dangerous initially, as he becomes desperate to prove that Ash's case is an exception rather than evidence that his entire philosophy is wrong. Getsus recognizes the threat that Ash's bond phenomenon poses to Team Plasma's ideology, and specifically targets Pikachu for capture, seeing the elimination of this living counter-argument as essential to Team Plasma's success. Unlike Canon, where Getsus focuses primarily on obtaining legendary Pokemon, this time he devotes significant resources to developing technology specifically designed to disrupt the emotional bonds between trainers and Pokemon. The resulting conflict becomes more personal and psychological, with Getsus attempting to recreate Giovanni's systematic approach to breaking trainer Pokemon relationships on a regional scale. When Ash reaches the Unova League, his bond phenomenon has evolved even further through constant use and refinement. Cameron, who defeats Ash in canon through Ash's inexplicable decision to bring only 5 Pokemon, instead finds himself facing an opponent whose Pikachu alone can match his entire team. The battle becomes a demonstration of quality over quantity, with Pikachu's enhanced abilities allowing it to sweep Cameron's full team while showcasing different aspects of the bond phenomenon against each opponent. This decisive victory propels Ash to win his first Regional League championship, fundamentally altering his confidence and approach to subsequent competitions. The Kalos region brings new challenges when Ash encounters Mega Evolution for the first time. The bond phenomenon proves compatible with Mega Evolution in unexpected ways, allowing Pikachu to achieve a form of synchronization with Ash that mirrors the trainer Pokemon unity required for successful Mega Evolution. When Ash eventually obtains a Charizard and the corresponding Mega Stone, the combination of his enhanced bonding abilities with Mega Evolution creates a partnership that surpasses even Alan's mastery of the mechanic. This development forces the Kalos League to establish new regulations for bond-enhanced battles, as traditional power scaling becomes inadequate for measuring the strength of Pokemon operating through such deep synchronization. Serena's attraction to Ash takes on new dimensions when she witnesses his enhanced partnership abilities firsthand. Instead of the subtle, romantic tension that plays out in canon, Serena becomes genuinely inspired by the bond phenomenon to pursue deeper connections with her own Pokemon for performances. This leads to Serena developing her own variation of synchronous coordination, building on Dawn's earlier innovations to create performances that showcase the emotional bonds between coordinators and their Pokemon rather than just their technical skills. The resulting performances revolutionized showcases across Kalos, with Serena becoming a pioneer of what eventually becomes known as empathic performance art. Clement's scientific mind becomes obsessed with understanding the mechanics behind the bond phenomenon, leading him to develop new technologies for measuring and analyzing the emotional connections between trainers and Pokemon. Unlike canon, where Clement's inventions focus primarily on practical applications, this time his research contributes to the scientific understanding of Pokemon trainer relationships. His documentation becomes essential reference material for researchers across all regions, establishing Clement as a leading authority on the intersection between technology and Pokemon bonding. The Kalos League final against Alan becomes the ultimate test of different approaches to Pokemon training. Alan's mastery of Mega Evolution represents the pinnacle of traditional power enhancement, while Ash's bond phenomenon demonstrates the potential of emotional synchronization. The battle showcases both philosophies at their peak, with Alan's Mega Charizard X facing Ash's bond-enhanced Pikachu in a clash that determines not just the league championship, but which approach represents the future of Pokemon training. When Pikachu's bond phenomenon allows it to match and eventually overcome Mega Charizard X's raw power through pure synchronization, the victory establishes emotional bonds as a legitimate alternative to traditional power enhancement methods. The crisis with Lysandra and Team Flare takes on new urgency when Lysandra recognizes that the bond phenomenon represents everything he despises about the current world. Instead of focusing solely on legendary Pokemon and Mega Evolution energy, Lysandra specifically targets trainers who have achieved deep emotional bonds with their Pokemon, seeing them as the primary obstacle to his vision of a beautiful world. This makes Ash a direct target of Team Flare operations, leading to personal confrontations that test whether the bond phenomenon can stand against legendary tier threats like Yveltal and the Ultimate Weapon. When Ash and Pikachu face Lysandra's Mega Gyarados in the final confrontation, their bond phenomenon reaches its ultimate expression, allowing Pikachu to generate enough synchronized power to match legendary level attacks. The battle becomes a symbolic representation of the conflict between those who seek power through domination and those who achieve it through partnership, with Pikachu's victory serving as definitive proof that emotional bonds can generate strength equal to any legendary Pokemon or ancient weapon. This triumph cements Ash's reputation as a trainer who has transcended traditional power, scaling through the depth of his Pokemon partnerships. The aftermath of the Kalos crisis fundamentally alters Ash's trajectory when Professor Oak contacts him with an unprecedented offer. Unlike canon, where Ash simply decides to vacation in Alola. This time he receives a formal invitation from the Ether Foundation to study the bond phenomenon at their research facilities. Professor Kukoi and Professor Oak have been collaborating on research into Z moves and their potential connection to trainer Pokemon emotional synchronization, and Ash's mastery of the bond phenomenon makes him an essential research subject. The Alola region becomes a laboratory for understanding how different cultures and training methods interact with deep emotional bonding, with Ash serving as both student and test subject in groundbreaking Pokemon relationship research. Pikachu's arrival in Alola immediately creates ripple effects throughout the region's Pokemon ecosystem. When Tapu Koko first encounters them, the guardian Pokemon recognizes something unprecedented in their bond, leading to a more intensive and prolonged interaction than in canon. Instead of simply observing and occasionally testing Ash, Tapu Koko becomes actively invested in understanding how the bond phenomenon might enhance or interact with Zepmove energy. This leads to Ash receiving his Z-Ring much earlier in his Alola journey, but more importantly, it establishes a direct mentorship relationship between Tapu Koko and both Ash and Pikachu. The Island Guardian begins teaching them advanced techniques for channeling emotional energy, lessons that prove crucial when they eventually face threats that require both Z-move power and bond phenomenon synchronization. The Pokemon school dynamic shifts dramatically when Ash's reputation as a bond phenomenon master precedes him. His classmates approach him not just as a new friend, but as someone who might help them achieve deeper connections with their own Pokemon partners. Lily's relationship with Pokemon, already complicated by her past trauma, becomes the focus of intensive work as Ash applies his understanding of emotional bonding to help her overcome her fears. Unlike canon, where their friendship develops naturally through shared experiences, this time Ash actively uses techniques learned through his bond phenomenon mastery to create safe spaces for Lily to rebuild her confidence around Pokemon. The process becomes a case study in how emotional healing can be facilitated through the same principles that enable supernatural trainer Pokemon synchronization. Kiawe's fire-type specialization creates an immediate connection with Ash's experience, but this time their rivalry takes on deeper dimensions. Kiawe recognizes that Ash's bond phenomenon represents a level of trainer Pokemon connection that transcends traditional Z-move mastery, leading him to push his own training methods to achieve similar synchronization with Turtonator. The competitive dynamic drives both trainers to new heights, with Kiawe eventually developing his own variation of enhanced emotional bonding that, while not reaching bond phenomenon levels, significantly amplifies his Z-move effectiveness. Their battles become showcases for different approaches to maximizing trainer-Pokemon partnership, with each victory teaching both trainers new techniques for deepening their connections with their teams. Sophocles' technological expertise proves invaluable when Professor Kukui begins serious research into the bond phenomenon's mechanics. Unlike canon, where Sophocles focuses primarily on general Pokemon technology, this time he becomes specifically invested in developing instruments that can measure and analyze the energy patterns generated during bond phenomenon activation. His work leads to the creation of devices that can detect the early signs of deep trainer Pokemon bonding, potentially allowing other trainers to recognize when they are approaching bond phenomenon capability. The research collaboration between Sophocles, Professor Kukui, and the Ether Foundation establishes Alola as the leading center for trainer Pokemon relationship studies, attracting researchers from every region who want to understand how emotional bonds can generate measurable power increases. Mallow's connection to nature and Pokemon care provides another perspective on the bond phenomenon when she begins working with Ash to understand how nutrition and environmental factors might influence the development of deep trainer Pokemon bonds. Her family's restaurant becomes an unofficial research location where different dietary approaches are tested for their effects on Pokemon emotional well being and bonding potential. The work leads to discoveries about how certain Alolan ingredients can enhance the emotional receptivity of Pokemon, making them more capable of forming the deep connections necessary for bond phenomenon development. These findings revolutionize Pokemon nutrition science and establish new standards for Pokemon care that prioritize emotional health alongside physical conditioning. Lana's expertise with water types creates opportunities for Ash to test whether the bond phenomenon can be adapted to different Pokemon types and personalities. Her Poplio's evolution into Primarina becomes a case study in how performing arts and emotional expression can facilitate the kind of deep bonding that enables supernatural synchronization. Unlike canon, where Primarina's evolution is primarily driven by Lana's personal growth, this time it occurs through intensive work with Ash on developing emotional communication techniques that eventually allow Lana and Primarina to achieve their own version of enhanced bonding. While not reaching full bond phenomenon levels, their connection becomes strong enough to generate visible energy effects during Z-move execution, proving that Ash's techniques can be adapted and taught to other trainer Pokemon pairs. The Island Challenge trials take on new significance when each totem Pokemon recognizes the bond phenomenon energy and responds with increased intensity. Totem Gumshoes tests not just Pikachu's battle skills, but the stability of their emotional synchronization under pressure, leading to battles that require maintaining bond phenomenon activation while executing complex battle strategies. Totem Wishiwashi's massive school form creates the first situation where Pikachu must use bond phenomenon enhancement to coordinate attacks against multiple targets simultaneously, developing new applications for their synchronized power that prove crucial in later battles. Each trial becomes a laboratory for testing different aspects of bond phenomenon capability, with the totem Pokemon serving as unwitting research partners in understanding the limits and applications of emotional synchronization. Gladion's introduction creates the most complex dynamic in Ash's Alola journey when type, Null's artificial nature, presents a unique challenge for bond phenomenon principles. Unlike natural Pokemon, who form emotional connections through instinct and experience, type, Null's engineered psychology requires completely different approaches to bonding. Ash's work with Gladion becomes a groundbreaking study in whether artificial Pokemon can achieve the same levels of emotional synchronization as naturally born partners. The process leads to type, Null's evolution into Silvally through a combination of traditional trust building and bond phenomenon techniques, creating the first documented case of an artificial Pokemon achieving enhanced emotional bonding with its trainer. The success establishes new protocols for working with artificially created Pokémon and proves that the bond phenomenon transcends the natural versus artificial divide. Ultra Necrozma's emergence as a threat to Alola creates the ultimate test of whether bond phenomenon power can match legendary tier opponents in direct confrontation. Unlike Canon, where the crisis is resolved through traditional Z move combinations and legendary Pokemon intervention, this time Ash and Pikachu must push their bond phenomenon to unprecedented levels to generate enough power to affect a legendary Pokemon of Necrozma's caliber. The battle requires them to maintain perfect emotional synchronization while channeling energy levels that approach the output of legendary Pokemon themselves, testing whether their bond can sustain the kind of power necessary to influence cosmic level threats. When their combined effort successfully helps restore Necrozma to its true form, the victory establishes bond phenomenon as a legitimate alternative to legendary Pokemon power for addressing world-threatening crises. The Alola League represents the culmination of all the research and development that has occurred throughout Ash's time in the region. Unlike Canon, where Ash wins through a combination of skill, strategy, and favorable matchups, this time his victory comes specifically through the application of advanced bond phenomenon techniques developed through his research collaboration with Professor Kukui and the Ether Foundation. Each battle showcases different applications of emotional synchronization, from enhanced speed and power to improved battle prediction and strategy coordination. The final match against Gladion becomes a showcase for how two different approaches to deep trainer Pokemon bonding can create an epic confrontation, with Ash's natural bond phenomenon facing Gladion's artificially enhanced connection with Silvally in a battle that determines which methodology represents the future of competitive Pokemon training. Professor Kukui's exhibition match takes on special significance when he reveals that his research into Ash's bond phenomenon has led him to develop his own enhanced bonding techniques with Incineroar. The battle becomes a test of student versus teacher, with Kukui applying scientific principles to achieve emotional synchronization, while Ash relies on the intuitive connection that has always defined his approach. The match demonstrates how bond phenomenon principles can be learned and applied systematically rather than just discovered accidentally, opening possibilities for training programs that could help other trainers achieve similar levels of Pokemon partnership. Ash's victory proves that while the techniques can be studied and replicated, the original bond phenomenon still represents the pinnacle of trainer Pokemon emotional connection. The transition to Go's partnership in the Journeys series creates entirely new dynamics when Go encounters a trainer who has already mastered the deepest possible connection with his Pokemon partner. Unlike Canon, where Go and Ash develop their friendship through shared adventures and complementary approaches to Pokemon, this time Go becomes specifically interested in understanding whether his catch-everything methodology can coexist with bond phenomenon principles. The partnership becomes a study in contrasting philosophies, with Go's quantity-focused approach challenging Ash's depth-oriented bonding, while both trainers learn from each other's methods. goes eventual development of stronger individual relationships with key Pokemon like Cinderace occurs through applying modified bond phenomenon techniques, proving that the principles can enhance any training approach rather than replacing it entirely. The World Coronation Series becomes the ultimate proving ground for bond phenomenon mastery when Ash faces opponents who represent every major training philosophy and power enhancement method. Leon's championship level team requires Ash and Pikachu to push their emotional synchronization beyond every previous limit, maintaining bond phenomenon activation through extended battles against multiple opponents while adapting their strategy to counter Leon's unpredictable battle style. The final confrontation with Charizard becomes a symbolic clash between traditional training excellence and revolutionary bonding techniques, with Pikachu's bond phenomenon allowing it to match Charizard's raw power while demonstrating the tactical advantages that come from perfect trainer Pokemon communication. When Pikachu's final Thunderbolt, amplified through maximum bond phenomenon synchronization, defeats Leon's Charizard to claim the World Championship, the victory establishes emotional bonding as the ultimate expression of Pokemon training mastery. The achievement represents more than just a personal victory for Ash and Pikachu. Their World Championship proves that the bond phenomenon offers a path to the highest levels of Pokemon training success that any dedicated trainer can potentially achieve through sufficient emotional investment and partnership development. Unlike Mega Evolution, Z moves, or Dynamax, which require specific items, locations, or Pokemon capabilities, the bond phenomenon depends only on the depth of connection between trainer and Pokemon, making it theoretically accessible to anyone willing to invest in building that relationship. The implications revolutionize competitive Pokemon training as trainers worldwide begin prioritizing emotional bonding alongside traditional battle conditioning, fundamentally changing how Pokemon partnerships are developed and maintained. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Team Rocket had successfully caught Pikachu in that first encounter, Ash would have developed the bond phenomenon through partnership with a different Pokemon, mastered emotional synchronization as his signature technique, won the Kalos League through revolutionary bonding methods, established new scientific understanding of trainer-Pokemon relationships, pioneered enhanced connection techniques across multiple regions, and ultimately claimed the World Championship through the deepest possible expression of Pokemon partnership, proving that true strength comes not from capturing Pokemon, but from the bonds we build with them. The immediate aftermath of Team Rocket finally catching Pikachu would have plunged Ash into a crisis of identity unlike anything he had faced in canon. Without his starter, his journey as we know it would have been fundamentally altered. The initial shock and devastation would be profound. In canon, Ash's bond with Pikachu was immediate and undeniable, a deep connection forged through shared adversity and mutual respect. This time, that foundational relationship is severed before it can fully blossom. So what does this mean for Ash's path as a trainer? His initial goal of becoming a Pokemon master remains, but the means to achieve it are now drastically different. Instead of the defiant, electrically charged companion, Ash is left without his first and most iconic partner. The narrative of an underdog trainer with an exceptionally powerful, albeit disobedient, Pikachu is gone. This pivotal moment, the successful capture of Pikachu, would likely occur in the very first episode, perhaps even before Ash reaches Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town. Imagine if Team Rocket, in their very first appearance, is surprisingly competent. They observe Ash's initial struggles with Pikachu, see the potential, and execute a flawless capture plan. Jesse, James, and Meowth, for once, succeed. They whisk Pikachu away, leaving a bewildered, heartbroken Ash behind. The immediate ripple effect is that Ash does not receive a different Kanto starter from Professor Oak. The narrative of him oversleeping and being left with Pikachu is intertwined with the idea that the other starters were already taken. If Pikachu is captured, Ash arrives at the lab and there are no starters left. This sends Ash on a different, more challenging trajectory from the outset. He might be given an egg, or perhaps even a less conventional starter, like a Rattata or a Spearow, a Pokemon he catches himself out of desperation, reflecting his newfound vulnerability and a need to prove himself. For the sake of this hypothetical, let us say Professor Oak, seeing Ash's sorrow, but also his fierce determination, gives him a freshly hatched Pichu egg, knowing the potential for a new bond to form. This Pichu, unlike the wild and seasoned Pikachu, starts as an infant, requiring Ash to learn patience and nurturing from day one. The journey through Kanto, then, becomes a narrative of growth for both Ash and his new Pichu. Without the immediate power of Pikachu, Ash has to learn true training fundamentals from the ground up. He can't rely on raw strength. He must develop strategy, understanding, and empathy. Pichu's early battles are challenging, and Ash experiences more losses than in canon. This early struggle forges a different kind of resilience. Pichu eventually evolves into Pikachu, but this Pikachu is different. It is not the defiant, independent force of canon. It is a loyal, deeply bonded partner, shaped by Ash's early struggles and careful nurturing. This Pikachu, having hatched from an egg, understands Ash's efforts on a fundamental level, fostering an even deeper emotional connection. Brock and Misty still join Ash, their initial interactions providing some much-needed companionship and guidance for a trainer stripped of his iconic partner. Brock's wisdom about Pokemon care resonates more deeply with Ash, who is now responsible for a young developing Pichu. Misty's dynamic with Ash shifts, as there's no initial rivalry over Pikachu's electric attacks. Instead, she might tease him about his new, weaker starter, unknowingly pushing him to work harder. Team Rocket's presence is also altered. Their initial success in capturing Pikachu gives them a false sense of superiority, making them even more arrogant. They continue to pursue rare and powerful Pokemon, but their primary obsession with Ash's Pikachu is gone. They still cross paths with Ash, but their encounters are less personal, more focused on their general goal of stealing Pokemon. This might make them slightly more effective as a criminal organization, as they are not singularly focused on one individual's Pokemon. They might even achieve minor successes, selling off captured Pokemon on the black market, which would be a darker turn for the comedic trio. However, their incompetence ultimately remains a core character trait, and they would still fail spectacularly in the long run. The Kanto Gym Challenge plays out with Ash's new Pikachu. While the challenges remain formidable, Ash's improved strategic thinking and the deep bond with his nurtured Pikachu allow him to secure the necessary badges. The bond, still in its nascent stages, doesn't yet manifest as the bond phenomenon, but it is the fertile ground from which it will eventually spring. This Pikachu might not be as overtly powerful as Canon Pikachu initially, but its loyalty and willingness to follow Ash's commands are absolute. The Indigo League, like in Canon, would likely be a learning experience. Ash would still make mistakes, but perhaps his losses would be attributed less to raw power disparity and more to tactical oversights that he would then learn from. The early nurturing of Pichu would instill a greater sense of responsibility and a deeper understanding of each Pokemon's individual needs, rather than relying on a single, overpowered partner. When Ash travels to the Orange Islands, his new Pikachu shines. The challenges there, often requiring unique solutions and teamwork, are perfectly suited for Ash's developing strategic mind and his well-bonded team. The Orange League win, while still a significant achievement, becomes a testament to Ash's ability to adapt and overcome, rather than the raw power of a single, exceptionally strong Pokemon. Johto follows similarly, but with a crucial difference. Ash's focus on nurturing his Pokemon and understanding their individual strengths is now a deeply ingrained habit. This leads to a more balanced team composition and a greater willingness to rotate his Pokemon. This is where the foundation for the bond phenomenon truly begins to solidify. He learns to anticipate his Pikachu's movements, to read its emotions, and to communicate without words, not just through instinct, but through deliberate training. In Hoenn, the bond phenomenon starts to subtly manifest, not as the explosive power of Kalos, but as an almost prescient understanding between Ash and Pikachu during battles. They move as one, anticipating attacks and executing strategies with uncanny synchronicity. This gives Ash an edge, allowing him to contend with more experienced trainers and formidable opponents. He might even win the Hoenn Leagues, not through brute force, but through a masterful display of teamwork and understanding. Here, we see the first true ripple of the initial change. Ash, having lost his original Pikachu, has learned a deeper, more profound way of connecting with his Pokemon, turning adversity into innovation. The battle frontier, then, becomes a crucible for this developing bond. The unique challenges of each frontier brain force Ash and Pikachu to push their emotional and strategic limits. The increased difficulty and variety of opponents further hone their connection. This time, Ash definitively conquers the battle frontier, securing the title of Frontier Brain, a testament to his unique training philosophy centered on emotional bonding. Sinnoh is where the bond phenomenon would become undeniably apparent to Ash himself, even if not yet named or fully understood. The intense rivalries with Paul and Barry and the challenging gym leaders demand Ash's absolute best. His Pikachu, through sheer force of will and emotional resonance with Ash, begins to display bursts of enhanced strength and speed that surprise even Ash. This is not just a strong Pikachu, it's a Pikachu whose power is directly proportional to Ash's emotional investment and focus. The bond allows them to overcome opponents that would otherwise be insurmountable. He might even win the Sinnoh League, defeating Paul in a climactic battle that showcases the raw, untamed power of their synchronized emotions. Unova in canon was a soft reset for Ash, with many of his experienced Pokemon left behind. In this timeline, however, the lessons of the bond phenomenon are too deeply ingrained to be completely ignored. While he still catches new Unova Pokemon, he applies the same principles of deep emotional connection to them. His Unova team therefore develops stronger bonds and performs at a higher level than in canon. This makes his Unova journey more successful, and he likely reaches the finals of the Unova League, perhaps even clinching the victory, showcasing the versatility of the bond phenomenon principle. Then comes Kalos, the region that, in canon, introduced the bond phenomenon with Greninja, but this time it is Pikachu who is the pioneer. The concept of synchronized evolution or power enhancement through trainer Pokemon bond is already implicitly understood by Ash. He has been living it for years. Kalos simply provides the explicit framework and scientific understanding. Professor Sycamore, instead of studying Ash Greninja, would be utterly fascinated by Ash's Pikachu. The unique power surge, the visual manifestation of their bond, would be the subject of intense research. Ash and Pikachu become the living embodiment of this phenomenon. The challenges of the Kalos League, especially against powerful mega evolutions, become the perfect stage for Ash and Pikachu to master this explicit bond phenomenon. The rivalry with Elan and his Mega Charizard X would still be intense, but this time, Pikachu, channeling the full force of its bond with Ash, would face Mega Charizard X in a climactic battle, not just matching its power, but potentially surpassing it through pure emotional synchronization. Ash wins the Kalos League, a moment that solidifies the bond phenomenon as a legitimate and incredibly powerful training method. The Alola region, with its focus on Z moves and the deep cultural connection between people and Pokemon, would be a natural progression for Ash and his bond phenomenon Pikachu. The Island Guardians and the Kahunas would recognize the profound connection between Ash and Pikachu, seeing it as a manifestation of the same reverence and spiritual bond that underpins Alolan traditions. Ash would still collect Z crystals, but their power would be amplified even further by the bond phenomenon. Imagine a 10,000,000-volt thunderbolt, not just powerful, but imbued with the raw emotional energy of Ash and Pikachu's unbreakable bond. The Alola League in this timeline is a clear victory for Ash, cementing his status as a champion who relies not on external power-ups alone, but on the intrinsic strength of his relationships. Finally, the World Coronation series in Journeys. This is where Ash's journey culminates. His bond phenomenon Pikachu is now a recognized force, a topic of discussion among the world's elite trainers. The series becomes a platform to showcase the full potential of this revolutionary training method. Ash faces opponents like Raihan, Cynthia, and Lance, each battle pushing the limits of his and Pikachu's bond. The unique challenges of each opponent, whether it is Gigantamax, Mega Evolution, or Z moves, are met with the unwavering power of the bond phenomenon. The final battle against Leon and his seemingly invincible Charizard is the ultimate test. Leon, the undefeated champion, represents traditional training excellence, a trainer who has mastered every aspect of battle. Ash, with his bond phenomenon Pikachu, represents the future, a trainer who has unlocked a deeper dimension of Pokemon power through emotional synchronization. The battle would be a spectacle, a clash of titans, with Charizard's raw power and Leon's strategic genius countered by Pikachu's unparalleled speed, agility, and the explosive, emotionally charged power of its bond phenomenon. Each move, each dodge, each attack from Pikachu would be a testament to the years of shared experiences, the trials overcome, and the unbreakable trust between trainer and Pokemon. When Pikachu, channeling every ounce of their shared will and emotion, unleashes a final devastating attack, a bond phenomenon amplified Electro Ball or a supercharged Thunderbolt, and defeats Leon's Charizard, the world watches in awe. Ash becomes the world champion, not just through skill, but through the profound revolutionary power of his bond with Pikachu. The initial tragedy of losing his first Pikachu in that fateful encounter would have ultimately led him to discover a power far greater and more personal than he could have ever imagined. It proves that sometimes losing something familiar forces us to find something extraordinary. The world of Pokemon training is forever changed, with trainers everywhere inspired to forge deeper, more meaningful bonds with their own partners, understanding that the true strength of a Pokemon master lies not in their ability to capture, but in their capacity to connect. The story of Team Rocket's eventual capture of Pikachu is not a simple tale of success, but a complex series of events that forever alter the very fabric of the Pokemon world, rippling out from the initial moment to reshape Ash's journey, the fate of Team Rocket, and even the established order of power. Without Ash at the helm, Pikachu exists in a new state of vulnerability, a highly sought-after prize for the nefarious organization. The capture itself plays out differently than any of their countless foiled attempts. Instead of a clumsy net or a flimsy trap, Team Rocket in this timeline employs a far more sophisticated strategy, one born of Giovanni's increasing impatience and a rare moment of strategic brilliance from Jesse, James, and Meowth. They managed to isolate Pikachu during one of Ash and Go's journeys, perhaps during their research in the Galar region, a place where the unfamiliar landscape and the presence of Dynamax energy create a unique opportunity. They don't just grab Pikachu, they use a specialized high-frequency sonic device developed by Matori, designed to disorient electric types specifically. Pikachu, overwhelmed by the sensory assault, is unable to retaliate with a Thunderbolt or Quick Attack, falling into a specialized non-conductive cage designed to suppress its electric abilities. The moment itself is swift, brutal, and utterly successful. Jesse, James, and Meowth, for the first time in their careers, actually managed to transport Pikachu, secured and neutralized, back to Team Rocket headquarters. This is the pivotal moment, the point of no return. The immediate aftermath is chaos, but not for Team Rocket. Ash is, predictably, devastated. His bond with Pikachu is the cornerstone of his identity as a trainer. The loss is not just that of a Pokemon, but of his oldest, most steadfast companion. Unlike Canon, where Pikachu always returns, this time the retrieval mission fails. Team Rocket's security, now bolstered by the success of securing such a high-profile target, is impenetrable to Ash and his friends. This loss fundamentally changes Ash's trajectory. The carefree, optimistic trainer we know from canon is replaced by a more somber, driven individual. His goal shifts from becoming a Pokemon master to initially retrieving Pikachu. When that proves impossible, his focus becomes honing his skills to such an extent that no one could ever take a Pokemon from him again. Team Rocket, on the other hand, experiences an unprecedented surge in status and resources. Giovanni, initially skeptical, is genuinely impressed. The trio, Jesse, James, and Meowth, are lauded as heroes within the organization. They are given promotions, advanced equipment, and a much larger budget. Meowth's ability to translate Pikachu's thoughts and emotions becomes a key asset, providing Giovanni with invaluable insight into the mind of a truly powerful, untamed electric type. But what does Giovanni want with Pikachu? Unlike the anime's often comedic portrayal of Team Rocket's schemes, Giovanni's intentions are always grander, more sinister. He doesn't just want Pikachu for its power, he wants it for its unique connection to Ash, its potential as a weapon, and its symbolic value. Pikachu, in this timeline, becomes the centerpiece of Project Lightning, a secret initiative to harness and replicate the immense power of Ash's Pikachu, not just its electrical output, but its unique energy signature, its unwavering loyalty, and his demonstrated ability to overcome seemingly impossible odds. Project Lightning, under Giovanni's direct supervision and Matori's scientific expertise, involves a series of ethically dubious experiments. Pikachu is subjected to various tests, its moves analyzed, its electrical output measured, its resilience pushed. Meowth, initially reveling in his elevated status, finds himself increasingly conflicted. He understands Pikachu's pain, its longing for Ash, and the cruelty of its confinement. Unlike Canon, where Meowth often participates in tormenting Pikachu, here he becomes a reluctant confidant, translating Pikachu's defiant screeches and silent grief to Giovanni. This internal conflict seeds a crucial divergence for Meowth's character arc. Ash's journey without Pikachu takes a starkly different path. His Kanto journey, already well underway at the point of Pikachu's capture, concludes with a palpable sense of loss. He still collects badges, still battles the Elite Four, but the familiar spark, the unwavering confidence, is dimmed. He relies more heavily on his other Pokémon, pushing Charizard, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle to new heights. Charizard, in particular, becomes his new ace, its power growing exponentially in response to Ash's heightened need for strength. The bond between Ash and Charizard deepens, not out of the usual mutual respect, but a shared understanding of loss and a burning desire for power. He competes in the Indigo Leagues, but without Pikachu's unpredictable brilliance and raw power, he often struggles more than in canon. While he still performs admirably, he doesn't achieve the same level of success, perhaps not even making it as far as the top 16, a humbling defeat that further fuels his drive. As Ash moves into Johto, the absence of Pikachu is acutely felt. His initial hesitation to form new bonds is noticeable. He becomes more reserved, less prone to the spontaneous antics that defined his early journey. He travels with his faithful Charizard, whose loyalty is now absolute. He catches new Pokémon, like Bayleaf and Totodile, but his connection to them is more pragmatic, less emotionally charged, at least initially. He trains them rigorously, focusing on efficiency and power. He still faces off against Team Rocket, but the encounters are more intense, filled with a simmering rage that wasn't present before. Jesse, James, and Meowth, now higher up in the organization, are more competent, and their battles against Ash are not the comedic relief they once were. They are genuine threats. Ash, fueled by his past failure, often pushes his Pokémon to their absolute limits to secure victories against them. The ripple effect extends to Brock and Misty as well. They witness Ash's transformation firsthand. Misty, ever the emotional anchor, tries to comfort him, but the depth of his grief is beyond her usual cheerful demeanor. Brock, with his practical wisdom, encourages Ash to channel his pain into strength, to not let the loss define him negatively. Their support helps keep Ash from spiraling, but the dynamic of the trio is irrevocably altered. They are no longer just friends on an adventure, they are companions united by a shared sorrow and a common enemy in Team Rocket. In this timeline, the focus on legendary Pokemon and ancient powers becomes even more pronounced for Ash. Without Pikachu, Ash seeks external sources of strength, perhaps even getting involved in the mysteries of the Unown or the secrets of the Celebi, aiming to understand powers that could potentially counter the might of an organization like Team Rocket. Unlike Canon, where he often stumbled into these situations, here he actively pursues them, driven by a desire to never be helpless again. Team Rocket, meanwhile, finds itself facing new challenges from within. While Project Lightning yields promising results, the ethical implications, particularly for Meowth, become unbearable. Meowth, witnessing Pikachu's suffering and understanding its desperate desire for freedom, begins to sabotage the project in subtle ways. He misinterprets data, delays experiments, and it even provides false information, all in an attempt to protect Pikachu. This is a slow burn, a gradual shift in his loyalty, unlike the more sudden moments of compassion seen in canon. He's torn between his loyalty to Giovanni and his growing empathy for Pikachu. The Wallace Cup in Sinnoh still happens, but without Pikachu, a Dawn's Ambipom doesn't have its iconic partner. Ash's Sinnoh journey is also different. He still aims for the league, but his competitive edge is sharper, more focused. He trains tougher, pushes harder. His Infernape, a testament to his ability to bring out the best in a neglected Pokemon, becomes an even more dominant force. He still manages to defeat Paul, but the victory feels hollow without Pikachu by his side, a constant reminder of the unfinished business he has with Team Rocket. The Unova region sees Ash adopting a more serious demeanor from the outset. He doesn't make the same rookie mistakes he did in canon. His team, while still diverse, is chosen with a clear strategic intent. Oshawott, Snivy, and Tepig are trained with an intensity that reflects his unwavering resolve. He still meets N, but their conversations about the nature of Pokemon liberation strike a deeper chord with Ash, who understands the pain of a Pokemon held captive. This bond with N might even lead to Ash joining N's cause more actively, seeking to dismantle Team Plasma's operations, not just for the good of the region, but as a broader form of resistance against organizations that control Pokemon against their will, a thinly veiled connection to his own vendettas against Team Rocket. The Kalos region, without Pikachu, means no Ash Greninja, at least not in the same way. However, the concept of a powerful bond remains central to Ash's character. His Greninja, still a force to be reckoned with, might instead develop a unique ability, a heightened form of battle bond that doesn't rely on the precise visual changes of Ash Greninja, but on a raw, unadulterated surge of power when Ash's emotions run high. This Greninja could become his secondary ace, a powerful water-type counterpart to his Charizard, both embodying his relentless pursuit of strength. Alan's Mega Charizard X still presents a formidable challenge, and Ash's Greninja, without the specific bond phenomenon that defined their canon rivalry, might still fall short, but the battle would be a testament to the raw power Ash can now draw from his Pokemon. In Alola, the school experience is less about self-discovery and more about acquiring knowledge and new techniques. Ash fully embraces Z moves, recognizing them as a potential counter to the advanced technology of Team Rocket. He masters several Z moves, not just the electric type ones. His Lycanroc, now his loyal companion, becomes a master of Accelerock, and his Incineroar becomes a formidable fire type, their bonds forged in the crucible of Ash's renewed determination. He still becomes the Alola champion, but the victory is not just a celebration. It's a statement, a declaration that even without his original partner, he can still reach the pinnacle. The World Coronation series in Journeys becomes Ash's ultimate stage. His Charizard, now fully a Mega Charizard X, and his Bond Greninja, or whatever powerful form it takes in this timeline, alongside his other formidable Pokémon, make him a true contender. Team Rocket, by this point, has grown significantly in influence, their Project Lightning yielding limited but real results in creating enhanced electric-type Pokémon for their own forces. Giovanni now commands an army of these augmented Pokémon, and the organization is a global threat, not just a regional annoyance. Ash's rivalry with Leon takes on an entirely new dimension. Leon, still the undefeated champion, represents the pinnacle of traditional training. Ash, however, now represents something more. He is the symbol of resilience, of a trainer who suffered an immense loss and rebuilt himself stronger, more focused, and utterly devoted to his Pokémon. The final battle against Leon is not just for the title of world champion, it is a symbolic clash. Ash, with his Mega Charizard X and Bond Greninja leading the charge, faces down Leon's insurmountable team. The battle is a testament to Ash's growth, his strategic brilliance, and the unbreakable bonds he now shares with all his Pokémon, bonds forged in the crucible of loss and a burning desire for justice. He manages to defeat Leon, not just through sheer power, but through a cunning strategy that leverages the unique abilities of his diverse team, a testament to his journey of learning and adaptation. But the story doesn't end there. After becoming world champion, Ash's ultimate goal shifts. He no longer seeks just to be a Pokemon master. He seeks to dismantle Team Rocket. His victory in the World Coronation series provides him with the platform and the influence to rally others to his cause. He becomes a leader, an icon of resistance against the oppressive forces that steal Pokemon. His journey culminates in a direct confrontation with Giovanni and the fully realized Project Lightning. Pikachu, meanwhile, has been irrevocably changed by its time with Team Rocket. It's stronger, yes, but also scarred. Meowth, having reached his breaking point, finally makes his move. He facilitates Pikachu's escape, a moment of profound betrayal for Team Rocket, but a desperate act of redemption for Meowth. This escape is not a clean break. It's a chaotic, destructive event that cripples a significant portion of Team Rocket's research and facilities. The reunion between Ash and Pikachu is not the tearful, joyous embrace one might expect. It's a moment of quiet understanding, of shared trauma and renewed resolve. Pikachu, though free, bears the weight of its captivity. Ash, though triumphant, carries the scars of his loss. Together, they confront Giovanni. This final battle is not a league match. It's a war for the future of Pokemon. Ash, with his full team, including his long-lost Pikachu, now a hardened veteran of Team Rocket's experiments, faces Giovanni's enhanced Pokemon, the products of Project Lightning. Pikachu, unleashing a full-power Thunderbolt, now imbued with a ferocity born of its captivity, is instrumental in dismantling Giovanni's operations. The battle is brutal, reflecting the years of pain and conflict. Giovanni is finally defeated, his organization shattered, not by a single trainer's might, but by the combined force of a trainer who refused to give up and a Pokemon that refused to be broken. The world of Pokemon, in this timeline, is forever changed. Team Rocket, as a global threat, is neutralized. Ash, the world champion, dedicates himself to protecting Pokemon from all forms of exploitation, becoming a true guardian. Pikachu, while never fully recovering from its ordeal, finds a new purpose, not just as Ash's partner, but as a symbol of hope and resilience for all Pokemon. Meowth, now a free agent, dedicates his life to atoning for his past, perhaps even working alongside Ash in a new capacity. The initial capture of Pikachu, a moment of tragic success for Team Rocket, ultimately birthed a new kind of hero, a more resilient Ash, a more formidable Pikachu, and a world where the fight for Pokemon freedom became a central tenet of the Pokemon Master Journey. What if Team Rocket finally caught Pikachu? It means the true power of bonds would not be celebrated in victory, but forged in the crucible of loss, ultimately leading to a more profound understanding of what it means to be a Pokemon master in a world reshaped by a single, successful capture. The world of Pokemon in this timeline is forever changed. Team Rocket, as a global threat, is neutralized. Ash, the world champion, dedicates himself to protecting Pokemon from all forms of exploitation, becoming a true guardian. Pikachu, while never fully recovering from its ordeal, finds a new purpose, not just as Ash's partner, but as a symbol of hope and resilience for all Pokemon. Meowth, now a free agent, dedicates his life to atoning for his past, perhaps even working alongside Ash in a new capacity. The initial capture of Pikachu, a moment of tragic success for Team Rocket, ultimately birthed a new kind of hero, a more resilient Ash, a more formidable Pikachu, and a world where the fight for Pokemon freedom became a central tenet of the Pokemon Master Journey. What if Team Rocket finally caught Pikachu? It means the true power of bonds would not be celebrated in victory, but forged in the crucible of loss, ultimately leading to a more profound understanding of what it means to be a Pokemon master in a world reshaped by a single, successful capture. This single successful capture by Team Rocket, unlike the countless failed attempts in canon, irrevocably altered the trajectory of Ash's journey, and by extension, the entire Pokemon world. The Kanto League, in this version of the story, sees a different Ash. Without Pikachu as his constant companion and primary battler, Ash's Kanto journey is marked by a more pronounced reliance on his other Pokemon. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charizard, along with Pidgeotto, Butterfree, and eventually Kingler, Primeape, and Mug, shoulder the burden. Ash, driven by the desperation of Pikachu's loss, pushes his team harder, focusing on strategic development, rather than the more instinctual, almost casual approach seen in canon. His bond with these Pokemon deepens out of necessity, a shared grief and determination fueling their growth. The Indigo League, for Ash, becomes a stark reminder of his missing partner. He battles with an intensity born of his desire to become strong enough to rescue Pikachu. While he still progresses through the rounds, his journey culminates in a more decisive loss than in canon. Without Pikachu's raw power and unpredictable skill, Ash struggles against opponents like Richie and his Sparky. The emotional weight of his quest while driving him also sometimes clouds his judgment, leading to errors in critical moments. He falls short of the top 16, a result that, while disheartening, only hardens his resolve. This time, his focus isn't just on becoming a Pokemon master, it's on becoming a rescuer. The Orange Islands arc, unlike canon, doesn't serve as a leisurely adventure. Ash, still reeling from his Kanto loss and Pikachu's absence, approaches the challenges with a grim determination. His Lapras, a Pokemon he bonds with deeply in canon, becomes even more central to his team, representing a new kind of partnership forged in adversity. His Snorlax, caught with a renewed focus on team diversity and power, becomes a true powerhouse. The Orange League Challenge, a test of strategy and Pokemon care, is something Ash tackles with an advanced maturity. He still faces Drake and his formidable Dragonite. This battle is a grueling test of endurance, but Ash, leveraging the unique strengths of his entire team, including a powerful Charizard who, in this timeline, had a slightly more accelerated growth due to Ash's heightened urgency, manages to secure the win. The Orange League trophy, however, is a hollow victory, a stepping stone rather than a destination. It reinforces his belief that he is getting stronger, but the ultimate goal remains Pikachu. Johto follows, and here the ripples become even more pronounced. Ash, now a seasoned trainer with an Orange League win under his belt, approaches Johto with a different mindset. He's less prone to the early mistakes of his canon self. His Chikorita, Cyndaquil, and Totodile are raised with a more deliberate hand. Bayleaf, Quilava, and Feraligatr evolve faster, reflecting Ash's enhanced training regimen. He still encounters Team Rocket, but his interactions are charged with a personal vendetta. Jesse, James, and Meowth, while still incompetent, represent the organization that holds his best friend. Ash is more aggressive in confronting them, often unleashing his stronger Pokemon without restraint, forcing them to retreat faster than in canon. This increased pressure on the trio, combined with Giovanni's renewed focus on Project Lightning, starts to sow the seeds of doubt and fear within them earlier. The Johto League, like his previous league attempts, is still a major hurdle. Silver, the rival from the games, makes a more prominent appearance in this timeline, a cold and calculating trainer who serves as a stark contrast to Ash's passion. Ash, having cultivated a deeper bond with his Johto team and his Kanto powerhouses, performs admirably. He still faces Harrison and his Blaziken, a powerful opponent. The battle is a showcase of Ash's growth, his Bayleaf evolving into a Meganium, and his Charizard dominating the field. This time, however, Ash pushes past the canonical top 8. He reaches the semi-finals, only to be narrowly defeated by a trainer who in canon would never have stood a chance against a Pikachu-powered Ash. It's a testament to the persistent absence of his electric powerhouse. Hoenn represents another shift. Ash, still driven by the search for Pikachu, meets May and Max. His mentorship of May is more focused, almost intense. He imparts lessons not just about battling, but about resilience, about fighting for what you believe in. His Trico, Torchic, and Mudkip, raised with this new sense of purpose, develop into Sceptile, Blaziken, and Swampert with remarkable speed. Sceptile, in particular, becomes a central figure, its speed and power echoing the electric agility of his lost partner. Ash's rivalry with Morrison and Tyson is still present, but his battles are fought with a greater sense of urgency. The Hoenn League, while a strong showing, still sees Ash fall short of the victory. The consistent pattern of near wins and losses without Pikachu highlights the irreplaceable role the electric mouse played. The battle frontier, however, is where Ash truly begins to shine without Pikachu. This challenge demands not just raw power, but adaptability, strategy, and deep understanding of Pokemon. Ash, having cultivated these traits out of necessity, excels. He conquers each frontier brain, utilizing his diverse team and the bonds forged through adversity. His Sceptile masters its overgrow ability, his Swellow becomes an aerial ace, and his Donphan, a powerful ground type, anchors his team. The final battle against Brandon and his legendary Pokemon is still a monumental challenge. Ash, employing a combination of his Kanto and Hoenn teams, including a powerful Charizard, Sceptile, and Snorlax, manages to secure the victory, earning him the title of Frontier Brain. This achievement, a significant milestone in canon, becomes even more meaningful here, proving Ash's strength even without his original partner. Sinnoh is a region of immense growth. Ash, now a Battle Frontier champion, enters Sinnoh with a confidence born from his hard-won victories. He meets Dawn, and his role as a mentor is even more pronounced. His Infernape, a powerful fire-fighting type, has a more impactful rivalry with Paul. The neglect and abuse Infernape suffered under Paul mirrors, in Ash's mind, the exploitation Pikachu is likely enduring under Team Rocket. This fuels Ash's determination to help Infernape reach its full potential, a mirror to his own desire to free Pikachu. His Geibel, Buizel, and Staraptor all grow into formidable opponents. The Sinnoh League, known for its intense rivalries and powerful trainers, becomes Ash's most significant challenge yet. He faces Paul in a climactic battle, a brutal, strategic showcase that pushes both trainers to their limits. Ash, with his Infernape, Sceptile, and a powerful Swampert from Hoenn, manages to overcome Paul's formidable team. He progresses further than in canon, making it to the finals, where he faces Tobias and his legendary Pokemon. This time, Ash, with his carefully curated and deeply bonded team, manages to defeat Darkrai. He pushes Tobias to his limits, forcing him to unveil his Latios. The battle is legendary, a testament to Ash's journey. However, without Pikachu's unexpected agility and electric-type advantage, Ash is ultimately defeated. He loses, but not without earning the respect of Tobias and the entire Sinnoh region. He's proven himself capable of challenging legendaries, a feat few trainers could boast. Unova, in this timeline, serves as a period of reflection and strategic development. Ash, recognizing the gaps in his team and his own weaknesses, approaches Unova with a renewed focus on strategy and type matchups. He catches a diverse array of Pokemon, including Crocodile, Leavanny, Pignite, and Oshawott. His rivalry with Trip is still present, but Ash's maturity means he's less prone to underestimating his opponents. The Unova League, a less prestigious league in canon, becomes an opportunity for Ash to refine his tactics. He still loses to Cameron, but the loss is less about underestimation and more about Cameron's unpredictable style and Ash's deliberate experimentation with new strategies. This time, however, Ash doesn't leave his Pokemon with Professor Oak. He keeps them, training them for the inevitable confrontation with Team Rocket. Kalos is where Ash's journey truly culminates before his ultimate confrontation. The bond phenomenon with Greninja, a defining moment in canon, becomes even more potent. This unique ability, a reflection of an unbreakable bond, takes on a deeper meaning for Ash. It represents the ultimate expression of trust and understanding between trainer and Pokemon, the very thing he yearns to rekindle with Pikachu. His Holucha, Talonflame, and Gudra are all powerful additions, but Greninja is his ace. The rivalry with Alan and his Mega Charizard X is still central. This time, however, Ash, with the full power of his Kalos team and the raw emotional depth of his Bond Phenomenon Greninja, finally defeats Alan. He wins the Kalos League. This victory is not just a personal triumph, it's a statement. It proves that Ash, even without Pikachu, is capable of reaching the pinnacle of regional competition. The Kalos League trophy, held aloft, is a symbol of his unwavering resolve. The world takes notice. His name, now synonymous with strength and an unbreakable spirit, reaches the ears of Giovanni. Alola, for Ash, is a brief but impactful detour. The Island Challenge provides a refreshing change of pace, and the Zub moves offer a new dimension to his battling style. His Rowlet, Litten, and Rockruff are still captured and developed, with Incineroar and Lycanroc, Dusk form, becoming strong members of his team. While he enjoys the challenges, his primary focus remains on the looming threat of Team Rocket. The Alola League, in this version, is not a major goal. Ash participates, but his attention is split. He still manages to win the Alola League, showcasing his diverse skills and the power of Z moves, but it feels secondary. The true fight is yet to come. Journeys is where the narrative converges with the direct consequences of Pikachu's capture. Ash, now a world champion, has a clear goal: dismantle Team Rocket and rescue Pikachu. His journey through the World Coronation series is expedited. He battles strong trainers not just for rank, but to hone his skills for the ultimate confrontation. His Gengar, Dragonite, and Lucario are trained with intense focus. Lucario, in particular, with its aura abilities, becomes a key player, its ability to sense and connect with others, hinting at the deep emotional bonds that define Ash's quest. The Masters 8 tournament is still a challenge, but Ash, leveraging his experience, his diverse team, and his unyielding spirit, defeats every opponent. He faces Laion in the finals. This ultimate battle, a clash of champions, is a testament to Ash's growth. His Greninja, brought back from Kalos, his Lucario, and his powerful Charizard from Kanto, alongside his other champions, push Leon to his absolute limit. Ash, demonstrating a mastery of strategy, type matchups, and the unique abilities of all his Pokemon, emerges victorious. He is the Monarch, the strongest trainer in the world, a title he earned without his original partner, but fueled by the very absence of that partner. And then the moment arrives. The intelligence gathered by the World Coronation Series organization, combined with Ash's unwavering pursuit, finally pinpoints Team Rocket's main facility. The confrontation is not a simple battle, it's a full-scale assault. Ash, as the reigning monarch, leads the charge, not as a single trainer, but as the figurehead of a global coalition dedicated to ending Team Rocket's reign of terror. He is joined by former rivals, champions he's defeated, and even gym leaders, all united against a common enemy. The facility is a fortress filled with enhanced Pokemon, and the air crackles with the dark energy of Project Lightning. Ash battles through waves of rocket grunts and executives, his team a testament to his journey. Charizard unleashes an inferno, Greninja tears through defenses with Water Shuriken, Lucario uses Aura Sphere with pinpoint precision, and Sceptile's Leaf Blade cuts through the chaos. Each victory is hard won, a step closer to his goal. Deep within the facility, Ash finally finds Pikachu, but it's not the playful, energetic partner he remembers. This Pikachu is gaunt, its fur matted, its eyes holding a haunted, almost feral gleam. It's stronger, yes, but also scarred. Meowth, having reached his breaking point, finally makes his move. He facilitates Pikachu's escape, a moment of profound betrayal for Team Rocket, but a desperate act of redemption for Meowth. This escape is not a clean break. It's a chaotic, destructive event that cripples a significant portion of Team Rocket's research and facilities. The reunion between Ash and Pikachu is not the tearful, joyous embrace one might expect. It's a moment of quiet understanding, of shared trauma and renewed resolve. Pikachu, though free, bears the weight of its captivity. Ash, though triumphant, carries the scars of his loss. Together, they confront Giovanni. This final battle is not a league match. It's a war for the future of Pokémon. Ash, with his full team, including his long-lost Pikachu, now a hardened veteran of Team Rocket's experiments, faces Giovanni's enhanced Pokémon, the products of Project Lightning. Pikachu, unleashing a full-power thunderbolt, now imbued with the ferocity born of its captivity, is instrumental in dismantling Giovanni's operations. The battle is brutal, reflecting the years of pain and conflict. Giovanni is finally defeated, his organization shattered, not by a single trainer's might, but by the combined force of a trainer who refused to give up and a Pokémon that refused to be broken. The world of Pokémon in this timeline is forever changed. Team Rocket, as a global threat, is neutralized. Ash, the world champion, dedicates himself to protecting Pokémon from all forms of exploitation, becoming a true guardian. Pikachu, while never fully recovering from its ordeal, finds a new purpose, not just as Ash's partner, but as a symbol of hope and resilience for all Pokémon. Meowth, now a free agent, dedicates his life to atoning for his past, perhaps even working alongside Ash in a new capacity, using his unique perspective to help dismantle other criminal organizations. The initial capture of Pikachu, a moment of tragic success for Team Rocket, ultimately birthed a new kind of hero, a more resilient Ash, a more formidable Pikachu, in a world where the fight for Pokémon freedom became a central tenet of the Pokémon Master journey. What if Team Rocket finally caught Pikachu? It fundamentally redefines Ash's entire character arc. His journey shifts from a quest for personal glory to a crusade for justice. The constant presence of Team Rocket, no longer just bumbling comedic villains, but a genuine threat holding his best friend captive, injects a profound sense of urgency and gravity into every region. His bonds with his other Pokémon deepen out of necessity, transforming them into true partners forged in the crucible of adversity. The core theme of the anime, the power of friendship and bonds, is tested to its absolute limit. Instead of celebrating these bonds in constant companionship, Ash is forced to understand their strength in separation, their power in the memory, and their ultimate resilience in the face of immense trauma. His character develops a grit, a strategic acumen, and a profound empathy that surpasses his canonical counterpart. He becomes a more complete trainer, not just in terms of battling skill, but in his understanding of the world and his place within it. The emotional climax of rescuing Pikachu is not just a reunion, it's a redemption. It's the culmination of years of relentless pursuit, of facing down the darkness of the Pokemon world head on. Pikachu, too, undergoes a profound transformation. Its time in captivity leaves it with a raw power and an unyielding will that makes it a formidable force, but also a constant reminder of the suffering it endured. This version of Pikachu is a symbol of survival, a testament to the fact that even the brightest sparks can be dimmed but never extinguished. The ending, with Ash as the world champion and a global advocate for Pokemon, is a direct consequence of this single, pivotal event. He doesn't just win battles, he wins the war for the soul of the Pokemon world. The what if scenario, therefore, demonstrates that the greatest victories are sometimes born from the most profound losses. The fabled Mega Pikachu in this timeline is not a concept born of a battle gimmick, but a symbolic representation of Pikachu's indomitable spirit, a raw power born of its ordeal, unleashed in the final, decisive confrontation with Giovanni. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Team Rocket had succeeded in capturing Pikachu in that early Kanto journey, then Ash would have developed a more strategic and resilient team earlier. He would have matured faster as a leader. He would have won the Orange League, the Kalos League, the Alola League, and ultimately the World Coronation Series with a profound sense of purpose, and he would have personally made his entire team the strongest in the world, culminating in the complete dismantling of Team Rocket and the rise of a true guardian of all Pokemon. The initial shock of Pikachu's capture sends Ash into a spiral not dissimilar to how he reacted when Butterfree left in canon, but this time, the stakes are incomparably higher. The immediate Kanto journey takes on a darker, more determined tone. Without Pikachu, Ash is forced to rely on Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur much earlier and more intensely than in canon. This means consistent training, more focused battles, and a rapid evolution of his core team. Charmander, without the influence of being abandoned by its prior trainer, evolves into Charmeleon and then Charizard much more smoothly, its loyalty unwavering since Ash was its first true friend. This Charizard, unlike its canonical counterpart, respects Ash from the outset, becoming a powerhouse earlier in the Kanto journey. Squirtle and Bulbasaur also receive accelerated training, becoming integral parts of Ash's strategy. They don't just fill a void, they become the foundational pillars of a trainer driven by a singular, burning goal: retrieving Pikachu. The canonical gym battles in Kanto, like Brock's and Misty's, are still challenging, but Ash approaches them with a newfound seriousness. His Charizard, not held back by its rebellious phase, makes quick work of powerful opponents like Blaine's Magmar, using a devastating flamethrower for the win. Bulbasaur's Sleep Powder and Vine Whip become strategic tools against opponents like Erica's grass types, often securing the win with a powerful Razor Leaf. Squirtle's Water Gun and Withdraw are honed to perfection, allowing it to take down Surge's Raichu, a stark contrast to Pikachu's loss in canon. This early Kanto team, pushed by the absence of their electric leader, develops a formidable synergy. Ash still collects his badges, but each victory feels hollow without Pikachu by his side. The emotional core of Kanto becomes the relentless pursuit of Team Rocket, who, emboldened by their success, become even more arrogant and dangerous. The Lavender Town arc, instead of being a simple ghost encounter, becomes a terrifying realization of the darker forces at play. Ash, with his now formidable Charizard, confronts the ghost-type Pokemon not with fear, but with a fierce protectiveness over his remaining team. Haunter still bonds with Ash, but its release to Sabrina carries an even greater weight, a sacrifice for the greater mission. The battle with Sabrina is still intense, but Charizard's raw power and Bulbasaur's strategic leech seed eventually wear down Alakazam, securing the Marsh Badge. The Pokemon League in Kanto presents a different challenge. Without Pikachu, Ash's team composition is inherently stronger and more balanced from the start. His Charizard, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur are fully evolved and highly trained, unlike the Pidgeotto and Kingler from his canonical Kanto League run. He faces Richie, but this time, Ash's Charizard, not Charizard, but his Charizard, is not disqualified. Instead, it unleashes a powerful seismic toss on Richie's Sparky, demonstrating its absolute control and loyalty. Ash progresses further, battling opponents like Jeanette Fisher with her Bellsprout and Weepinbell, which are defeated by Charizard's superior speed and power. The defining battle, however, comes against Gary. This time, Ash, fueled by his unwavering resolve, orchestrates a masterclass. His Charizard, after a grueling exchange, overwhelms Gary's Arcanine and Golem with its Flamethrower and Dragon Rage. Bulbasaur's Vine Whip proves effective against Gary's Nidoking, and Squirtle's Hydro Pump secures the win against Gary's Blastoise in a truly epic showdown. Ash, in this timeline, wins the Kanto League, not out of luck, but through sheer hard-won skill and a profound motivation. This victory, however, is bittersweet. The trophy feels empty without Pikachu to share it with. After the Kanto League, the pursuit of Team Rocket intensifies. Ash, now a league champion, has access to more resources and information. His journey into the Orange Islands is not about a new league, but a strategic move to track down whispers of Team Rocket activity. The Orange crew battles are still challenging, but Ash's mature Charizard, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur, now veterans of a league championship, dominate. Lapras, whom Ash canonically rescues, is still rescued, but becomes an even more vital member of the team, its Ice Beam and Surf providing crucial utility in oceanic pursuits. This time, Ash triumphs over Drake, not with a patchwork team, but with a well-oiled machine. Charizard, with its superior aerial combat skills, defeats Drake's Dragonite after a fierce aerial dogfight, landing a critical fire spin for the win. Ash secures the Orange League Championship, adding another trophy to his growing collection, but his gaze remains fixed on his true prize. The Johto journey, instead of being a fresh start, becomes an expansion of his anti-team rocket operations. Ash's growth as a trainer attracts more powerful Pokemon. He still captures Chikorita, Cyndaquil, and Totodile, but he mentors them with a deeper understanding of tactical prowess. Bayleaf, Quilava, and Feraligatr evolve under his tutelage, becoming powerful additions. This time, Ash's Charizard acts as a mentor, training the younger fire types, teaching them discipline and advanced techniques. The Johto gym leaders like Faulkner and Bugsy are still encountered, but Ash's team is now significantly stronger. Faulkner's Pidgeot is taken down by Charizard's Dragonclaw. Bugsy's Scyther is outmaneuvered by Bayleaf's Vine Whip. Morty's Gengar is still a challenge, but Ash's Feraligatr, with its Crunch, learns to deal with ghost types, securing the win. Whitney's Miltank, the canonical wall, is still tough, but a coordinated effort from Ash's team, with Bayleaf's Leech Seed and Charizard's Flamethrower, eventually brings it down. The consistent presence of a mature, loyal Charizard fundamentally alters Ash's Johto journey. He doesn't suffer the same setbacks in the Johto League. His team is consistently stronger, more experienced, and more cohesive. The rivalries with Gary and Harrison are still present, but Ash approaches them with a quiet confidence. He defeats Gary in the Silver Conference with a comprehensive strategy, his Feraligatr taking down Gary's Blastoise in a thrilling water-type showdown, and Charizard overpowering Gary's Electivire. Against Harrison, Ash's Charizard, with its newly mastered Dragon Breath, triumphs over Harrison's Blaziken, securing Ash the Johto League championship. This marks his third league win, a truly unprecedented feat in the canon. The Hoenn region is approached with the same focused intensity. Ash still travels with May and Max, but his demeanor is more seasoned, less impulsive. He still acquires Trico, Torchic, and Mudkip, who evolve into Sceptile, Blaziken, and Swampert under his expert guidance. The canonical gym battles are still fought, but Ash's strategies are more refined. Roxanne's Nosepass is defeated by Sceptile's Bullet Seed. Brawly's Machoke is taken down by Blaziken's Blaze Kick. Watson's Manectric is outmaneuvered by Swampert's Mudshot. Norman's Slaking, the canonical powerhouse, is still formidable, but Ash's Sceptile, now a master of agility, uses Quick Attack and Leaf Blade to take it down, securing the Balance Badge. The Hoenn League is another demonstration of Ash's growing prowess. He faces Morrison, but this time Ash's Sceptile, Blaziken, and Swampert, along with his other powerful Pokémon in reserve, easily overcome Morrison's team. The final battle against Tyson still occurs, but Ash's Blaziken, now a seasoned champion, defeats Tyson's Metagross, securing Ash his fourth league title. The battle frontier, instead of being a struggle, becomes a proving ground for Ash's leadership. He conquers all 7 frontier brains with relative ease. His Charizard, now a truly legendary Pokémon in its own right, sweeps through opponents like Nolan's Articuno, using a powerful overheat for the win, a testament to its raw power and Ash's strategic genius. Brandon's Regirock, Regis, and Registeel are formidable, but Ash's full team, including his Kanto and Johto champions, work in perfect sync. Charizard defeats Regirock with a super effective Dragon Claw. Sceptile's Leaf Blade takes down Regis. And finally, Swampert's Earthquake shatters Registeel, securing Ash the Battle Frontier title and adding another monumental achievement to his resume. This time, Ash declines Scott's offer to become a Frontier Brain, stating that his mission is not yet complete. The Sinnoh region continues this trajectory of relentless growth and strategic mastery. Ash still encounters Dawn and Brock, but his focus remains on his ultimate goal. He still catches Turtwig, Chimchar, and Starly, who evolve into Torterra, Infernup, and Staraptor. The canonical rivalries with Paul and Barry are still intense, but Ash's experience and the raw power of his team give him a distinct advantage. Paul's brutal training methods are still observed, but Ash's kindness and dedication yield superior results. The gym battles, like Rourke's and Gardenia's, are still fought, but Ash's team, with its diverse type coverage and extensive battle experience, makes quick work of them. Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion, still recognizes Ash's immense potential, but in this timeline, she sees not just a promising trainer, but a seasoned warrior. The Sinnoh League, often cited as one of Ash's most challenging canonical runs, is a different story here. Ash, with his mature Charizard as his ace, alongside Infernape, Sceptile, Swampert, and his other champions, is an unstoppable force. He faces Tobias, but this time, Tobias's Darkrai is met with an equally legendary force, Ash's Charizard. Charizard, with its honed speed and power, dodges Darkrai's Dark Void and unleashes a devastating Flare Blitz, defeating the mythical Pokémon. Latios, Tobias's second legendary, is a formidable opponent, but a combined effort from Ash's Infernape and Sceptile, culminating in a powerful Blaze Kick and Leaf Blade, secures the win. Ash, in this timeline, triumphs over Tobias, becoming the Sinnoh League champion, his fifth league title. The world is beginning to recognize Ash Ketchum not just as a trainer, but as a force of nature. The Unova region, often seen as a soft reset for Ash in canon, is instead a strategic expansion. Ash still meets Iris and Salin, but he quickly establishes himself as a mentor figure. He still catches Snivy, Tepig, and Oshawott, who evolve into Superior, Embor, and Samurott. These Pokemon benefit from direct training under Ash's veteran team, learning advanced battle techniques directly from Charizard, Sceptile, and Infernape. The gym battles, like Cylons and Lenoras, are still fought, but Ash's experienced team rarely struggles. He still competes in the Unova League, but without the canonical struggles and team rotation that led to his loss to Cameron. Ash, with his full team of champions, easily navigates the Unova League, defeating rivals like Trip and Stefan. In the final, he faces Virgil and his evolutions, but Ash's superior, Emboar and Samurott, along with his other powerful Pokemon, prove too much. Ash secures his sixth league championship. The Kalos region presents the new challenge of Mega Evolution. Ash still encounters Serena, Clement, and Bonnie. He still catches Froakie, Fletchling, and Holucha, who evolve into Greninja, Talonflame, and Holucha. However, the emotional bond with Greninja that leads to Ash Greninjas is different. It is not born of desperation, but of a shared understanding of profound loss and unwavering determination. Ash Greninja, in this timeline, is a symbol of Ash's unbreakable will, a physical manifestation of his bond with a Pokemon forged in the crucible of his quest. He still battles Alan, but this time, the outcome is different. Ash's Mega Charizard X, having been with him since Kanto, and Ash Greninja, a symbol of his current journey, form an unstoppable duo. The final battle against Alan's Mega Charizard X is a legendary clash. Ash's Mega Charizard X, with its years of experience and its trainer's strategic brilliance, engages in an aerial ballet of dragon claws and flamethrowers. Ash Greninja, with its water shuriken and cut, provides crucial support. In a climactic moment, Ash's Mega Charizard X, empowered by its bond with Ash, unleashes a final, devastating seismic toss, followed by a Dragon Rage, defeating Alan's Mega Charizard X and securing Ash the Kalos League Championship. This marks his 7th league win. The Alola region introduces Z moves. Ash still attends the Pokemon school, but his role is often that of a seasoned mentor to his classmates. He still catches Rowlet, Litten, and Poplio, who evolve into Decidueye, Incineroar, and Primarina. These Pokemon learn quickly under Ash's guidance, benefiting from his vast experience. The island challenges are still undertaken, but Ash's team, with its diverse strengths, makes quick work of them. The Alola League, in this timeline, is Ash's to lose. He still faces Hau, Gladion, and Guzma, but his team, augmented by Z moves, is simply too powerful. Ash's Incineroar using the Inferno Overdrive Z move, defeats Guzma's Golisopod. Ash's Decidway, with its sinister arrow raid, overwhelms Gladion's Silvally. In the final, Ash secures his 8th League championship, a testament to his unparalleled journey. The ultimate confrontation with Team Rocket, specifically Giovanni, occurs during the World Coronation Series arc. Ash, now a multi-region champion, is a global superstar. His journey through the World Coronation Series is a testament to his decades of training and his unyielding pursuit. He faces powerful trainers like Lance, Steven, and Cynthia, but his team, encompassing his Kanto champions, his Mega Charizard X, and his Ash Greninja, is simply too strong. He defeats Leon in the finals, not just with Ash Greninja, but with a full team of his strongest champions, including his Mega Charizard X, who uses a powerful blast burn to take down Leon's Gigantamax Charizard. Ash becomes the global world champion, but this is merely a prelude. The intelligence gathered throughout his journey, combined with his champion status, finally leads him to the main Team Rocket base. This is the moment, the culmination of years of relentless effort. The battle against Giovanni is not just a battle, it's a reckoning. Giovanni, with his Mewtwo and his legendary Pokémon, presents the ultimate challenge. Ash's Mega Charizard X, Ash Greninja, Sceptile, Infernape, and his other champions engage in an epic, multi-front war against Giovanni's forces. The fabled Mega Pikachu in this timeline is not a battle gimmick, but a symbolic representation of Pikachu's indomitable spirit, a raw power born of its ordeal. When Pikachu is finally rescued, it is not weak or frail. Its time in captivity has forced it to evolve, to tap into an inner strength previously unseen. As Giovanni unleashes his final, desperate attack, Pikachu, with Ash by its side, unleashes a never-before-seen surge of electric power, a megavolt that shatters Giovanni's defenses and defeats his legendary Pokémon. This is the moment of sweet, hard-won victory. Pikachu, now reunited with Ash, is not just a partner. It is a symbol of resilience, a beacon of hope. The ending, with Ash as the world champion and a global advocate for Pokémon, is a direct consequence of this single, pivotal event. He doesn't just win battles, he wins the war for the soul of the Pokémon world. He establishes a global organization dedicated to protecting Pokémon from exploitative organizations like Team Rocket, using his influence and his vast network of champion Pokémon and trainers. The what-if scenario, therefore, demonstrates that the greatest victories are sometimes born from the most profound losses. The fabled Mega Pikachu in this timeline is not a concept born of a battle gimmick, but a symbolic representation of Pikachu's indomitable spirit, a raw power born of its ordeal, unleashed in the final, decisive confrontation with Giovanni. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Team Rocket had succeeded in capturing Pikachu in that early Kanto journey, then Ash would have developed a more strategic and resilient team earlier. He would have matured faster as a leader. He would have won the Orange League, the Johto League, the Hoenn League, the Battle Frontier, the Sinnoh League, the Unova League, the Kalos League, the Alola League, and ultimately the World Coronation Series, with a profound sense of purpose, and he would have personally made his entire team the strongest in the world, culminating in the complete dismantling of Team Rocket and the rise of a true guardian of all Pokémon. The World Coronation Series, in this timeline, isn't just a competition, it's a culmination a grand stage where Ash brings together all the lessons learned, all the bonds forged, and all the power cultivated through years of relentless pursuit. He stands not just as a trainer, but as a symbol of what dedication and unwavering belief can achieve, a testament to the idea that even the most painful setbacks can lead to the greatest triumphs. This final arc, leading to his championship, plays out with an even greater sense of gravitas than in canon, because the stakes, for Ash, are higher. He is not just fighting for a title, he is fighting to honor the journey that began with Pikachu's capture, a journey that reshaped his destiny. The final battles, leading up to the championship match, showcase the breadth and depth of Ash's team. His Mega Charizard Y, a powerhouse from the Kalos days, now wields its scorching flamethrower and Dragon Pulse with unparalleled precision, having trained extensively under Ash's guidance for years. This time, Charizard's bond with Ash is unbreakable, a pillar of strength that has only grown with every challenge. Ash Greninja, a fusion of power and strategy, cuts through opponents with Water Shuriken and Aerial Ace, its speed and agility unmatched. Sceptile, with its Leaf Blade and Bullet Seed, demonstrates a mastery of its type, its swift strikes and powerful ranged attacks dismantling even the toughest defenses. Infernape, a symbol of perseverance, unleashes its Blaze ability with devastating Flare Blitz and Mach Punch, a fiery whirlwind of pure fighting spirit. Each of these Pokemon in this timeline carries an additional weight, a silent understanding of the path they've walked, the challenges they've overcome. The World Coronation Series matches, for Ash, are not just about winning, they are about sending a message. Each victory is a reaffirmation of his philosophy, a demonstration that true power comes from the heart, from the bond between trainer and Pokemon, not from manipulation or exploitation. His opponents, including formidable trainers like Raihan, Cynthia, and Leon, push him to his absolute limits, forcing him to draw upon every ounce of his experience and the full potential of his team. Raihan's Duraludon, an imposing steel dragon type, falls to a perfectly timed Dragon Pulse from Mega Charizard EY, its G-Max move countered by Charizard's sheer power and Ash's strategic commands. Cynthia's Mighty Garchomp, a champion in its own right, engages in a brutal clash with Ash Greninja, the speed and precision of Greninja's Water Shuriken eventually overwhelming Garchomp's formidable bulk, a battle that transcends type advantages and becomes a pure test of skill and bond. And then comes the final match against Leon, the reigning monarch, a trainer whose strength, like in canon, borders on the mythical. This time, however, Ash is not just a challenger, he is a force of nature, a culmination of decades of experience and an unbreakable resolve forged in the fires of adversity. The battle plays out like canon in terms of its epic scope and the sheer power on display, but the underlying narrative for Ash is profoundly different. Every move and every counter, every decision is imbued with the memory of Pikachu's capture, the long journey back, and the promise made to protect all Pokemon. Leon's team, featuring the formidable Dragapult Rillaboom and his ace, Gigantamax Charizard, presents the ultimate test. Ash's Mega Charizard Y, facing off against Leon's Charizard, is not just a type matchup, it's a clash of legacies, a battle for supremacy between two of the most iconic Pokemon. The Mega Evolution on Ash's side, a direct consequence of his early mastery of advanced battle mechanics, gives him an edge he might not have possessed in the canon timeline. The sky above the arena becomes a canvas for their fiery confrontation, with flamethrowers and dragon pulses illuminating the night. Ash's Charizard, having faced countless challenges and trained relentlessly, demonstrates a level of control and power that even Leon acknowledges, its bond with Ash radiating an almost tangible energy. The pivotal moment, as in canon, comes down to the battle between Pikachu and Leon's Gigantamax Charizard. But this particular Pikachu, is not just Ash's first Pokemon. It is the genesis of his entire philosophy, the catalyst for his accelerated growth. When Leon unleashes his Gigantamax Charizard, a colossal inferno of power, Ash's strategy is not just about type advantage or raw strength, it's about channeling the collective spirit of his entire team, about the unwavering trust he places in his partner. The fabled Mega Pikachu in this timeline is not a concept born of a battle gimmick, but a symbolic representation of Pikachu's indomitable spirit, a raw power born of its ordeal, unleashed in the final, decisive confrontation with Giovanni. That power, that inner strength cultivated through hardship, now manifests in a different, more controlled way during the World Coronation Series final. Pikachu, drawing on the immense energy of its bond with Ash and the lessons learned from its time in captivity, performs feats of agility and electrical mastery that defy explanation. It dodges Gigantamax Charizard's G-Max Wildfire with impossible speed, its quick attack leaving after images across the arena. Its Electro Ball, supercharged by its connection to Ash, strikes with the force of a thunderbolt. And then, the moment of truth, Leon's Charizard unleashes a devastating G-Max Flare, a final desperate surge of power. But Ash and Pikachu, in perfect synchronicity, unleash a 10,000 volt thunderbolt. This is not just a move, it's a declaration, an expression of every hardship overcome, every lesson learned, every victory earned. The sheer, overwhelming electrical energy, focused and amplified by their unbreakable bond, tears through the Gigantamax aura, creating an explosion of light and power that engulfs the arena. When the smoke clears, Leon's Charizard is defeated and Pikachu stands victorious alongside Ash. The crowd erupts. Ash Ketchum, the boy who started his journey with a disobedient Pikachu, the trainer whose partner was once stolen, now stands as the world champion, the monarch. The victory is not just his, it belongs to every Pokemon he saved, every friend he made, and every challenge he overcame. It is a victory for the philosophy forged in adversity, a triumph of heart over manipulation, of bonds over brute force. The impact of this victory and the journey that led to it extends far beyond the stadium. Ash, now the undisputed world champion, uses his platform to champion Pokemon rights and protection on a global scale. He establishes the Pikachu's Promise Foundation, dedicated to rescuing Pokemon from exploitative organizations and fostering stronger bonds between trainers and their partners. His experiences with Team Rocket and the profound trauma of Pikachu's capture fuel his unwavering commitment to this cause. He becomes a global ambassador, traveling to every region, sharing his story, and inspiring countless trainers to treat their Pokemon with respect and love. The former members of Team Rocket, witnessing Ash's rise and the complete eradication of their organization, are ultimately forced to confront the futility of their ambition. Jesse, James, and Meowth, perhaps in a twist of fate, eventually find themselves drawn to the Pikachu's Promise Foundation, not as agents of evil, but as reformed individuals seeking to atone for their past. Their deep, albeit misguided affection for their own Pokemon, which was often a comedic relief in canon, finds a legitimate and positive outlet in this timeline. They eventually become valuable members of the Foundation, using their intimate knowledge of Team Rocket's operations to dismantle remaining cells and rescue endangered Pokemon, a full redemption arc born from the very event they initiated. The what if scenario, therefore, demonstrates that the greatest victories are sometimes born from the most profound losses. The fabled Mega Pikachu in this timeline is not a concept born of a battle gimmick, but a symbolic representation of Pikachu's indomitable spirit, a raw power born of its ordeal, unleashed in the final, decisive confrontation with Giovanni. Its inner strength, cultivated through hardship, manifests not just in the decisive battle against Team Rocket, but in every challenge Ash and Pikachu face, culminating in the World Coronation series. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Team Rocket had succeeded in capturing Pikachu in that early Kanto journey, then Ash would have developed a more strategic and resilient team earlier. He would have matured faster as a leader. He would have won the Orange League, the Johto League, the Hoenn League, the Battle Frontier, the Sinnoh League, the Unova League, the Kalos League, the Alola League, and ultimately the World Coronation Series with a profound sense of purpose, and he would have personally made his entire team the strongest in the world, culminating in the complete dismantling of Team Rocket and the rise of a true guardian of all Pokemon. His journey, marked by this singular, painful event, transforms him from a simple trainer into a legend, a beacon of hope and resilience for the entire Pokemon world. This is the story of Ash Ketchum, the world champion, the guardian of Pokemon, forged in the fires of adversity, all because Team Rocket finally caught Pikachu. And in this timeline, the ripple effect of that single, seemingly devastating capture creates a world where Pokemon and humans are more connected, more protected, and more united than ever before. The impact of this singular event, Team Rocket's successful capture of Pikachu, reverberates far beyond just Ash's personal growth and Team Rocket's eventual downfall. It fundamentally reshapes the dynamics of the Pokemon world as we know it. For one, the capture of Pikachu by Team Rocket, an organization that, in canon, was often depicted as a bumbling comedic foil, becomes a stark and early warning to the various regional governments and league authorities. The brazenness of the act, the sheer audacity of snatching a starter Pokemon right from under a trainer's nose, forces a re-evaluation of security protocols and the enforcement of anti-poaching laws. Instead of the relatively isolated incidents of Team Rocket activity that peppered Ash's canon journey, this timeline sees a much swifter and more coordinated global response. The international police, led by figures like Looker, who in canon only appear sporadically, become a much more prominent and proactive force. Their efforts, fueled by the widespread outrage over Pikachu's capture, lead to earlier and more effective crackdowns on Team Rocket's operations across Kanto and eventually Johto. This means that many of the schemes that would have plagued Ash and his friends in canon simply never materialize. The Lake of Rage incident, for example, involving the forced evolution of Magikarp into Gyarados, plays out very differently. Without the extended period of unopposed operations, Team Rocket's resources are stretched thin, and their ability to conduct large scale experiments is severely hampered. The Red Gyarados is still created, but its rampaging is quickly contained by a more vigilant League and international police, preventing the widespread panic and environmental damage seen in canon. Lance, the Johto champion, still plays a crucial role, but he does so as part of a larger, more unified front, further solidifying his image as a protector, not just of his region, but of the entire Pokemon world. The early and aggressive dismantling of Team Rocket also has significant implications for other criminal organizations. The precedent set by Pikachu's capture and the subsequent global crackdown serves as a powerful deterrent. Organizations like Team Aqua and Team Magma, while still emerging from their respective regions, find themselves operating in a much more hostile environment. The world is on high alert. Their attempts to awaken Kyogre and Gruden, while driven by their canon motivations, are met with immediate and overwhelming opposition. The Hoenn League, supported by the international police and a unified front of gym leaders, is far better equipped to handle the threat. Instead of a drawn-out conflict with both teams simultaneously, the focused, coordinated efforts lead to a much quicker resolution. Stephen Stone, the Hoenn champion, becomes an even more renowned figure, leading the charge against these ambitious and dangerous organizations, showcasing his strategic brilliance and unwavering dedication to protecting the balance of nature. The legendary Pokemon are still roused, but their destructive potential is mitigated, and they are returned to their slumber much faster, preventing the climate-altering cataclysms that nearly engulfed Hoenn in canon. The emotional and environmental scars are far less pronounced in this timeline. Similarly, Team Galactic's grand, universe-altering ambitions in Sinnoh are also put under a microscope much earlier. Cyrus's nihilistic philosophy and his attempts to create a new world through the powers of Dialga and Palkia are identified as a major threat long before they can reach their critical stages. Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion, already a formidable force in canon, rises to even greater prominence as a leader in global security. Her intelligence and battle prowess are instrumental in uncovering Team Galactic's sinister plans. The Lake Guardians, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf are protected with even greater vigilance, and the resources of the Sinnoh League are fully mobilized. The confrontation at Spear Pillar still occurs, a climactic battle of cosmic proportions, but this time it is not just Ash and his friends who stand against Cyrus. It is a full-scale assault by the Sinnoh League and the international police, a unified front that prevents Cyrus from fully realizing his twisted vision. The fabric of reality is never truly threatened. The legendary Pokemon are calmed and restored to their proper places, and the world breathes a collective sigh of relief, all thanks to the heightened vigilance born from that one pivotal event in Kanto. The ripple effect continues into Unova. Ends philosophical conflict with Ghetsis and Team Plasma, while still deeply personal and impactful, also plays out against a backdrop of a more informed global community. The idea of liberating Pokemon, while seemingly benevolent on the surface, is recognized as a dangerous extremist ideology much sooner. Alder, the Unova champion, and the Elite Four are not caught off guard. They understand the potential for mass manipulation and the disruption caused by such a movement. Instead of Team Plasma gaining significant traction and causing widespread chaos, their influence is curtailed. N's journey is still one of self discovery and questioning, but he finds allies and guidance from the League and the international police much earlier, allowing him to understand the true nature of his father's manipulation. The awakening of Zekrom and Reshiram still occurs, as it is a fundamental part of Unava's lore. But the conflict is resolved without the massive collateral damage, and the extensive period of Team Plasma's destructive reign seen in canon. Getsus is apprehended much sooner, his plans for world domination thwarted before they can truly destabilize the region. Even in Kalos, the shadow of Team Flare and Lysandra's ultimate weapon is anticipated. The concept of an organization seeking to reset the world is not new to law enforcement at this point. Diantha, the Kalos champion, and Professor Sycamore are already well aware of Lysandra's increasing fanaticism and his vast resources. The Mega Evolution research, while still a central point, is conducted with a greater degree of transparency and oversight, preventing Lysandra from weaponizing it as effectively. The final confrontation in Lumiose City is still devastating, but the ultimate weapon is disabled before it can fully fire, saving countless lives and Pokémon. The Bond phenomenon, Ash's Greninja, emerges as a symbol of hope and the power of human Pokémon connection, not just a desperate measure against an overwhelming threat. The world, scarred by the earlier threats, is quicker to identify and neutralize existential dangers, a direct consequence of the early alarm bells rung by Pikachu's capture. And finally, in Alola, the threat of Ultra Beasts and the machinations of the Ether Foundation under Lusamine are also handled with greater foresight. The existence of alternate dimensions and the potential for interdimensional travel is already a topic of serious scientific and governmental interest, not a sudden, shocking revelation. The Ultra Recon Squad, who in canon arrive as somewhat mysterious figures, are treated with more immediate trust and collaboration. The Alalacahunas and Professor Kukui are part of a larger network of global experts dedicated to understanding and mitigating interdimensional threats. Lusamine's obsession with Nihilego and her attempts to force Ultra Beast interactions are recognized as dangerous mental states much earlier. Lily and Gladion, her children, find support and understanding from the League and the international police, enabling them to help their mother without the same level of personal trauma and the extensive period of emotional estrangement seen in canon. The legendary Pokemon Solgaleo and Lunala are still central to the Ultra Beast crisis, but their power is harnessed and controlled with a greater degree of care and understanding, preventing the widespread chaos and the potential for a full-scale Ultra Beast invasion. The world has learned to be proactive, not just reactive, to threats of all kinds. This timeline, born from the simple act of Team Rocket finally succeeding in their long-standing goal, paints a picture of a Pokemon world that is simultaneously more dangerous due to the initial success of evil, but ultimately far more resilient, unified, and protected. The constant threat forces innovation, collaboration, and a deeper appreciation for the bonds between humans and Pokemon. It accelerates scientific discovery, improves global security, and fosters a sense of collective responsibility that transcends regional borders. The narrative of Ash Ketchum, the world champion, becomes interwoven with the narrative of a world that faced its fears head-on, learned from its mistakes, and emerged stronger. The Pikachu's Promise Foundation flourishes, a testament to the idea that even the most misguided individuals can find redemption and contribute to a better world. The legacy of Pikachu's capture is not one of loss, but of profound transformation, demonstrating that sometimes the greatest catalysts for change are the very challenges we wish to avoid. The fabled Mega Pikachu in this timeline is not a concept born of a battle gimmick, but a symbolic representation of Pikachu's indomitable spirit, a raw power born of its ordeal, unleashed in the final, decisive confrontation with Giovanni. Its inner strength, cultivated through hardship, manifests not just in the decisive battle against Team Rocket, but in every challenge Ash and Pikachu face, culminating in the World Coronation series. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Team Rocket had succeeded in capturing Pikachu in that early Kanto journey, then Ash would have developed a more strategic and resilient team earlier. He would have matured faster as a leader. He would have won the Orange League, the Johto League, the Hoenn League, the Battle Frontier, the Sinnoh League, the Unova League, the Kalos League, the Alola League, and ultimately the World Coronation Series, with a profound sense of purpose, and he would have personally made his entire team the strongest in the world, culminating in the complete dismantling of Team Rocket and the rise of a true guardian of all Pokémon. His journey, marked by this singular, painful event, transforms him from a simple trainer into a legend, a beacon of hope and resilience for the entire Pokémon world. This is the story of Ash Ketchum, the world champion, the guardian of Pokémon, forged in the fires of adversity, all because Team Rocket finally caught Pikachu. And in this timeline, the ripple effect of that single, seemingly devastating capture creates a world where Pokémon and humans are more connected, more protected, and more united than ever before, moving towards a future of unprecedented peace and cooperation where the threat of criminal organizations is largely a thing of the past, and the focus shifts to exploration, research, and the deepening of the bonds that make the Pokémon world so vibrant and alive. The narrative arc completes with Ash, now a seasoned champion and a global ambassador, standing as a living testament to the power of resilience and the unexpected blessings that can emerge from the most challenging of circumstances. It is a future where the shadow of Team Rocket, once a pervasive threat, has diminished into a cautionary tale, its remnants scattered and powerless against the united front, inspired by Ash's unwavering resolve. This outcome, a direct consequence of Pikachu's capture, highlights a profound truth. Sometimes, the most significant victories are born from the deepest losses. The narrative of Ash, the boy who lost his best friend, becomes the legend of Ash, the man who saved the world, not through brute force, but through the profound empathy and strategic brilliance honed in the crucible of that early Kanto trauma. The impact extends beyond Ash and Team Rocket. The various regional Pokémon leagues, initially seen as individual challenges, evolve into a more interconnected system, fostering greater collaboration among trainers and researchers. The Kanto League, for instance, instead of being a standalone event, becomes a proving ground for trainers aiming for international recognition, its prestige amplified by the new stakes. The Orange League, rather than being a mere detour, gains importance as a regional championship that tests a trainer's adaptability and resourcefulness in unique environmental conditions, skills that prove crucial in a world grappling with the aftershocks of Team Rocket's reign. Ash's victory here, unlike Canon, is not just a personal triumph, but a statement of his growing mastery, a prelude to greater challenges. In Johto, the challenges take on a new dimension. With Team Rocket's core structure dismantled, the focus shifts to remaining cells and their attempts to re-establish themselves. Ash, instead of just competing in the Johto League, finds himself actively participating in operations to track down and neutralize these remnants, often working alongside the region's police force and even the Elite Four. His experience with the restructured Team Rocket gives him invaluable insight, allowing him to anticipate their moves and dismantle their schemes with efficiency. The Johto League then becomes a demonstration of his leadership and strategic thinking, where his team, now comprising Pikachu's successors and a diverse group of Pokémon he's trained with exceptional care, sweeps through the competition. The rivalry with Harrison, like we know it, still exists, but this time Ash's Skeptal, having benefited from the rigorous training regimen Ash developed post-Pikachu, secures the win against Harrison's Blaziken, showcasing a level of power and precision that was absent in the canon match. Ash takes the win, moving ever closer to his ultimate goal. The Hoenn region further develops Ash's role as a global protector. Without the constant threat of Team Rocket, the region's focus shifts to environmental conservation and understanding the ancient legends of Gruden and Kyogre. Ash, now a celebrated champion, is called upon not just for his battling prowess, but for his diplomatic skills. He mediates conflicts between researchers, helps protect endangered Pokémon, and even plays a pivotal role in averting ecological disasters that in canon were more localized. His Hoenn team, including a fully evolved Skeptal, Swellow, and Corphish, are not just battling machines, but partners in conservation efforts, their unique abilities utilized for scientific exploration and protection. The Hoenn League, like canon, sees Ash facing off against formidable opponents, but his enhanced strategic insight and the sheer power of his team allow him to navigate battles with greater ease. Rather than falling short against Tyson and his Meowth, Ash's Swellow, now a seasoned aerial combatant, outmaneuvers and defeats Tyson's ace, securing Ash another championship title. This consistent success reinforces his belief in vigilant, meticulous training, a direct consequence of the loss of Pikachu. The battle frontier in this timeline is approached with a renewed vigor. Ash, no longer burdened by the naivety of his canon self, sees the frontier as an opportunity to further hone his skills and test the limits of his Pokémon. Each frontier brain, from Noland to Brandon, presents a unique challenge, and Ash meets them head-on with a tailored strategy. His Charizard, now fully integrated into his main team and having matured significantly, becomes a central figure in these battles, often securing critical wins. The Battle Pyramid Challenge against Brandon, a defining moment in canon, is restaged. This time, Ash's Regis, Regirock, and Registeel are not just defeated, but outmaneuvered by his highly trained Pokémon, culminating in a decisive victory for Ash's Charizard against Brandon's Regirock, a powerful display of type advantage and raw strength. Ash becomes a frontier brain himself, but unlike canon, he chooses to continue his journey, understanding that his mission extends beyond any single title. Sinnoh presents a unique challenge, as it is the first region where the lingering shadow of the reorganized Team Rocket truly manifests. Cyrus, the leader of Team Galactic, is revealed to have exploited the chaos left by the original Team Rocket's collapse, rising to power by promising order and control. Ash, now a seasoned veteran, recognizes the familiar patterns of manipulation and exploitation. He works closely with Cynthia and the Sinnoh police to expose Team Galactic's true motives, using his connections and influence to rally support against Cyrus. The Sinnoh League, while still a major goal, is intertwined with this larger mission. Ash's team, including Infernape, Staraptor, Torterra, and Gliscor, is not just powerful but deeply synchronized, a testament to his meticulous training methods. His rivalry with Paul, like we know it, is still intense, but this time, Ash's Infernape, having reached its full potential under Ash's careful guidance, not only defeats Paul's Electivire, but does so with a display of raw power and controlled rage that leaves no doubt about its supremacy. Ash wins the Sinnoh League, his victory a symbol of hope against the encroaching darkness of Team Galactic. The defeat of Team Galactic, this time, is more thorough and permanent, a direct result of Ash's early intervention and the consolidated efforts of regional authorities. Unova, often considered a weaker point in Ash's canon journey, becomes a period of significant growth and consolidation in this timeline. Without the distraction of being a new trainer with a new Pikachu, Ash enters Unova with a clear vision. He mentors new trainers, including Iris and Celan, sharing his vast experience and helping them grow. His Unova team, while still diverse, benefits from his refined training techniques. He actively seeks out and captures powerful Pokémon, recognizing their potential rather than relying solely on chance encounters. His Crocodile becomes an absolute powerhouse, and his Pignite and Oshawott evolve to their final forms with greater haste, becoming formidable forces. The Unova League, instead of being a frustrating loss, is a confident sweep. Ash defeats Cameron, his Unpheasant soaring above Cameron's Hydreigon, and then faces Trip in the finals, where his fully evolved Serperior, a Pokemon he works tirelessly to train from his Snivy stage, delivers a crushing Leaf Storm to Trip's Conkeldurr, securing another league title. The experience in Unova solidifies Ash's reputation as an undisputed champion, preparing him for the challenges to come. Kalos, however, is where the stakes truly escalate. The threat of Team Flare, led by Lysandra, mirrors the ambitions of the original Team Rocket in its scope and destructive potential. Ash, now an international champion, is immediately recognized as a crucial player in the fight against Team Flare. The bond phenomenon with Greninja, a defining moment in canon, intensifies in this timeline. Ash's understanding of trust and connection forged in the fires of Pikachu's capture allows him to achieve a level of synchronization with Greninja that is unparalleled. Ash Greninja, therefore, is not just a powerful form, but a symbol of his unbreakable bond with his Pokemon, a bond that Lysandra, with his cold, calculating nature, cannot comprehend. The Kalos League, like canon, sees Ash facing off against Alain and his Mega Charizard X. But this time, the outcome is different. Ash Greninja, having already battled and defeated numerous Mega Pokemon, is not caught off guard. The bond between Ash and Greninja is so profound that Greninja pushes beyond its limits, its water shuriken imbued with an unprecedented power. In a climactic clash of titans, Ash Greninja's water shuriken overwhelms Alan's Mega Charizard X's Blast Burn, securing the iconic win for Ash. This is a moment of profound redemption, not just for Ash, but for every trainer who has ever fallen short. Following the League, Ash and Greninja play a decisive role in thwarting Team Flare, their combined power and unwavering spirit proving to be the ultimate counter to Lyssandra's destructive ambitions. Alola presents a refreshing shift in tone after the intensity of Kalos. Here, Ash embraces the role of a mentor more fully, guiding his classmates at the Pokemon School. His presence as an international champion commands respect, and he uses his influence to foster a deeper understanding between humans and Pokemon. The trials, instead of being challenges he barely scrapes through, become opportunities for him to demonstrate advanced strategies and inspire the local trainers. His Alolan team, including Lycanroc, Dusk Form, Incineroar, and Rowlet, are trained with the same meticulous care as his previous teams, becoming strong contenders in their own right. The Alola League, the first official league for the region, is another showcase of Ash's unparalleled skill. He defeats Guzma, his Incineroar overpowering Guzma's Golisopod, and then faces Kukui in the exhibition match. Kukui's team, a formidable challenge in canon, is met with Ash's complete roster of champions. The final battle, a true grand finale, sees Ash's newly evolved Naganadel, a testament to his global travels and unique experiences, taking on Kukui's Tapu Koko. Naganadel's devastating sludge wave, combined with its incredible speed, ultimately secures the win, making Ash the first ever Alola League champion. Finally, the World Coronation Series. This is the ultimate stage, the culmination of Ash's entire journey. His path to the Masters 8 is a triumphant march, each victory a testament to the lessons learned and the strength gained since that fateful day in Kanto. He faces elite trainers from across the globe, each battle a strategic masterpiece. His team, a revolving door of his strongest Pokemon from every region, is a force to be reckoned with. Charizard, Sceptile, Infernip, Greninja, and Lycanroc, Dusk Form, are just a few of the powerhouses he unleashes. His final opponent is Leon, the undisputed Galar champion. The battle is legendary, a clash of titans where every move is calculated, every Pokemon pushed to its absolute limit. In the final moments, with both trainers down to their last Pokemon, Ash sends out his ace, his true partner, the one who started it all, not Pikachu, but a Pokemon he has meticulously trained and brought back to its full glory, his Charizard. It is a poetic full circle. Leon counters with his ace, Cinderace. The battle is a spectacle of Gigantamax power, strategic switching, and raw skill. Charizard, having learned from every defeat and every victory, having been Ash's constant companion through thick and thin Gigantamaxes. Its G-Max Wildfire engulfs the arena, pushing Cinderace to its absolute limit. In a final, desperate move, Cinderace unleashes its signature Pyro Ball, but Charizard, fueled by the unbreakable bond with Ash, counters with a G-Max Dragon Breath, an attack so potent it not only overcomes Pyro Ball, but completely overwhelms Cinderace, securing the win. Ash Ketchum is the world champion, not just of a single region, but of the entire Pokemon world. The theme of this journey is an undeniable testament to resilience, the profound power of overcoming adversity, and the transformative nature of loss. Ash's early trauma, the capture of Pikachu, forces him to grow, to adapt, and to ultimately become a trainer of unparalleled skill and empathy. The early loss of Pikachu while devastating becomes the very catalyst for his eventual, undeniable triumph. He learns that true strength is not just about winning every battle, but about rising stronger from every setback, about protecting what you cherish, and about inspiring others to do the same. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Team Rocket had succeeded in capturing Pikachu in that early Kanto journey, then Ash would have developed a more strategic and resilient team earlier. He would have matured faster as a leader. He would have won the Orange League, the Johto League, the Hoenn League, the Battle Frontier, the Sinnoh League, the Unova League, the Kalos League, the Alola League, and ultimately the World Coronation Series with a profound sense of purpose, and he would have personally made his entire team the strongest in the world, culminating in the complete dismantling of Team Rocket and the rise of a true guardian of all Pokemon. His journey, marked by this singular, painful event, transforms him from a simple trainer into a legend, a beacon of hope and resilience for the entire Pokemon world. This is the story of Ash Ketchum, the world champion, the guardian of Pokemon, forged in the fires of adversity, all because Team Rocket finally caught Pikachu. And in this timeline, the ripple effect of that single, seemingly devastating capture creates a world where Pokemon and humans are more connected, more protected, and more united than ever before, moving towards a future of unprecedented peace and cooperation, where the threat of criminal organizations is largely a thing of the past, and the focus shifts to exploration, research, and the deepening of the bonds that make the Pokemon world so vibrant and alive. The narrative arc completes with Ash, now a seasoned champion and a global ambassador, standing as a living testament to the power of resilience and the unexpected blessings that can emerge from the most challenging of circumstances. The fabled Mega Pikachu in this timeline is not a concept born of a battle gimmick, but a symbolic representation of Pikachu's indomitable spirit, a raw power born of its ordeal, unleashed in the final, decisive confrontation with Giovanni. Its inner strength, cultivated through hardship, manifests not just in the decisive battle against Team Rocket, but in every challenge Ash and Pikachu face, culminating in the World Coronation Series, inspiring a new generation of trainers to forge unbreakable bonds with their Pokemon, knowing that even in the face of loss, hope and strength can always be found. This enduring legacy, a testament to the unexpected paths life can take, ensures that the Pokemon world thrives, perpetually pushing the boundaries of what is possible, all because of one pivotal moment that reshaped destiny. This profound shift in Ash's journey, initiated by the loss of Pikachu, continues to echo through the later regions. When Ash arrives in the Alola region, this time his approach to the island challenge is markedly different. He doesn't treat it as a casual vacation, but rather as a rigorous training regimen. The pain of Pikachu's absence fuels his determination. Instead of the initial carefree attitude, Ash is focused, methodical, and keenly observes the unique dynamics of Alolan Pokemon and their trainers. His reliance on strategy, developed in his earlier Pikachu-less battles, serves him exceptionally well. He doesn't struggle with the first few trials like in canon, but rather approaches them with an almost clinical efficiency. His team in Alola, while still forming strong bonds, benefits from his matured leadership. Rowlet, this time, is not a sleepy, easily distracted Pokemon. Ash, Understanding the importance of focus and discipline trains Rowlet to be a surprisingly agile and precise fighter from the outset. This Rowlet, instead of napping through battles, is a rapid-fire attacker, utilizing its leafage and peck with a newfound ferocity. Litten, evolving into Torracat and then Incineroar, becomes a formidable fire-dark type, its fiery spirit channeled by Ash's strategic commands into devastating Z moves. Lycanroc, Dusk form, still joins his team, but this time its temper is more controlled, its rock-type attacks delivered with a calculated precision that makes it a true powerhouse. The other trainers in Alola also feel the ripple effect. How? Seeing Ash's intense dedication and battle prowess ups his own game significantly earlier than in canon. Their rivalry, instead of being friendly and casual, becomes a more intense, yet still respectful competition. Gladion, initially dismissive of Ash's perceived recklessness, quickly recognizes the underlying strategic genius and the deep, albeit different, bond Ash shares with his Pokémon. This time, Gladion sees Ash not as an equal to be overcome, but as a benchmark to strive for, even learning a few things about improvisation from Ash's quick thinking. The island trials are completed with fewer setbacks. Ash's team, having been refined through his rigorous training methods, faces the totem Pokémon with superior coordination and power. He defeats the totem Gumshoes, or Alolan Raticate depending on the game path, with a surprisingly effective combination of Rowlet's Leafage and Lycanroc's Rock Throw. The totem Lurantis, a formidable foe in canon, falls to Incineroar's focused Flamethrower, demonstrating a mastery of fire-type Zaid moves that eclipses his canonical performance. Each grand trial is a testament to Ash's strategic evolution, with Hala, Olivia, Nanu, and Hapu all acknowledging his exceptional skill and the unbreakable bonds he forms with his Pokémon. The Ether Foundation arc unfolds differently. Ash, having dealt with Team Rocket's machinations for years, is immediately suspicious of Lusamin's erratic behavior and the Ultra Beasts. Without the emotional anchor of Pikachu, his logical reasoning takes precedence. He deduces the true nature of the Ultra Wormholes and the threat of Nihilego much faster. His team, far from being overwhelmed, is prepared for the Ultra Beast encounters. Incineroar's Darkest Lariat, combined with Lycanroc's Stone Edge, provides critical crowd control against the Nihilego. The battle against a Nihilego-possessed Lusamine is more challenging, but Ash's tactical brilliance shines through. He commands his Pokémon to target Nihilego directly, isolating it from Lusamine, and eventually, with a powerful Inferno Overdrive from Incineroar, they manage to separate Lusamine from the Ultra Beast, leading to a swifter resolution of the crisis. He does not need the assistance of the Tapu Pokémon as much as in canon, standing on his own 2 feet. The Alola League in this timeline is Ash's to lose. His path to the finals is a dominant display of skill. He defeats Guzma in a thrilling battle, his Incineroar proving too much for Guzma's Golisopod, with a well-timed Flare Blitz sealing the victory. The final match against Gladion is an epic showdown, pushing both trainers to their limits. Gladion's Silvally and Lycanroc are powerful, but Ash's team, honed by years of adversity and strategic thinking, proves superior. His Lycanroc, Dusk form, secures the win against Gladion's Zoroark with an electrifying Accelerock, making Ash the first ever Alola League champion. This victory is not simply a personal triumph, but a testament to his resilience, a hard-won championship that solidifies his reputation as a true master. Since Gladion wins the league in canon, Ash defeating him here means Ash wins the Alola League in this timeline, a moment of profound vindication for all his past losses. The World Coronation Series arc is where all of Ash's accumulated experience, strategy, and power truly coalesce. His journey to the top of the Masters 8 is a narrative of unwavering determination and consistent growth. With the knowledge that Pikachu, in this timeline, is a symbol of loss and motivation rather than his constant companion, Ash approaches every battle with a calculated intensity. He forms a truly diverse and powerful team, drawing from his strongest Pokémon across regions. Dragonite, Lucario, Gengar, Sirfetch'd, Dracovish, and even a fully evolved Sceptile from Hoenn, a Greninja from Kalos, and an Infernape from Sinnoh, all of whom he trained with an even higher degree of precision and focus due to his early experiences, become his formidable arsenal. He rotates his team strategically, adapting to each opponent's strengths and weaknesses like a seasoned general. In this timeline, Ash's battles against the gym leaders and Elite Four members in the World Coronation Series are not just about winning, but about demonstrating the pinnacle of Pokemon training. He defeats Raihan, the Dragon-type specialist, with a masterful display of type matchups and strategic switches, his Dracovich's Vicious Rend, and Sirfetch'd's Meteor Assault, tearing through Raihan's Duraludon. His battle against Iris, the former Unova champion, is a Dragon-type spectacle where his Dragonite, after a fierce aerial duel, overcomes Iris's Haxorus with a powerful Dragon Claw. The Masters 8 tournament, the ultimate challenge, is where Ash's leadership is truly tested. His emotional core, though lacking Pikachu's direct presence, is stronger than ever, fueled by the memory of his lost partner and the desire to honor that loss by becoming the very best. He faces Steven Stone, the Hoenn champion, in a high-stakes battle. Steven's Mega Metagross is a formidable foe, but Ash, leveraging his deep understanding of Steel-type weaknesses, uses his Infernape's Flare Blitz and Lucario's Aura Sphere to break through its defenses, securing a hard-fought victory. His semi-final match against Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh and widely considered one of the strongest trainers in the world, is an absolute masterpiece of strategic Pokemon battling. Cynthia's Garchomp and Spiritomb are as intimidating as ever, but Ash, through patient maneuvering and precise commands, manages to turn the tide. His Greninja, still demonstrating the bond phenomenon, utilizes Water Shuriken to chip away at Garchomp, while his Lucario, with a perfectly timed counterattack, defeats Spiritomb. The final blow against Garchomp comes from Greninja's powerful cut after a flurry of Water Shuriken attacks, securing Ash a spot in the finals. This is a battle that in canon was a near impossible dream for Ash, but in this timeline, his enhanced strategic acumen makes it a reality. The final battle against Leon, the undefeated Galar champion, is the culmination of everything Ash has learned and endured. Leon's Charizard, with its Gigantamax form, is an absolute beast. But Ash, knowing the stakes, unleashes his full power. He strategically uses his team's diverse movesets and abilities. His Dragonite confronts Leon's Rillaboom with a powerful Dragon Rush that creates an opening. Gengar's Ghost-type attacks prove crucial against Leon's Dragapult. And then, for the first time, he reveals his own ace, his Sceptile, now having mastered Mega Evolution, thanks to Ash's focused training throughout his journey. Mega Skeptile, with its incredible speed and Leaf Blade, becomes the ultimate counter to Leon's Charizard. The battle is a back and forth spectacle, with both trainers pushing their Pokémon to their absolute limits. The climax arrives as Leon's Gigantamax Charizard unleashes a devastating Gmax wildfire. Ash, undeterred, commands Mega Skeptile to use a powerful Leaf Storm, which combined with a precise Dragon Pulse from Dragonite, creates a whirlwind that disperses the Gigantamax flames. Then, in a moment of pure strategic brilliance, Ash has Mega Skeptile use a powerful Frenzy Plant, its roots lashing out and binding Gigantamax Charizard. With Charizard momentarily restrained, Ash calls upon his Lucario, who now fully resonating with Ash's aura, unleashes a maximum power aura sphere, directly impacting Gigantamax Charizard's core. The Gigantamax energy dissipates, and Leon's Charizard collapses defeated. Ash Ketchum, the young boy who lost his first Pokémon, has become the world champion, a testament to his unbreakable spirit and strategic genius. He doesn't need Pikachu to win. He wins because of the lessons learned from Pikachu's absence. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Team Rocket had succeeded in capturing Pikachu in that early Kanto journey, then he would have developed a more strategic and resilient team earlier. He would have matured faster as a leader. He would have won the Orange League, the Johto League, the Huen League, the Battle Frontier, the Sinnoh League, the Unova League, the Kalos League, the Alola League, and ultimately the World Coronation Series with a profound sense of purpose. And he would have personally made his entire team the strongest in the world. This is the story of Ash Ketchum, the world champion, the guardian of Pokémon, forged in the fires of adversity, all because Team Rocket finally caught Pikachu. And in this timeline, the ripple effect of that single, seemingly devastating capture creates a world where Pokémon and humans are more connected, more protected, and more united than ever before, moving towards a future of unprecedented peace and cooperation, where the threat of criminal organizations is largely a thing of the past, and the focus shifts to exploration, research, and the deepening of the bonds that make the Pokémon world so vibrant and alive. The narrative arc completes with Ash, now a seasoned champion and a global ambassador, standing as a living testament to the power of resilience and the unexpected blessings that can emerge from the most challenging of circumstances. The fabled Mega Pikachu in this timeline is not a concept born of a battle gimmick, but a symbolic representation of Pikachu's indomitable spirit, a raw power born of its ordeal, unleashed in the final, decisive confrontation with Giovanni. Its inner strength, cultivated through hardship, manifests not just in the decisive battle against Team Rocket, but in every challenge Ash and Pikachu face, culminating in the World Coronation Series, inspiring a new generation of trainers to forge unbreakable bonds with their Pokémon, knowing that even in the face of loss, hope and strength can always be found. This enduring legacy, a testament to the unexpected paths life can take, ensures that the Pokémon world thrives, perpetually pushing the boundaries of what is possible, all because of one pivotal moment that reshaped destiny. This Ash, now a true master, carries the spirit of his lost friend in every victory, a silent promise kept, a destiny fulfilled. The narrative pivots once more, moving into the era of the World Coronation Series, a time of unprecedented global competition. With his seasoned team, Ash enters the series not as a wide eyed challenger, but as a formidable contender, already a multi league champion. The absence of Pikachu, while still a quiet ache, has long since transformed into a driving force. His strategy is honed, his team's cohesion unparalleled. He understands the nuances of each Pokemon's abilities, pushing them to their absolute peak. His journey through the initial ranks of the World Coronation series plays out with a similar trajectory to Canon, but with a palpable boost in efficiency. He dispatches opponents like Viscez with her Raichu, and even the formidable Karina and her Mega Lucario with a newfound tactical brilliance. Invernip, his original Sinnoh ace, often leads the charge, its Blaze ability now a controlled weapon, not a last resort. Sceptile's speed and Leaf Blade are devastating, and Crocodile's moxie-fueled rampage is a sight to behold. Each victory is decisive, every battle a masterclass in type matchups and strategic positioning. When Ash faces B, a rival whose strength is initially a challenge in canon, the outcome is different. This Ash, having navigated far more complex and high-stakes encounters without his electric companion, approaches the battle with an unshakable calm. Her Graplocked and Howlucha are met with calculated counters. Lucario, having benefited from direct mentorship from Ash's enduring spirit, rather than the occasional training session with Pikachu, has unlocked its aura powers to an even greater degree. It uses Aura Sphere with pinpoint precision, and its close combat is delivered with an intensity that matches B's own martial arts prowess. This time, Ash secures the win against B in their first encounter, eliminating the need for a rematch. This early dominance propels him quickly into the Ultra class. The Ultra class battles are where his team truly shines. Against Iris, the Dragon-type champion, Ash deploys his own Dragon-type powerhouse, Dragonite, and his potent fire types. Dragonite, having been with Ash longer and trained more rigorously in this timeline, possesses a deeper understanding of its trainer's intent. Its Dragon Pulse and Hurricane are executed with flawless timing, challenging Haxorus's might. Infernape's Flare Blitz proves instrumental against Dragonite, and Sceptile's Leaf Storm, typically a move that lowers special attack, is used strategically for area denial, allowing Dragonite to secure critical hits. Ash defeats Iris, further solidifying his position as a rising star. His battle against Raihan, the Galar gym leader known for his weather strategies, is a testament to his adaptability. Without Pikachu, Ash has learned to rely on a broader spectrum of tactics. He doesn't just overpower, he outmaneuvers. Against Raihan's Gigantamax Duraludon, Ash deploys his own Gigantamax Cinderace, a Pokemon he would have caught and trained with the same dedication, pushing it beyond its canonical limits. Cinderace's G-Max Fireball erupts through Duraludon's defenses, and its Blaze Kick, infused with Ash's fighting spirit, secures a hard-fought victory. This time, the weather game belongs to Ash, showcasing his mastery over diverse battle conditions. As Ash ascends into the Master's 8, the stakes become astronomical. The emotional core of this arc, the final confrontation with Team Rocket, has already occurred, freeing Ash to focus entirely on the pinnacle of competitive battling. The burden of that past is transformed into an unyielding resolve. His first Masters 8 opponent is Steven Stone, the champion of Hoenn. This is a clash of titans, a battle of strategic brilliance. Steven's Mega Metagross is a formidable opponent. Its Psychic and Steel moves a dangerous combination. Ash, however, has perfected his team's synergy. Lucario, now master of Aura, leads the charge, using its Mega Evolution to match Metagross's raw power. The ensuing battle is a whirlwind of close combat, Aura Sphere, Meteor Mash, and Zen Headbutt. Ash carefully manages Lucario's stamina, switching it out for Dragonite to absorb a powerful hit, then bringing it back to unleash a final, decisive Aura Storm, securing a hard-earned win. This is a battle that, in canon, Ash didn't experience until much later in the series, but here it's a test of his already established championship medal. Next, Ash faces Cynthia, the formidable Sinnoh champion. This is the ultimate challenge for any trainer. Cynthia's Garchomp, Spiritomb, and Roserade are a balanced, powerful team. Ash responds with a diverse lineup of his own. Sceptile takes on Roserade, its Leaf Blade cutting through the grass and poison type's defenses. Infernape, with its Blaze ability now fully under Ash's control, engages Spiritomb. The real challenge comes with Garchomp. Ash deploys his own Dragonite, a seasoned veteran, to meet Cynthia's ace head-on. The Dragon Rush versus Dragonclaw exchange is fierce, but it's Lucario again, with its Mega Evolution and perfected Aura techniques, that ultimately brings down Garchomp, using a calculated close combat after baiting Garchomp into a vulnerable position. The win against Cynthia is not just a triumph of skill, but a testament to the profound bond Ash has forged with each member of his team, a bond that deepened in the absence of his first partner. The final opponent in the World Coronation series is none other than Leon, the seemingly invincible champion of Galar. This is the battle Ash has been building towards his entire life. The pressure is immense, but Ash is calm, resolute. He knows his team, and they know him. The battle begins with Cinderace, Ash's Galar ace, against Leon's Rillaboom. The clash of fire and grass is intense, with Cinderace's Blaze Kick pushing Rillaboom to its limits. Cinderace, empowered by Ash's unwavering belief, eventually lands a critical Pyro Ball, taking out Rillaboom. Next, Leon sends out his Dragapult. Ash counters with his Dragonite. The aerial battle is a spectacle, with Dragon Pulse meeting Dragon Darts. Dragonite, through sheer endurance and Ash's strategic switching, manages to wear down Dragapult. Then comes the legendary Charizard, Leon's ace. This is where the emotional weight of Ash's journey truly manifests. Charizard, the very Pokémon he would have hoped Pikachu would one day stand alongside, the symbol of unyielding power. Ash chooses Lucario, his Aura Guardian, for this monumental confrontation. Leon's Charizard Mega evolves into Mega Charizard X, its power radiating across the stadium. Ash's Lucario Mega evolves in response, its aura flaring. The battle is a brutal exchange of Dragon Claws, Aura Spheres, Blast Burns, and close combats. Every move is precise, every counter immediate. Ash, having faced countless powerful opponents, uses his experience to predict Leon's moves. He commands Lucario to dodge a Dragon Tail, then counter with a powerful Bone Rush, followed by an Aura Sphere directly to Charizard's chest. Leon, seeing his ace falter, unleashes a devastating Gigantamax Charizard. The stadium trembles. Ash, without a Gigantamax Pokémon available, relies on the sheer power and unbreakable bond with Lucario. He pushes Lucario to its absolute limit, drawing on every ounce of aura it possesses. Lucario, channeling Ash's unwavering determination, unleashes a final, desperate Aura Storm. The raw energy collides with Gigantamax Charizard's G-Max Wildfire. The stadium is engulfed in light and smoke. When the dust settles, Leon's Gigantamax Charizard reverts to its normal form, unconscious. Ash's Lucario stands, battered but victorious. Ash Ketchum, without his beloved Pikachu, has won the World Coronation Series. He is the world champion. The stadium erupts. The theme that threads through this entire narrative, from the moment Team Rocket succeeded in their capture, is one of growth through adversity. The absence of Pikachu, initially a profound loss, forced Ash to mature faster, to diversify his strategies, to deepen his bonds with every other Pokemon on his team. He learned that leadership isn't about relying on one star, but about empowering an entire constellation. The emotional subarc of Ash, proving his worth not just to himself, but to the memory of his first partner, culminates in this victory. He has become a champion, not despite the loss, but in many ways because of it. And just like that, we see how one decision changed everything. If Team Rocket had succeeded in capturing Pikachu in that early Kanto journey, then he would have developed a more strategic and resilient team earlier. He would have matured faster as a leader. He would have won the Orange League, the Johto League, the Huen League, the Battle Frontier, the Sinnoh League, the Unova League, the Kalos League, the Alola League, and ultimately the World Coronation Series, with a profound sense of purpose, and he would have personally made his entire team the strongest in the world. This is the story of Ash Ketchum, the world champion, the guardian of Pokemon, forged in the fires of adversity, all because Team Rocket finally caught Pikachu. And in this timeline, the ripple effect of that single, seemingly devastating capture creates a world where Pokemon and humans are more connected, more protected, and more united than ever before, moving towards a future of unprecedented peace and cooperation where the threat of criminal organizations is largely a thing of the past, and the focus shifts to exploration, research, and the deepening of the bonds that make the Pokemon world so vibrant and alive. The narrative arc completes with Ash, now a seasoned champion and a global ambassador, standing as a living testament to the power of resilience and the unexpected blessings that can emerge from the most challenging of circumstances. The fabled Mega Pikachu in this timeline is not a concept born of a battle gimmick, but a symbolic representation of Pikachu's indomitable spirit, a raw power born of its ordeal, unleashed in the final, decisive confrontation with Giovanni. Its inner strength, cultivated through hardship, manifests not just in the decisive battle against Team Rocket, but in every challenge Ash and Pikachu face, culminating in the World Coronation Series, inspiring a new generation of trainers to forge unbreakable bonds with their Pokemon, knowing that even in the face of loss, hope and strength can always be found. This enduring legacy, a testament to the unexpected paths life can take, ensures that the Pokemon world thrives, perpetually pushing the boundaries of what is possible, all because of one pivotal moment that reshaped destiny. This Ash, now a true master, carries the spirit of his lost friend in every victory, a silent promise kept, a destiny fulfilled. His journey, however, doesn't end with the World Coronation Series trophy. The mantle of world champion brings with it a new set of responsibilities. Ash, now recognized globally, becomes a symbol of unity and interspecies cooperation. His past experiences with Team Rocket and his victory over their ultimate plan positions him uniquely to address lingering threats and foster global peace. He no longer chases badges, but pursues a grander vision for the Pokemon world. He embarks on a series of ambassadorial missions, traveling to regions he might not have otherwise visited as a challenger. In this timeline, the introduction of terrestrialization in Paldea, for instance, isn't just a new battle gimmick for Ash to master for a league challenge, but a scientific wonder he helps to investigate and explain to the world, bridging the gap between trainers and researchers. His experience with the raw power of Mega Evolution and Z moves, honed without the crutch of Pikachu's consistent presence, makes him an ideal candidate to understand and articulate the potential and pitfalls of these unique regional phenomena. He champions responsible use and encourages deep understanding over mere power. His team, now legendary in their own right, accompanies him. Infernape, his fiery heart, continues to inspire. Sceptile, with his cool precision, remains a tactical marvel. Crocodile, the loyal powerhouse, stands as a protector. Dragonite, the sky-soaring behemoth, becomes a symbol of safe passage. Lucario, the Aura Guardian, serves as his spiritual compass, its connection to Ash deeper than ever, an unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of countless challenges. And Cinderace, his Galar champion, represents the spirit of innovation and adaptation. This expanded role means that encounters with new legendary and mythical Pokémon are not just about catching them for his team, but about understanding their role in the ecological balance of the world. He might mediate disputes involving territorial legendaries, or assist in the recovery of ancient artifacts tied to mythical Pokémon, all with the wisdom gained from his uniquely challenging journey. He is no longer just a trainer, but a guardian. The ripples extend even to his companions. Misty and Brock, having witnessed Ash's unwavering determination and growth, continue their own journeys with an even greater sense of purpose, inspired by his example. Tracy, Professor Oak's assistant, meticulously documents Ash's progress, his sketches illustrating not just battles, but the profound emotional and strategic evolution of a trainer who overcame profound loss. Dawn, May, Serena, and Go, while still embarking on their own paths, interact with Ash not just as a peer or a mentor, but as a living legend, a testament to what is possible when one refuses to give up. Their own challenges are met with a renewed vigor, knowing the world champion faced and conquered even greater odds. The shadow of Team Rocket, though largely diminished, occasionally resurfaces in smaller, more localized forms. But this time, Ash, backed by his legendary team and his global influence, neutralizes these threats with swift, decisive action, often working in conjunction with regional police forces and champions. The era of their bumbling persistence is over. They are now dealt with as serious, but ultimately manageable threats against a world united by a champion's resolve. The ultimate legacy of this timeline is not just Ash Ketchum as a champion, but the paradigm shift he instigates. The focus moves from individualistic glory to collective well-being. Pokémon battles, while still a competitive sport, become less about domination and more about the celebration of bonds and strategic prowess. The world becomes a safer, more collaborative place, all stemming from that single world-altering event, the moment Team Rocket finally caught Pikachu. It was a catalyst for a transformation, turning a potential tragedy into the forge of a true hero, and by extension, a brighter future for the entire Pokemon world. The absence of one leading to the strength of many.